Good morning. Welcome to the New York City Solar and Storage Installer Workshop. Thank you for joining us. Attendees will remain muted for the entirety of today's webinar. We will be posting the slides from today's webinar along with the recording on our website at nysolarmap.com. We will also send you an email to let you know when it is posted. You will be able to ask questions through the chat feature, and your questions are only visible to the panelists, not the rest of the attendees. However, if your question is answered in the chat, it will then become public. In general, we have limited time for questions. However, all the questions are collected and sent to the appropriate agency after the webinar. We will post these Q&As on our website a week or so after the webinar, and again send an email when it is posted. We often find that the questions you may have end up being answered during the course of the presentation. So keep that in mind as you draft your questions. Now for a quick look at today's agenda. We have at 9:15 the Con Edison programs, incentives and processes. 10:15 energy storage, updates on incentives, permitting, and codes. At 12:15 we will have time to get some of your questions and answers on energy storage systems in New York City. 12:30 we'll take a 30-minute lunch break. And at 1 o'clock, we'll come back with solar updates on incentives, permitting, and codes. At 3 p.m., a Q&A session on solar in New York City. At 3:15 p.m., New York City Solar Initiative. And at 3:45 p.m., Ombudsman Services and New York Solar Mapping Portal updates. And we'll wrap that up at 4 p.m. with closing comments and adjournment. I'd now like to introduce Tria Case. Tria is the University Executive Director of Sustainability and Energy Conservation at CUNY. Tria formed the Sustainability Office at CUNY, now an integral part of the university's Department of Facilities Planning, Construction, and Management. Tria established the Smart DG Hub and continues to drive the development of resources and tools such as the New York Solar Map and Portal. Tria?
Thanks, Lori, and good morning, everyone. First, I want to thank Con Edison for partnering with us once again to make this workshop possible. Your continued support and the collaboration across our agencies and organizations makes a day like this not only possible, but powerful. It's not lost on me that in a city of over 8 million people, the people in this room are key to making our energy future possible. Your work on rooftops and basements, on scaffolds, and in spreadsheets, it turns energy policy into energy progress. Today's workshop is also a reflection of what's possible when we collaborate, from Con Edison to FDNY to NYSERDA and the mayor's office. We're all here because we know transformation can't happen in silos. It takes coordination, communication, and commitment. And that's exactly what this workshop represents. So I want to thank the team for organizing today and to all of you for showing up today and every day. This is really the hard work we all must do to build a resilient New York City. If you have any questions after the event, just reach out to us. There's a lot covered today. And with that, I'll hand it over to Daniela Leifer, the NYC DG Ombudsman, to speak briefly about the DG Hub and how you can access the technical assistance and the permitting resources available on the NY Solar Map and Portal. Daniela?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Daniela Leifer. I'm the Energy Storage Ombudsman with the Sustainable CUNY's Smart DG Hub. My colleague Emily Sweeney is the Solar Ombudsman, and we work closely together on really all of our efforts. So most of you are already familiar, or at least some of you will already be familiar with the work that we do with the through the DG Hub program and our role as Ombudsman. But for those of you who may not be familiar, or for those of you who might benefit from just a refresher, Emily and I will provide some of that background information and a high-level overview of what we do. So I'll take a few minutes to introduce the DG Hub, Smart DG Hub program more broadly, as well as our the Ombudsman program, which really is a central aspect of what we do on a day-to-day basis. But starting with the Smart DG Hub kind of programmatic umbrella under which we work, the Smart DG Hub really is the platform under which we do under which we do really a wide variety of our efforts that that range from working with industry stakeholders to do trainings such as this one, to producing guidance documents, which we'll be getting to later this afternoon, and a whole range of other programs as well. Just quickly go back to one slide. I do want to mention that just as far as where we're situated, why we have why we're situated within the City University of New York. Sustainable CUNY itself is an initiative of the Department of Facilities Planning and Construction Management, FPCM, of the Central Administration of the university. Within Sustainable CUNY, we have two really program umbrellas. One is the Smart DG Hub, and the other program umbrella is the CUNY Conserves and our other sustainability and energy conservation focused work that is really internal to the campus sustainability. But the work of the DG Hub is really reflects more our responsibility and our outward focus, our responsibility and engagement with the larger community. But the work that we do that's outward facing to the solar and storage, the solar and storage industry, really reflects the City University being a public resource to the entire city as a whole. You can go to the next slide. There are really three elements ultimately of what the DG Hub's Ombudsman program does on a day-to-day basis. Again, the Ombudsman team is a publicly available resource for installers working in the New York City market, solar energy storage installers. We regularly field technical assistance requests that largely aimed at helping installers with understanding and navigating the permitting process, or maybe overcoming certain unforeseen issues that have come up in the course of getting approval, permitting, or the actual construction of a project. And just generally navigating the regulatory framework within New York City more broadly. And we're available to assist really at any time. And then another leg of the work that the DG Hub does is exactly this type of training and outreach. We hope that everybody will join us at our June Solar and Storage Summit, which is our annual conference and trade show. And we also, the third sort of leg of the work of the Ombudsman program involves our work with the partnering with AHJs and really with the primary goal of fostering a transparent approval processes. Solar and energy storage certainly is a fast-moving, rapidly evolving market, rapidly evolving technology. There's always a lot to keep up with, of course. So with that, I will hand it over to Emily to walk us through our resources.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Emily Sweeney, Solar Ombudsman on the team here. So what we're looking at is the homepage for nysolarmap.com. So our New York Solar Map, I'm sure most of you are familiar with it at this point, right? But it's a great CUNY-built tool that you are able to use to find the solar potential of your home or business with that calculator you see on the homepage. Using the map, you can jump to different counties in New York City and New York State for visualizations of solar statistics, or to find a NYSERDA participating contractor. Our New York Solar Map hosts a library of reports, guides, and recordings of past webinars. As always, we'll be adding a recording of this webinar along with responses to any questions submitted during today's workshop. Next slide. Thank you. Our website also hosts resources developed with our partners in AHJs, covering a number of topics with a focus on permitting, interconnection, zoning, and financing for both solar and energy storage, specifically developed for New York City. You can access the energy storage resources on nysolarmap.com by navigating as shown on the screen, or by going directly to smartdghub.org. We're working on a website relaunch with improvements to navigation and layout in the coming months, so keep an eye out for that. Next slide. So here are a list of several of the key projects and initiatives that we're working on right now, just a couple that we wanted to highlight. The first one here being the Interagency Solar and Storage Coordination Initiative. Our team has partnered with the Mayor's Office of Climate and Environmental Justice to host an interagency coordination initiative to foster collaboration and communication between city agencies involved in solar and energy storage. These biannual meetings bring together representatives from more than a dozen city agencies involved in solar and energy storage in a variety of ways through their work. Members of the initiative participate in monthly sub-working groups to address topics including installation on city properties, innovation and pilots, and siting and prioritization. There are several guides that are currently being developed in collaboration with interagency members through this effort. So keep an eye out for that as well. Stay tuned. We expect them to be released in the coming months. Danielle, you want to walk us through several of the others? Ron,
Sure.
back to the last slide,
There's
please.
a couple of more. This is not an exhaustive list of the projects, efforts, and the work that we do as part of the DG Hub, but these are some of the key highlights and kind of exciting newer focal areas for us. The first of those, one of those being the Medium Energy Storage Permitting Working Group. This is a fairly recent development. It's been in the works for the last several months. And it is the goal of this working group is exactly as it's described. Right now, the New York City energy storage market is really comprised of the large kind of utility scale energy storage projects, but we are very aware that there's a lot of interest in and demand for the smaller building integrated and behind the meter projects. But that market is more nascent, and this permitting working group is really aimed at bringing just a broad stakeholder group to the table on a regular basis to sort of tease out what are really the top focal areas that should be addressed in order to resolve market barriers and lay the groundwork for that market to start taking off and get to scale. Another key highlight that we wanted to bring a little bit of attention to, just because it is very behind the scenes, is really interagency effort to or cross-agency effort to bring subject matter technical support, subject matter expert technical support to the AHJs, who are tasked with an enormous responsibility to approve and review and evaluate the safety of energy storage and solar projects, and make sure that they're being done right in our complex, city environment. So by supporting subject matter experts to provide that extra internal capacity to our agencies, that really is going a long way to, as mentioned, it's very behind the scenes, doesn't have a lot of visibility, but we're really pleased to be helping to make sure that that continues for the foreseeable future. And then finally, kind of saving the best for last and teeing this up for this afternoon, but Emily and I both, as well as our broader team and our universe of stakeholders that we work with, have all spent a lot of time and effort on expanding our existing permitting guides and permitting resources. We are excited to announce that these will be released to publication next week. And these are long overdue updates to our permitting guides that reflect so much that has changed in the regulatory landscape in New York City, just even in the last couple of years, even in the last few months. So this afternoon, stay tuned in our segment starting at 3:45. We'll do a deep dive just to walk everyone through what those new and improved updated permitting, solar and storage permitting guides look like, and how they've been improved, expanded, and updated since the last time we released new guides. To connect with us, reach out. We have industry roundtable email announcement groups where we send just really key information that will be of interest to the solar and storage industry audience in New York City, including but not limited to what you see here: new regulatory developments, various events and opportunities, as well as peer-to-peer sharing. So contact us at smartdghub@cuny.edu, or visit our website, nysolarmap.com, and be sure to keep the June Solar Storage Summit in mind. I'm going to turn it over to Lori. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much, Emily and Daniela. And now we're going to move into the Con Edison programs, incentives, and processes. I'd like to start by welcoming James Goggin. He is the Director of Distribution and Planning. Thank you, James, for joining us.
Thank you very much, Lori. So great to be here. I really want to start off by thanking CUNY, true leader in this space and a real partner to Con Edison. Lori, Tria, Daniela, and Emily, really thank you for your leadership in this area. And I want to welcome all the community and industry who are here today, our customers, those from the academic world, those from our city and state. It's a real partnership and collaboration that we wish to have with you, and it's days like this that make it possible. So Con Ed is an institution. We recently celebrated 200 years of as a company. Our core mission is to deliver reliable and safe power to our customers in the New York City and Westchester areas. New York is a very vibrant city. It's a world financial capital and cultural capital, right? And we're committed to leading the nation, not just the state, but the nation, in an orderly, clean energy transition. So we want New York to be a place where investments in clean energy are made. And to do that, we want to improve our processes, our technologies, and our programs to make the customer experience better. And we want to enable the grid of the future. So some of the ways we're doing this, right? We're boldly investing in our grid. Through innovations and partnerships with many of those on this call, we can make a difference together. We're focusing on DERs and renewables. That's really a key. I just looked, we're now over 700 megawatts of solar on our system, which is really incredible. And storage installations nearly doubled last year alone. And there are many, many, many more projects in flight, and we know that this year is going to even be better. We continue to accelerate growth in our managed charging programs. And more recently, we're accelerating utility dispatch programs through storage solicitations. Of course, electrification is coming quick. Adoption, though, will come at different rates and will not be evenly distributed, right? So we are also developing tools and programs to help plan for this orderly transition. Proactive planning allows us to identify and electrify areas of expected transportation growth in a way that's anticipatory of the work that's coming, so that we can enable a smooth transition without any issues. And we've also added additional planning layers to factor in variability of localized load growth and adapt to that as it happens. So safety and reliability of our power system remains our primary focus. Even more so now, people are more dependent on the grid for everything: heating, cooking, cooling, transportation. So we need to make sure that we're ready for our customers when DERs come on board and when load grows. High reliability and orderly transition are important. Flexible resources, such as solar and storage and other things, help play a very important role in help managing this transition. So today you're going to hear from a number of representatives from Con Ed that will share the work that's being done by our teams. We look forward to hearing from you on how we can grow this space and support the collective efforts. In 2025, it's going to be even a better year than last year, and we appreciate the opportunity to meet today and to collaborate for many years to come. And now I'll kick it off to our first presenter, Jeriana.
Good morning. Thank you, Jim. Today, I will be talking to you about demand response and the opportunities that we have there. I'll be going through the first few slides pretty quickly, but you'll have access to this, and we'll also provide an email for the demand response team at the end. So feel free to reach out if you have any questions. All right, let's get into it. So demand response, what is it? It really is targeting short-term reduction in energy consumption. So compared to energy efficiency, where we're trying to reduce consumption over a 24-hour load curve, demand response targets a few peak hours during the day. And we call these for a few different reasons. We call events for a few different reasons. And on the next slide, I will talk through some of those offerings. So at Con Edison, we call demand response for two different reasons. One is a system-wide peak shaving purpose. So for this, we're really targeting the network peaks on really hot days. And we also call it for reliability. So if there's a specific need in a specific network, something is happening on the grid, we also have the ability to call demand response to reduce that load. And on the next slide, I will talk about some of these events. So we break down demand response into two different types. So we have a Rider T program, which is we're giving a set dollar per kilowatt payment for demand response. So whenever we call events, you can see here the prices that we pay for calling those events, and we'll pay a performance payment and also a monthly reservation payment to have you on reserve for these events. And then starting in 2020, we have a new kind of program for what we call term and auto DLM, which came out of the 2018 storage order. So are geared towards storage systems, but these programs are technology agnostic. And what these programs do is we provide 3 to 5 year contracts via an RFP, where you would bid in a dollar per kilowatt amount that you want to get paid for demand response. And we go through the season, but it is also pay for performance. The only difference is that there are penalties under this program depending on how you perform. And really, this is geared towards these bigger battery systems for auto DLM, and then term DLM. It's our system-wide events for the network peak shaving purposes. And I'll go through that procurement process a little later and how we determine that, what the dates are. But these are the two payment models that we have under demand response here at Con Edison. And how do we call these events? What are the triggers? So for our peak shaving programs, we look at the forecast for the day and we see if that's going to be within a certain percentage of the system peak, the forecasted system peak that we get at the beginning of the summer. So if it gets within that percentage, we will call a peak shaving event. We can also call these kinds of events based off of temperature variable. So if the temperature variable is above 84 degrees, which is likely a really hot day, a lot of cooling usage, then we will be calling events based off of temperature variable. And then in terms of that other kind of event, so that reliability kind of event, we call those based off of risks of a condition yellow. So if there's a specific need in a certain area, we will call those DLRP or auto DLM events to target that specific area. This just shows how we participate in the market. So we work with a bunch of different companies to enroll customers in demand response. And for batteries, you guys would be enrolling through our DLM program and enrolling as one of our smart usage partners. You would be getting directly notified when there's events, and that all rolls up into how our programs are managed. So how do customers participate in events? This slide looks a little wonky, apologies about that, but customers can participate in a few different ways. So residential and small business customers often turn off lights, change their HVAC settings, shift use of large appliances. And then on the commercial and industrial side, minimizing use of non-essential operations, changing how their HVAC system is running, maybe not using an elevator bank. But I know what you guys are really here for is batteries. So exporting back onto the grid through a battery system also counts for demand response and is a way to get incentivized for your battery system. In terms of how we call our events and the timeframes that we call them, for those network peak shaving call windows, we look at our system as a whole. We determine the year before, so by December 31st, before the season starts, which is during the summer period, we will publish when we're calling events. And we break down each network into different call windows for 4 hours at each call window. And this is really targeting those network peaks. So this is just an example of Brooklyn and how we've looked at Brooklyn in terms of when each network is going to peak and what hours that those call windows are going to happen. And we publish this before the season starts, so you can get a sense of when you might get called and the hours that those might happen. Just a journey, a map of how you would participate. So you would enroll in the program as a smart usage partner. Then at the beginning of the season, let us know what the account and battery system that you're working with is. And then when an event is called, if you're working with a different smart usage partner, they would get the notification that an event is happening. If you are your own smart usage partner, you would get that event. We also have an API. So if you have a storage system that is enabled through an API protocol, then we can enable that so your battery will automatically participate in an event. And then at the end of the season, you would get paid for that participation. Now, I know here's what you all are here to listen to. So I'm going to give a little bit of information about our RFP process. So for batteries, I mentioned earlier that you can participate through an RFP. We release our RFPs at the beginning of mid-November and get responses back in February. We then go through our procurement process and have contracts signed by July for our capability period, which runs May 1st through September 30th. And these contracts are usually for 3 to 5 years in length. And this is a competitively procured process where we're signing these long-term contracts for more demanding performance standards compared to our CSRP and DLRP programs. With that, there are performance penalties, but you can get paid a premium for participating under this RFP framework. And how you would bid in is you would give us a single dollar per kilowatt incentive rate for each bid, and that would determine your annual compensation. Once bids are cleared, then you're given a chance to either accept or reject that bidding process that we've accepted or rejected, and we would then go into contract signing. This is just links for where we publish our RFP, the filing that gave us this RFP process, and a link to our call windows. So this is just an example on the right of different networks in our system and the different call windows that we've established for each network. Again, this changes every year, so we publish that onto our website every year. But these are good links to have if you're interested in giving a bid for the RFP for this year in November when we release it. How much can you get paid? That is up to you and the bidding that you get in. And then once we go through our procurement process, we'll either accept it or reject it. And as a comparison, we pay around $180 for CSRP and DLRP. So this is good numbers to keep in mind. We'll pay a premium for term and auto DLM. So I encourage you to bid the $180 or whatever more you seem feasible for your battery project. And Compared to our other programs, DLM, again, which is our RFP program, we pay on a yearly basis. So at the end of the season is when you would get paid for your performance. And the dollar per kilowatt amount that you bid in, that determines the rate for the season and for the 3 to 5 years of the contract that you're signing. How often do we call these events? So we call these events really dependent on what is happening in the season. So this is an overview of how often we've called those peak shaving events. So those really hot days where the AC is blasting and a lot of energy is being used. This is the past 5 years of how often we've called those kinds of events. So as you can see, it really ranges average of 5 times during the season for term DLM. And one difference here, so some programs we can call at 92% of that peak that I was mentioning. For term DLM, we can call at 88% of that peak. So it happens slightly more often, but still around that average of 5 times throughout the summer. And then for our reliability program, so again, when we're calling for a very specific need, most customers are only called once during the season for a test event. And then it really ranges in how we call network by network. Some networks are called more often than others, depending on what's happening in the system. And one thing to note here is that auto DLM customers, if you're bidding into auto DLM, you would get called for both auto DLM events and term DLM events. And again, we're paying a premium for that because you're getting called more often. You're getting called for basically whenever we call a demand response event. But this gives a good breakdown of the regularity that we're calling these things. I won't go through all of the eligibility. Again, I'm happy to send this to whoever would like at the end. But one thing to note is that if you are participating in VEDR, then you forgo DRV and LSRV payments for the duration of the contract. So I won't go through all of them, but that's a good thing to note if you're participating in term or auto DLM with a battery. This gives an overview of that timeline that I was briefly talking through. I won't go through each date, but again, we release the RFP in November every year. This was our past procurement timeline. So just to give a good look at what might happen this November, we released in November. We expect responses by February, and then we give award notifications in March, and then sign contracts in July. If you do end up signing a contract and something happens, you're like, I can't participate anymore, you do have the option of paying an early exit fee. You would just have to let us know the November before the capability period that you want to early exit out of. In terms of when our enrollment periods happen for term and auto DLM, these happen in March every year for a start period of May. And again, our season runs through September. And I won't go through the RFP timeline again, but that's what you can expect for next year. If you are interested in participating this year and you just want to test it out this year before bidding into the RFP, then you can become a smart usage partner. It's a pretty simple process. And this wouldn't be for this year, it wouldn't be for a 3 to 5 year contract. We do our CSRP and DLRP programs on a yearly basis. So you could participate in those this year if you're really interested. But we would take your application, get some financial information, and you would have to enroll customers by April 1st for the first season. And then we do have 1 more month of enrollments for a June 1st start date. Here's some information on how you can get in touch with us. So I know I went through these slides pretty quickly. There's a lot of information for demand response, but I'm happy to answer any questions. You can also feel free to email us. And Looking forward to having you participate in demand response. And I'll pass it on to the next presenter.
Thank you, Jeriana. So in this segment of the presentation, now I'm going to talk about the best practice for interconnecting energy storage. I'm going to focus on the application phase of the battery installation. So next slide, I'm just going to show you some key components. Based on the past meeting and experience with all the different developers, when they submitted the documentation to show us what kind of system they like to build and also the hours they like to anticipate. And we over time, we do find a lot of issues, like mostly communication type of issue we had. So in this segment, and we sit down as an engineering team and we go through the whole process with different engineering groups. Looks like there's a couple areas we should be able to improve on, right? So common theme of the delay here, as you can see, describing the operating windows for charging, discharging the energy storage system. And also, if you look at the round trip efficiency, that's how efficient we are able to charge a battery for. Those information are very important for us in order for us to give you a precise window and the charge rate, right, for your system. And also looking at system auxiliary load. I know at this early stage, most of the developer may not have that detailed information, but having that rough estimate, it would be very beneficial for the engineering team here to come up how much energy you may require when you operate the battery system during charging, discharging. In addition to that, the auxiliary load to maintain your system is very crucial here, right? So we want to make sure we have a sufficient amount of energy that go to your site. And also, we're looking at some of the options. Developer may make mistake in terms of choosing the hybrid option A, B, C, and D. It's very important for us to know the option you're going to use before you actually enter the study. When you enter the design phase of your battery system, a lot of time you realize, oh wait, that I actually choose the wrong option at the front end. The study as actually would perform very differently on the engineering side in Con Ed system. So the next slide, I'm gonna slowly get into all the details here. So the first component here in Appendix K is the scope of work. That's Section 8 within Appendix K. So in this section, we're looking for the method developer like to interconnect to Con Edison's grid, right? Are you like to choose for the high tension design or the low tension design? High tension design is typically you have your battery system directly connect to the primary system of the Con Edison, typically at the 13 kV, 27 kV level. Low voltage side, that's the low tension interconnection method. So if you do want to connect to the grid directly at 12208 level or 480 level, and then we choose that option here. So the cost may varies in terms of the construction part of it. Exporting rate, that's very important because for typically whatever the system that come through our end are limited to 5 megawatt, right? So you need to let us know, like, do you want it to export at 5 megawatt or something lower than that? Battery capacity, that's a lot of time we have miscommunication in terms of getting that value from the customer. There are two type of capacity go into it. One is the capability of your battery system that is capable exporting to make financial benefit for your site, and the other one is how much power you required to fully charge a battery, right? So there's two type of capacity need to be emphasized. And round trip efficiency RTE value is very important for us. to confirm what type of capacity you're looking for. Right. The next one is the DER technology, and the nameplate information. That's that's important for us to look at the upper limit of your capacity and everything else. And also, excuse me, the detailed information on the site. Sometimes developer putting a battery system that has already solar already on the site. We like to know the pre-existing DER and also the new DER you're going to enter for the interconnection. So that way we can properly make assessment of how much energy you're going to put out for the new addition here. And recently also we identified another critical component is the system configuration. For example, if you have a battery system has 6 modules, you're able to evenly uh, uh, arrange your battery configuration there. So you can do a 50-50 split, export through the 2 different feeders. And a lot of times, because the site constraint, you can only have 5 modules. So now we're going to end up with 60 and a 40 configuration. That piece of information will be very important for us to know as well. So that way, when we study the contingency for your site, and we have sufficient amount of information to study that. The next slide, I'm gonna get into the auxiliary load. As I mentioned previously, you may not have those information, but you can give us a rough estimate, right? So that information is not focusing on the battery um, ancillary portion. The auxiliary load, typically we emphasize on this HVAC, the lighting in the site, fire alarms, and the communication equipment for SCADA, all those additional power you need for the site. And we need to take that consideration also. At the worst scenario during your import, that information will become very important in order for us to give you the right size of the cable, looking at if the upgrade is needed for your site. So that's piece of information we're definitely looking for. The next slide, I'm going to talk about operating characteristics. So this is get down to the most important part of the battery system you have, right? The charging window and the charge rate. At times, obviously you like to have sufficient amount of window and the rate to fully charge a battery. On the other hand, you need to look at the program you're anticipating, right? For example, like certain area you have 4 to 8 p.m. For discharge as a CSRP window. We talked about in a previous presentation. If you anticipating that program, make sure you put in there. Make sure your export window is aligned with the window you want to match for, right? So that way we're gonna focus on the study during the discharge window. Make sure you're getting that window for the export. It it could vary from network to network. A lot of time we have to look at the actual substation capability and also the individual feeder um, capability to give you a windows, since we have a lot of more and more DER coming online. So our feeder is getting more and more saturated. So available windows getting less and less without upgrading. So that's a very important information we're looking for. Okay, so now we're gonna move on to the next slide and talk about the hybrid configuration, A through D. As I mentioned, this is very important. At the front end, you pick the right choice for the hybrid, right? For example, if you choose hybrid option A, and that means you're telling us you're not going to charge your battery system from the grid. In case that scenario is presented, we're not going to study how much power we're going to study needed to charge a battery system. And at the end of the construction, we're going to go through a design and make sure you're not charging from Con Ed. That's a lot. If that's not your intent, you can see it's how difficult it will become towards the end when you have all the design and construction, everything's done, right? So just be mindful when you choose the option, make sure you pick the right one for your own design and site. Okay, so the next slide, I'm gonna get into a little bit about a Caesar study, right? What's all the documentation sent to county? We reviewed it, we accepted, and now your case will be progressed to Caesar study. So which means um, our engineering department, among custom engineering, regional engineering, and the distribution engineering, many engineering groups and even central engineering going to look at the station side uh, to see how we're going to interconnect your battery project. So to reduce interconnection cost for the customers, um, when requesting Con Edison, we provide N-1 service design in N-2 area, and we do allow that for the DER project only. And also, if you have multiple options for your Caesar study, you need to specify in the Appendix K. In those scenarios, we're going to add 40 business days for the Caesar timeline. Typically, Caesar timeline is at 60 days. However, if we're able to give you the option sooner, some cases are quite simple evaluation, right? Then we definitely gonna get it out sooner than 100 business days. But for multiple options, the pre-designed time frame for us to give you the multi-option study are roughly at 100 business days. Now, the next one is the construction service. That we recommend a customer, when you get into the design phase, we typically want, don't want a customer start a construction right away, right? So we as we talk about design phase, there's 30%, 60%, 90%. Typically, we don't recommend a customer to start any construction work after 60% design phase. In that particular phase, we pretty much know exactly how we're going to build and what type of equipment we're going to use, and that's the good timing for developers to go out to purchase the electrical components for the particular site. So that's our recommendation for it. That's the end of my presentation. If you have question, you can put in the chat and I'll try to answer it. And now we can move on for the next presentation, and that would go to Edward.
Yes, thank you, Libin. Hi, I'm Keegan Edward, and I'm a clean energy specialist. And today I'll be presenting to you our mobility incentive programs and support services. Next slide, please. Next. So we have one of the nation's largest programs with over $1 billion in funding across 6 incentive programs and various support services. So these 6 incentive programs are broken into 2 tiers, which is the infrastructure incentives and managed charging. On the infrastructure side, we have the Power Ready light duty program, medium heavy duty program, and the Power Ready micro mobility program. When it comes to managed charging, we have the Smart Charge New York, Smart Charge Commercial, and Smart Charge Tech. On the customer and support side, we have our advisory services that includes our charging cost calculator. Next slide, please. Next. So I'm going to dive into our first incentive infrastructure program, which is Power Ready, which provides funding to offset the customer and utility side costs of installing EV chargers for light duty vehicles on commercial property. This has a budget of $613 million, and this program ran from July 2020 to December 2025. And we do have program goals. On the L2 side, we have a total amount of over 21,000, and with the DCFC plugs, a little over 3,000. So your incentives vary based on your location. So private locations receive receive higher incentives than public locations. As per the table, private public locations can receive up to 90%, whereas non-publicly accessible sites can receive up to 50%. These these sites do have eligibility requirements where you have to receive or plan service from Con Edison with a minimum of 2 plugs for each DCFC or L2. All customer side work must be completed by an approved contractor. Also, there is a 5-year reporting that's going to be pulled quarterly from your network service provider. Charges that participate in our priority program must comply with our ISO and OCC standards, OCPP standards, sorry. Next slide, please. So this is just an illustration of what is covered with the Power Ready program, the Light Duty program. So everything under the green bar from the utility service to the panel is covered. The distinct cost, which is not covered, is the EV charger itself, which is the hardware. So you're looking at panels, conduit, trenches, soft cost as permitted and designs. These are all covered under the Power Ready Light Duty program. Next slide, please. So we're going to delve into our pilot program, which is medium heavy duty. This program encourages the development of infrastructure for medium heavy duty with a gross weight of over 10,000 pounds. The pilot program offers incentives that can offset the customer side costs for qualifying commercial sites with a total funding of $21 million. So incentives are structured based on location. As mentioned previously, non-publicly sites and publicly accessible sites both get different incentives. So with non-publicly sites, you do have a voucher requirement. And also, if you are located within or adjacent to a disadvantaged community, you do get higher incentives on the customer side costs. So you can gain up to 50% if you are in or adjacent to a disadvantaged community and you are non-publicly accessible. Below is we have listed a few vouchers that are available for if you have a non-publicly accessible site. Next slide, please. As similarly to the Power Ready Light Duty, we covered the utility side to the panel. As mentioned before, the EV charger hardware is not covered in this program. Next slide, please. Going over micromobility, this program was launched in 2023 and offers incentives to offset the cost of installing e-bike charging infrastructure. With a funding of $18 million, the program covers up to 100% of the utility side costs and 50% of the customer side costs. Eligibility is based on being a Con Ed customer, having a site that is publicly accessible or located in a disadvantaged community. Public multi-unit dwellings meeting the specific AMI requirements. Participants are also required to provide a quarterly data reporting. Next slide, please. So this slide just categorizes the micromobility chargers that are in the program. So you have docking stations where you park your e-bike and charge. And we also have battery cabinets where the batteries are removable. And these also require additional approval with permits in New York City. Next slide, please. As mentioned previously, everything under the green bar here is going to be covered by the program. So you have the utility side to wire and conduits, charger itself, as mentioned. The docking stations or battery cabinets will not be covered under this program. Next, please. So I'm going to move over to our managed charging program, which consists of Smart Charge New York. So Smart Charge New York offers incentives to EV drivers for charging off-peak to reduce the strain on the grid. So off-peak charging, drivers can receive up to 10 cents per kWh for charging all year round between 12 to 8. We do have a summer peak avoidance incentive where you can gain $35 per month for avoiding the summer peak, which is weekdays from 2 to 6. There is also a bonus of $35 for additionally for avoiding the entire summer 2 to 6 from June to September. Eligibility requirements: participants who drive EVs, who charge within the Con Edison territory, which is New York City and Westchester, must be on a standard rate and not time of use, and be compatible with the telematics of your vehicle. We have over 56 models currently in the program. If you do have any questions or do have an EV and would like to sign up, feel free to use the link to the left, which has FDNY.EV Next slide, please. Moving over to Smart Charge Commercial. Smart Charge Commercial incentivize businesses to shift EV charging to off-peak and overnight, thereby reducing the strain on the grid. This program offers predictable cash incentive revenue streams for commercial customers. Off-peak focus encourages charging between 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. with 3 cents per kWh. The additional peak avoidance varies depending on the time of year, and charging is private or public. For requirements, you have to be a Con Ed customer, also show proof of ownership or owner operating agreements for chargers, and must be on one of the eligible rates listed below. You are also required to provide 15-minute data intervals and should be in eligible stations such as public stations, workplaces, light duty, medium duty, heavy fleets, multi-housing, and industrial locations. Next slide, please. This is one of our resources, which is a charging calculator, will help you understand, and it's designed to potentially give you the best rates as how to operate in our cost relief programs and how it can benefit you. The directions for the web tool is also listed on the website. Next slide, please. This is a table which shows a calculation of how much you can earn potentially depending on your nameplate capacity of your site. If you have, let's just take the first example for 100 kW, which has 14 L2 chargers or 1 DCSC charger. If you were to reduce within the peak time, the network peak time at 50%, you would be looking at an annual payout of $2,800. If you were to avoid that 4-hour peak window for the entire year, based on your summer peak avoidance, you're looking at $5,600. And this is only estimated and not based off your overnight charging. So this doesn't include your overnight charging calculations. Next slide, please. So Smart Charge Tech. Smart Charge Tech is designed to incentivize adoption of technologies to manage EV charging loads and balance the grid. So this provides funding for software and hardware and battery storage specifically for EV charging applications. Tier 1 enrollment offers higher incentives up to 90% for load software and 60% for battery and load limiting hardware. Offers lower incentives up to 45%, which is level tier 2 for load control software, 30% for battery storage and load limiting. Eligibility and requirements as you have to receive or plan to receive service from Con Edison. Participants must be enrolled in our Smart Charge commercial or demand charge rebate program, and also sites has to be new or existing technology post order August 19th. Next slide, please. Similar to what we mentioned earlier, you will be covered for battery storage, integrated or smart panels. They are all covered under the program. Next slide. This is a table of the requirements for each technology when it comes to load management software, load management hardware, on-site energy storage, and on-site integrated EV system equipment. These are all listed and can be available at the joint utilities as well. Next slide, please. So these are our resources. So we do have an advisory services team, which can take care of any preliminary work that you have for your potential project. So next slide. We do complete a site assessment. So if you have a client and you do have a site that you're not sure about and you want some insight based on the Con Edison construction side, we are able to do a site assessment. Site assessment process is customer would submit a request with EV loads and a letter of authorization if applicable. Advisory team will perform a site assessment within 2 weeks or less. Results are shared with customers. Advisory is available to explain results and next steps. And the final slide, please. These are some resources that we provide on the slides for any questions or any applications needs to be done for any of the programs. Thank you. I'd like to pass it over to Josh.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Yeah, thanks for having me speak as part of the New York City Solar and Storage Workshop. I'll first introduce myself. My name is Josh Brown, and I'm on the operations side of non-wire solutions within Con Edison. I'm primarily focused with overseeing the operations and development of the various battery energy storage systems within our non-wire solutions portfolio. So my plan for today's presentation is to give you a flavor of what non-wire solutions is, our focus, how we incentivize and procure battery storage, with a particular look at our current portfolio of battery storage projects as well. All with the goal for developers to be more familiar with our program structure so that you have a better idea as to what we're looking for when we release future RFP opportunities. So what is a non-wire solution? Simply put, non-wire solutions is a way to decrease customer consumption or electric load on the grid for the primary purpose of deferring or eliminating the traditional utility solution. As an example, instead of either building out new infrastructure to support growing demand due to electrification, we could look to decrease demand and stress on the grid in those particular networks by implementing a portfolio of projects consisting mainly of battery storage, energy efficiency, and I like to call it the all-encompassing energy new technologies market. Thus, instead of supplying more electricity to account for growing demand, we can accomplish the same goal by reducing electric demand via energy efficiency or by installing a battery storage system which charges overnight when demand is low and can discharge during those peak demand times when needed. So here's a simplified look at our process for evaluating when we could do a non-wire solutions project. Con Edison forecasts the energy demand each year for the next 10 to 20 years across all of our networks. Through this, they identify networks that are forecasted to surpass our available capacity in the near future. Then for those identified networks, Con Edison creates a plan to build out infrastructure to ensure that those networks will have sufficient energy to meet the demand in the future. Then for those identified networks, we, the non-wire solutions team, will assess whether there are alternative solutions to either defer or eliminate that need to build out the additional infrastructure. Then we'll create a plan that will either reduce load via energy efficiency or shift loads via battery storage, or most likely both. So if we're confident that we could put together a portfolio of solutions that will either be operationally available prior to that need year of when that traditional infrastructure is needed, and that we could achieve an overall financial benefit to society, then we will go to market, so to say, with a request for a proposal. So here's a look at our full portfolio of non-wire solutions territories. I'm mainly just going to focus on our newest non-wire solutions area of Jamaica, Queens, just for time purposes. We released an RFP in 2023 to seek load relief through 2027. And we've put together a portfolio of solutions inclusive of battery storage that will eliminate equipment upgrades at the Jamaica substation. The forecasts show that the electric demand is going to exceed our capacity beginning next year in summer 2026. Thus we're actively working to procure enough energy efficiency and battery storage to meet that load growth in 2026 and subsequently in 2027. You go to the next slide. So here's a look at our battery storage projects and non-wire solutions. We have a growing portfolio of energy storage, both in development and already in operations. This past summer, we brought online 2 additional battery storage systems to aid in providing load relief during peak demand times, and we were able to utilize those batteries throughout 18 non-wire solutions events this past summer. I do want to add a note that this is no small feat to bring on battery storage online in New York City. Our newest battery storage systems are within our Newtown portfolio, which was originally contracted for during COVID and faced many procurement roadblocks and hurdles, as you can imagine. So bringing these battery storage systems online this past summer was a big celebrate success moment for us. A lot of hard work went into that. And I should mention that these are third-party developed battery storage systems. So huge congratulations to the contractors as well. Other item to mention is that we try and maintain a diverse mix in our battery storage portfolio, so to reduce our operational risk. Out of the 12 battery storage systems that are listed here, there are 6 different battery storage developers represented. The mix of our battery storage systems is predominantly front of the meter. There are a few behind the meter batteries as well. And we also have a mix of battery chemistries, with the largest majority being lithium ion, of course, but we also have a couple flow batteries too. And you can go to the next slide. So a case study on Borden Ave in our Newtown energy storage system. So as I mentioned, this is one of our newest battery storage systems to come online, and it's within our Newtown portfolio. It's a front of the meter battery located on Borden Ave in Queens. The project is contracted to provide 4.7 megawatts of load relief when called upon during a non-wire solutions event, and it will be providing load relief throughout a 10-year performance contract, with the first year being this past summer. Our contract gives Con Ed a first rights of dispatch, meaning that whenever we decide to have a call event, as long as the proper notification is given, we expect that the battery to be able to respond at its fully committed capacity of 4.7 megawatts. This also means that the battery could participate in other revenue streams, so long as they do not conflict with our first rights of dispatch contract. So the battery could receive revenue through the VDER market, the value of distributed energy resources, as well as the New York ISO wholesale market. I'll also point out that since Con Ed is a summer peaking utility, our NWS events only occur from May 1st through September 30th. So the battery is free to participate in those other markets without concern of conflicting with our non-wire solutions contract, when outside of the summer period. Other item to point out that non-wire solutions contract is structured so that our incentive is broken out into two parts. First being a installation incentive and the second being a performance incentive. So 50% of the incentive is paid out once the project is installed and operational. And the remaining 50% is paid out over a period of 10 years. And it's based on the battery's performance during NWS events over that 10-year period. The reason we provide 50% once the battery is installed and operational is that non-wire solutions operates usually under tight timelines, meaning, the purpose of non-wire solutions is to defer or eliminate the traditional solution, which is generally caused by increased load growth. So we need to make sure that the battery is operational and ready for us to use it by the need year when that forecasting load growth is going to exceed our capabilities. So we look to have our contracts reflect that same sense of urgency. And yeah, you could go to the next slide. Yeah, so here are some other components to our contract. In addition to what I already mentioned, I know we're a little tight on time, so I'll leave these here, and you could always look back on them, but I just wanted to provide them. Yeah, and I think I touched on most of these, but yeah, you could go to the next slide. So we don't yet have any open solicitations right now, but we're currently evaluating a number of territories to see if a non-wire solutions portfolio would make sense or not. We do have posted on our website our past RFPs for developers to look at to get a sense for what we're looking for when we post RFPs. RFPs will detail exactly what we're looking for and requirements for developers to submit a bid. But this presentation and the past RFPs on our website, they'll give you a good sense as to what we're looking for in a battery storage project. And if you haven't already reached out to us, please do so, only as to have us add you to our distribution email list so that you'll be notified of any upcoming RFPs. I also encourage any developers that want to learn more to reach out to us for an introductory meeting. It's really helpful on our end as well, just to have a better understanding of the marketplace, as we are always looking to ways to bring new technologies to market or to expand on an existing marketplace. So I encourage you to reach out and respond to any future RFPs that we put out in the future. And I think that's about it, but you can go to the next slide. Yeah, so that's the last slide. Again, please reach out to us, and if at minimum, just to send us your name and contact info, just so we could add it to our distribution email list. And up next, we have Constantine and Brittany from Con Ed's Ombudsman's group to give interconnection updates and policy updates. But thank you.
Great. Thanks for the transition, Josh. I know we're running right up on schedule, but Constantine and I are going to be fast. A lot of you have met us through the past 6 months that we've been over joining the DG team. But between me and Constantine, we've taken over as the DG Ombuds for Con Ed. So I've been with the company for 12 years, mainly focused on the electric operations side of house in the field and part of our regional engineering teams. Moving forward in this role, I will really be focusing on some of the policy initiatives that we have. And I'll give it to Constantine right now just to give his background.
Morning, everyone. Yep, thanks, Brittany. Constantine Spanos here. I've been kind of closer to this role, coming initially about 9 years now at the company, 2016. Originally in research and development, so focus on emerging tech, and then in distribution engineering, doing the interconnection work. So my focus is going to be mostly on the interconnection operations and tech side of the DG team. So yeah, so we're basically, between Brittany and I, the focus is going to be on improving the interconnection process and facilitating new tech adoptions with our industry partners and our customers.
Yeah, so overall, our team really is made up of 8 core staff members that are going to help oversee this interconnection process, right from application, from pre-app engagement to PTO and coming online and actually operating with us. So we really are spanning both the policy side and the technical side, as Constantine said. I think Jim gave some of these updates when he opened, but in our system and the CUNY Con Edison part of our system, we have over 1 gigawatt of DG installed. We hit that milestone in about September of last year, which equates to over 700 megawatts of solar installation and just shy of 100 megawatts of battery storage. So, we'll paint a little bit more of that picture of the growth that we've seen.
Yeah, and in order to kind of continue facilitating that growth, at the same time, we're trying to unveil new technologies intentionally for some of the harder to connect to parts of the system. So the network system being one of the more challenging and expensive parts of the system. So through new interconnection designs, as well as and protection systems that we're planning and working on with NYSERDA. And at the same time, we're continuously improving our internal processes and platforms. So a lot of handoffs between the teams. We're trying to increase interactions with the customer, making sure, as Libin sort of said initially during his presentation, that we have the right sort of design up front so that we can get results quicker and more correctly to the customer the first time around. We can go to the next slide. So just a brief overview of this, and as Brittany and Jim mentioned, we're excited to share that we hit another milestone. We officially hit this 1 gigawatt of interconnected DG last year in 2024. We're currently at 1.1 gigawatts, so we have approximately 79,000 almost projects online. So the growth's been really, really strong. This is, 1.1 gigawatts. We had 606 megawatts back in 2020, so about 100 megawatts a year, and over 10,000 new projects every year. So we're seeing this trend just continue, and that's of course due to just declining technology costs, state strong incentives for solar and storage. So we expect this momentum to continue into 2025. We can go into the next slide. Just technology specific, really very high overview. PV this is current day. PV is 680 megawatts, close to 700. The battery storage systems that we've installed really has seen the most remarkable growth. So as Jim mentioned, it's 90 megawatts. Really, it's over double of last year's figure. We know those incentive programs are a real driver for this. There's going to continue. We're also seeing new and incentive programs through NYSERDA under the New York Sun program for community solar, et cetera. So really, with all of that, these initiatives are just going to reinforce the growth for solar and storage and other DG in the state and in Con Edison. So we expect that to continue. We'll go to the next slide.
So really what we've talked about is what is our team's vision. So our vision is really to work with all of our internal and external stakeholders to improve the interconnection experience for everyone trying to come online within Con Edison service territory. So the way that we've been trying to look at this are as different categories of vision and items that we can really work on to implement. So some of the lower complexity items that we've been really focusing our efforts on involve a lot of our hosting capacity map enhancements. So how we get, again, more of that information up front. And we'll have Catherine from our team presenting on hosting capacity later today. And one of the other pieces of this is, of course, our focus on cost. Right? So really analyzing our utility upgrade cost trends, what we've been seeing, and different ways to reduce those financial barriers to projects. And part of that really transitions to this medium complexity items, which are piloting new interconnection technologies. So what does that mean? What are the different engineering standards that we can help pilot, different kinds of equipment that are going to make sense for the developers to allow for greater interconnection to our system. Part of this is also streamlining material mods. So we've had, there's a lot of material mods coming through the systems, how we were handling that, maybe email chains, things like that. So how do we streamline those processes so that way as a customer, you have a better experience interacting with, all of your project managers, engineering, and the DG team. And that's, again, we've talked about it, Libin talked about it. What can we really do to focus on mitigating some of the engineering roadblocks, so that way that process becomes as streamless and interactive, and really beneficial to you all as you go through this. And some of the higher complexity items that we're looking towards, really our overall vision is, how do we increase some of our automations? How do we, whether it's a manual review task that we can potentially find the technology to automate, to, even just additional tools that we can utilize to perform some of our studies. So those are things that we're exploring, of course, in-house, working with outside industries to figure out the best ways to do that. And part of this also becomes enabling flexible interconnection, really defining flexible interconnection, what that means, what are the different technology options we currently have, what are some of the tech that is being developed. Constantine mentioned a pilot demo that we're doing with NYSERDA to start to enable some of these technologies. So, how do we best implement that into our systems for the long run for a better interconnection experience? And one of the other things that we have been thinking about is reforming some of the queue management. How do we, jobs that are inactive, that are sitting in queue, what is the best way to handle those that also, can potentially be roadblocks to other projects that are going to be coming online, that are real and maybe can move that progress forward, but something in queue that's been sitting idle, that's gone through a study, could be putting maybe undue financial aspects on a project down the line because of that, project's inactivity. So coming up with some kind of measure that both for the utility and for the industry makes the most sense. So those are some of the items that we've really been thinking about, working on as we kind of chart out the future of the DG interconnection process and how we really improve it with all of the developers here on this call. So those are some of our items we're focused on. Of course, there will be others as they come up, but we wanted to at least give those highlights of some of the things we've really been considering. So I will pass it, I think, back to Lori. I know we're a little bit over, so.
Before you do, I guess just consider us as a conduit. Brittany and myself are always open to, we're working between the teams, across all the teams at Con Ed and at the state level. So really, as a conduit to help with your interconnection project, if you're new or if you have an existing project, or are interested in sort of more of the policy kind of direction at the state, we're always available. Thank you.
Yes, thank you all.
Well, thank you to the entire Con Edison team. And I want to assure everybody on that these presentations and this recording will be up on the New York Solar Map. So if you missed anything, or if you want more details, it'll be there. Keep those questions coming. We see a lot in the chat. Again, if we don't have time to get to them, and we are running a little bit late, they will be answered and posted on the New York Solar Map. We now like to turn this portion over to energy storage, updates on incentives, permitting, and codes. We have a diverse team here with Con Edison, FDNY, the New York City Department of Buildings, and NYSERDA. And we are going to start off with Mike Talley, the section manager for energy storage at Con Edison. Michael, thank you for joining us.
Thanks so much. Happy to be here. Hey, everybody. I know I've met a number of you on the call. For those I haven't met, my name is Mike Talley. I'm the section manager for the utility dispatch rights team at Con Ed. So my team runs competitive procurements and solicitations for third-party built, owned, and operated energy storage systems connected to both the transmission and the distribution grid in Con Edison service territory. We are currently in the midst of our fourth procurement, so we're really excited. Thank you to everybody on the call who's bid in projects. We've been reviewing those, and lots of great projects, a lot of great content, and for the developers, EPCs, real estate owners, folks that haven't heard of this program or haven't bid in, I'm going to give you an overview and a deep dive into sort of how the program is structured, what its targets are, and kind of answer any questions as best I can. So obviously New York State has some really lofty goals for the deployment of energy storage. For the bulk procurement, you'll hear me say, bulk solicitation, bulk procurement, utility dispatch rights, or UDR, RFP. All of that is in reference to the program that was established by the Public Service Commission in 2018 in their original storage order. What this order did was allow for the utilities of New York State to run competitive solicitations for energy storage projects connected on both the transmission and the distribution grid. These assets are primarily market facing or providing an avenue for developers to develop marketplace storage and then contract over the lifetime of the asset with the utilities. There have been, as I mentioned, 4. Currently, we're in our 4th procurement. And so previously, the storage order and the roadmap called for 3,000 megawatts or 3 gigawatts of storage by 2030. In 2022, Governor Hochul obviously upped that to 6,000 megawatts or 6 gigawatts. Not a majority, roughly 30% of that located in Con Edison service territory. So, Zone J in Westchester. This past summer in 2024, the Public Service Commission released their updated storage order 2.0, which sort of codified the 6,000 megawatt goal. And it did a few things for the UDR and bulk program, primarily extended the window from 2028 project deadline out to 2030. Next slide, please. So, most of the folks on this call are going to be familiar with this sort of breakdown. Again, the June 2024 storage order 2.0, I think really reaffirmed the state commitment to energy storage deployment. It mapped out a number of different mechanisms, either for extension or for creation and consideration. Some of the NYSERDA programs for residential and retail, bulk programs, obviously the UDR program, but the NYSERDA ISC index storage credit. And so on the right-hand side of the screen, you can kind of see what we're concerned with here at Con Edison, right? The 35% of bulk in zones G through K, 30% in zone J by 2030, the targeting of the DAC communities, right? And some of the longer duration storage targets that we have. Next slide. So there's been a lot of talk about some of the different programs that Con Edison runs and some of the different processes. And so I just wanted to sort of level set on what UDR's primary focus is, right? UDR is here to provide an avenue for the utilities to help and partner with developers to deploy marketplace energy storage on both the T&D system, right? And what this does is this allows us to do different things with these assets as they get developed and as the landscape changes. To date, we've really targeted or tried to target the developers who have provided feedback throughout many of our sessions and some of the iterations that we've gone through to really hone in on the value that we're bringing to these different systems and how to think about where UDR fits in sort of this suite of options and programs that Con Edison runs in order to target really specific things. Again, these are not meant to be used necessarily as reliability assets, right? These are looking to participate in markets, both in the ISO and the wholesale markets, and then on the distribution grid. They're meant to give revenue certainty to developers to help them finance projects. So take a little bit of that financing risk off of the table, deliver, programmatic revenues for ratepayers and customers in New York City, and then, allow Con Edison to help further this market and really continue to push forward towards the state goals. Next slide, please. And so as of this week, we at Con Edison are really excited about UDR. As of this week, we've got 165 megawatts presently under contract on both the transmission and the distribution system. again, we've met with a number of the developers that have participated in past procurements or were looking to participate in the fourth procurement, and sort of heard some of the pain points and the friction points with the process and the development market in general. A lot has changed since we ran our last procurement in 2022 and 2023. We do plan to issue these on a more regular timeline, to try to better align with some of the different market flows and studies, the cluster study at the New York ISO, expedited delivery studies, and things like that. And really want to continue to provide opportunities for Con Ed and the city and state to address electrification and then continue to expand the program. For those that aren't familiar with sort of how the mechanics of this program works, Con Edison will issue a competitive solicitation, which we released in our last one in December. We're really looking for mature projects. We're looking for projects on the transmission system that have accepted cost allocation through a cluster study, that have begun the interconnection process with Con Edison, that are fairly mature in site selection and the permitting process. They're on the FDNY approved vendor list. There are a lot of administrative hurdles to get through, and we want to make sure that when we contract with a project that there's a pathway to COD and to everybody seeing the value of this project on the grid. If a project, can you go back one slide? Sorry. If a project makes it through our RFP process, Con Edison will enter into a 15-year contract for that asset where we get the rights to schedule and dispatch the asset. The developer will build, own, and maintain and operate the physical site. In exchange for that, they get a guaranteed payment stream for 15 years. And there are a couple of different ways that we could structure those payments. They would then sign over the financial rights to that project. So Con Edison and the ratepayers would then be able to realize all the revenues from the New York ISO and the wholesale market, and then up to that contract cost. And really, we see this as a way for everybody to win. It's one of those, in my opinion, rare opportunities that provides value for the developers, for Con Edison, for the ratepayers, and for the city. Next slide. So as I mentioned, we're currently in the midst of phase one. We should be releasing our preliminary phase one results next week to those of you that have graciously provided bids to us. Some of the sort of highlights of the procurement are these projects must be connected in CUNY or O&R territory. They must be operational, achieve COD no later than December 31st, 2030. This is a regulatory requirement. This was laid out in the order. This is not a timeline that Con Ed can adjust. This is what the PSC allotted for our timetable, and we can have a maximum contract length of up to 15 years. We could go shorter if that's interesting to the developers, but I think more folks appreciate the extended timeline out to 15 years. Some of the major changes that we've made for this procurement, and we will continue to innovate on in the future, are the opportunity for portfolios of distribution connected projects to bid into the procurement. So, previously it was bulk solicitation 5 megawatt and above, because the SIR is a state process and sets their cap at 5 megawatts. We had heard from developers that they wanted more opportunity for that maybe 2 to 5 megawatt project range. So we're allowing portfolios in aggregate of over 5 megawatts, with each individual project size being at least 2 megawatts for the first time. We've worked with our planning teams to really hone in on the preferred locations with specific networks and deliverability dates based on a lot of the planning that's been going on. And we've also allowed developers for the first time to propose potentially N-1 reliability standard projects. As you can see on the timeline, we expect to be done and complete with our phase 2 awards by middle of the year. We're targeting end of July for that. And then we are trying to think through with some of the timeline and scheduling challenges with sort of some of the NYSO processes when we would release UDR5, but it will likely be either at the end of this year or early in Q1 to continue to give predictability to the market and continue to run these procurements on a more regular basis. For contact information, right, the bulk storage RFP at coned.com is your primary point of contact for questions or outreach, anything that you are thinking about, suggestions, comments, clarification. I'll also point you to the Con Ed RFP website, where all of our documents are posted from previous solicitations and the current solicitation. And then always keep an eye on the DPS docket for additional filings, updates, any amendments to the implementation plan or timeline. And with that, if there are no questions, I'm going to turn it over to Yash Patel from the FDNY.
Thank you for that transition, Michael. Hey, everyone. Just a little background. I'm an assistant chemical engineer for the fire department of New York City, and I'm part of the sustainability unit that is tasked with reviewing energy storage equipment approval and the site's specific installation of the energy storage equipment. So this presentation is a detailed overview of, go back one slide, sorry. This presentation is a detailed overview of the energy storage system approval process from FDNY's side. And the documentation that this presentation is based on will be posted on the FDNY website soon, and it will also be provided to CUNY for distribution to all the attendees. Next slide. To start the process for your equipment or installation to be approved, you first need to familiarize yourself with the following codes and rules that govern energy storage systems. The first being the Fire Code 2022, Section 608, which provides a comprehensive set of regulations specifically tailored for stationary energy storage systems, addressing both indoor and outdoor setups to mitigate fire hazards and ensure public safety in densely populated areas. Next is NFPA 855, as modified by the Fire Code 2022 Appendix B. It is a nationally adopted standard to New York stringent requirements, offering detailed guidance on ESS design, installation, and operation to prevent incidents like thermal runaway or electrical faults. Last is FDNY Rule 3RCNY Section 608-01, which focuses exclusively on outdoor stationary battery systems and establishing additional safety protocols such as spacing, access, and fire suppression requirements to protect communities and first responders. Next slide. So 3 steps in the approval process. The first being the energy storage product review and certificate of approval. This is the foundational step where the FDNY evaluates the ESS product itself, its design, materials, and safety features to confirm that it meets rigorous standards before it can be used in New York City. The second step is the ESS plan review and installation approval, which focuses on the site-specific installation plans, ensuring that the proposed setup complies with local codes, zones, and safety considerations unique to each installation. The third step is the inspection and operating permit, which involves a hands-on inspection of the installed system to verify that everything is installed properly and that it can operate legally within the city. Next slide, please. This section dives into the certificate of approval process, a mandatory product level certification that serves to ensure every energy storage system down to its components and safety mechanisms has been thoroughly vetted to protect residents, businesses, and emergency personnel from potential hazards. Next slide. So this is a little background. all ESS, whether for stationary installations or mobile applications, must obtain a COA from the Fire Department of New York City. Applications must be submitted via the TM2 form through the FDNY business portal. Systems that are less than 2 kilowatt hours are exempt from the COA. Next slide, please. So when submitting the TM2 form, there's a lot of documentation that needs to be provided. First, applicants must provide complete reports done by a nationally recognized testing lab called NERDL, and should provide the following certificates or listings: UL 1741, UL 1973, and the UL 9540. Along with that, we require the full-scale testing report per UL 9540A, which addresses the thermal runaway fire propagation and is a critical test that stimulates extreme conditions to ensure that the system won't escalate into larger fire hazard with detailed recordings per the standards requirements. And then we also require a hazard mitigation analysis, which needs to be done by a New York State licensed registered professional, which can be a registered architect or professional engineer. And in that report, they would identify potential risks and the recommendations for specific measures to reduce those risks. Next slide, please. We would also require specific documentation from the manufacturer, such as the installation manual, operation manuals, the safety data sheets, the emergency response plan or emergency management plan. We would need to know the maximum capacity of each unit. Another thing that's very important is that we need clear notation specifying where this product is approved to be installed, whether it's outdoor, indoor, or rooftop installation. We also need a detailed explanation of the ESS's remote monitoring compatibilities, and if it has a dedicated remote monitoring facility. And we also need to know what the use case for that ESS is, whether it be grid support, building power, energy backup, or UPS. Next slide, please. So when an applicant submits a TM2 to us, there are 3 possible outcomes. The first, if the ESS meets all safety regulatory criteria, the FDNY issues a certificate of approval, signaling that the product is clear for use in New York City and can move forward to the installation phase. Or a letter of deficiency is issued if the application lacks significant detail or has correctable issues, giving the applicant an opportunity to submit additional information or revise the product to meet standards. And the final outcome is the letter of denial. This outcome happens if the ESS is deemed inherently unsafe or incapable of meeting New York City's strict requirements, effectively barring it from use unless significant design changes are made and resubmitted. So the next step in the process is the energy storage plan review and the installation approval. So every ESS installation requires approval from FDNY and or DOB, depending on its energy capacity. A valid COA from FDNY is a non-negotiable prerequisite for all ESS units. A DOB construction permit is required for every stationary energy storage installation, regardless of size, to confirm compliance with building codes, structural integrity, and zoning laws. For indoor systems, the aggregate rated energy capacity per control area must not exceed limits outlined in FC 608.9.1.1. with the design and number of control areas governed by FC Table 5003.8.3.3. So FC tables, I'll go back one slide, sorry. So FC Table 608.9.1.1 dictates how much energy capacity you can have based on the battery chemistry per control area. And FC Table 5003.8.3.3 dictates how many control areas you can have based on the location within the building. So for in-store installation, to figure out how much energy capacity you're allowed to have, you would be figure out where in the building you want to put it, and then based on where you put in the building, you would use table 5003.8.3.3 to figure out how many control areas you're allowed on that floor, and then multiply it with the capacity that's allowed in table 608.9.1.1. Next slide, please. So indoor installations are approved entirely by DOB following their established protocols, and NFPA 15 systems require indoor NFPA 15 systems would also require DOB approval. Outdoor installations that are small and medium, as defined by Table 1 of the FDNY Rule 3RCNY 608-01, are submitted to DOB for review if they have a COA. They're not reviewed by FDNY. The only applications that are reviewed by FDNY are large outdoor installations, and they're also reviewed by DOB as well. Next slide, please. So there's multiple filings that need to be done, made to FDNY. So the first one is the mechanical installation of the ESS, the fire alarm system tied to the ESS, and the NFPA 15 system that is for outdoor only. Depending on the site and equipment, additional plans may be required, such as those for non-water-based fire extinguishing systems, fire apparatus access, rooftop access variants, fire hydrant locations, or if there's a new hydrant being put in, and yeah, okay. And next slide. So for TM1 for installation approval, there's a lot of documents that are required. The first one being plans and drawings signed and sealed by a New York State registered design professional that clearly depicts the location of the ESS. We require additional drawings like the 100-foot and 200-foot radius. In that 100-foot and 200-foot radius plan, we require all the structures and exposures defined in the 3RCNY 608-01 to be labeled. We also want any of the fire alarm plans, the NFPA 15 system plans. We also need a narrative or scope of work, which includes the site photos and provides a holistic view of the project's content and intent. We also want installation, operation, and maintenance manuals and technical documentation, commissioning and decommissioning plan, and an emergency management plan. Also, a major thing for us for installation approval is a site-specific hazard mitigation analysis that is done by a New York State registered design professional, which identifies if there's any location-specific risks and if there needs to be any kind of mitigation strategies that need to be taken. Next slide, please. Also, when submitting the application, we want to know who will be the certificate fitness holder, the subject matter expert, and the remote monitoring facility that is getting all the data from the BMS. And if if needed, we also need information on the fencing to make sure that it's in compliance with New York City noise regulations. Next slide, please. So for the TM1 approval process, installation approval process, there's 3 outcomes. First one being a conditional letter of acceptance, which is issued if the installation plans meet all the requirements, allowing the project to proceed with specific conditions that must be met during implementation. Or a letter of deficiency is sent if the plans are incomplete or have fixable issues, providing a clear list of additional information or corrections that need to be made to achieve approval. And then finally, a letter of denial, which results if the site is deemed unsafe or fundamentally unable to comply with NYC standards, stopping the project unless significant changes are made and resubmitted. Next slide, please. So for the TM1 for the fire alarm applications linked to the ESS must be submitted to the fire department fire alarm plan examination unit. That unit is specialized in ensuring that these critical safety systems function reliably. So for the required documentation that needs to be submitted with that TM1 form would be the type of protection that is being provided. For example, smoke detection or IR cameras. What are the initiating devices? Like the detectors, pull stations, the energy storage capacity of the installation, TM1 form completed by a New York State professional, the certificate of approval for the ESS equipment, or the conditional letter of acceptance for the installation, and specific sheets for the devices and panels that are being installed. Next slide, please. They also need the mechanical approval for non-water based or water spray suppression systems if those are tied into the fire alarm system. And also, if the sites are not under DOB jurisdiction, they would require a letter of no objection from the authority having jurisdiction or equivalent to confirm that the site's use and occupancy are permissible. The fire alarm plans must also include descriptive contact IDs identifying ESS coverage for central station monitoring stations. Also, please note that outdoor devices would require that the manufacturing listings allow them to be installed for outdoor use. Otherwise, they will not be accepted. Next slide, please. Once the plans are approved for fire alarm, you would need to request a project authorization to begin work. That 8-digit record ID is used later on when it comes to scheduling the inspection. So it's very important to hold on to that. Also note that the installation must be fully completed and tested, pre-tested before the inspection to avoid violation delays and additional costs. Failure to do so might risk rejection and rescheduling. Next slide, please. So for the next critical TM1 that's required for outdoor installations is the NFPA 15 suppression system. So for the NFPA 15 suppression system, it should be designed such that 0.5 gallons per minute per square foot is provided across the entire ESS surface to ensure that it effectively combats potential fires. The system must be zoned to limit water flow to 1,000 gallons per minute per zone, optimizing fire suppression while conserving water resources and preventing overload during an emergency. And similarly for the other TM1 forms, you should submit a TM1 application with the application type as engineering application and submit all relevant documentation to FDNY for review. Next slide, please. Similarly, as the other TN1 applications, you would have 3 different outcomes. The first one being a conditional letter of acceptance. That's if the suppression plans are deemed acceptable, allowing the installation to move forward with any specific conditions to be addressed during implementation. A letter of deficiency, if the plans lack necessary detail and have correctable flaws, outlining what needs to be corrected in order for it to be approved. Last is the letter of denial that is issued if the site or system is considered unsafe or incapable of meeting NYC's requirements. Then the final step of the approval process is the ESS installation, inspection, and operating permit. Next slide. So for all installations exceeding 20 kilowatt hours, operating permit is required. In order to obtain that operating permit, you need to schedule a final emergency shutdown test and permit inspection from the FDNY's bulk safety unit. That's BFSU. Before this final step, before you request the final permit and emergency shutdown test, you need to make sure that all the fire alarms, emergency alarms, detection systems, and the suppression systems are tested and approved by the other FDNY inspection units. Permits are not required for systems that have an aggregate capacity of 20 kilowatt hours or less, and also residential systems in R3 occupancies, which are 1 and 2 family houses, which don't require a permit. Next slide, please. So for fire alarm inspection, the initial request needs to be submitted in person at FDNY headquarters, which is located at 9 Metro Tech Center, Brooklyn, New York, at the Flatbush Avenue entrance, from Tuesdays and Thursdays from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. You need to submit required documentation such as the B45 form, the A433C form, project authorization number, which you requested earlier, and the approved plans from when you submitted the TN1 application. So after all that is submitted, the applicant will receive an email confirmation with the scheduled inspection date and time, and all relevant contractors must be on site to demonstrate the system's functionality during the inspection. Next slide, please. So there are 3 outcomes that can happen when the inspection is done. A letter of approval is issued when the fire alarm system is installed per all the applicable codes and operates without defects, making a successful completion of the inspection phase. A notice of defect is provided if any issues are identified during the inspection requiring corrections. Depending on the severity, this may necessitate a retest or amended plan submitted to the fire alarm plan examination unit, with minor defects potentially being eligible for professional certification. Next slide, please. For retests, after addressing defects, the applicant must submit a request through FDNY Business Portal under Begin Application Request, Public Request, and Public Request for Inspection. For any questions and concerns with the process, please contact FDNY Business Support with attention FAIU and the subject line to reach the fire alarm inspection unit directly. So for the NFPA 15 systems, first you need to pre-schedule. So similarly for the fire alarm systems, you would need to get a project authorization and provide that number. And then you would schedule an inspection by emailing the range hood unit, attaching the FDNY approved plans and a complete B45 inspection request form, a proposed date, and confirm of availability with the range hood unit for suppression system inspections. Next slide, please. Then you would go online to schedule the inspection, and then you would follow the process that's listed. Next slide, please. So when it comes to the actual inspection, you need to ensure that the contact listed on the B45 form and the inspection request is present on site, along with key documentation like the S12 or the S15 certificate of fitness, and an affidavit for the manufacturer confirming that the nozzles is capable of outdoor use. Please note that the NFPA 15 suppression systems are only done when there's non-freezing temperatures. Otherwise, you would need to reschedule during another time. And those tests can take up to 3 hours. Okay. If the system passes inspection, a letter of approval is issued within 3 business days to the applicant on record. Also accessible via the contractor's NYC account using the record ID from the project authorization. If defects are found, a letter of defect is emailed with a detailed list of issues to fix depending on the problem. Retesting, reinspection, or an amended plan submitted to to Tech Management Unit may be required to achieve approval. Next slide, please. For non-water-based fire suppression systems, inspections such as gas or foam-based systems, those would follow the same procedures listed above. And unlike water-based fire suppression systems, these inspections can be conducted all year round. Next slide, please. So once all those inspections for the fire alarm and the suppression systems are done, then you could request a final inspection from the BFSU unit. So when it comes to that, you can request a pre-commissioning inspection, and then you could request a final commissioning inspection, which includes the final emergency shutdown test and the issuance of the permit and the letter of approval. So when you're requesting those inspections, you need to submit an ESS commissioning plan, emergency management plan, and also schedule familiarization drills with the local fire company. That can be done by reaching out to the email provided, hazmat.emergingtech@fdny.nyc.gov, and they will help you schedule those familiarization drills. Next slide, please. So in the optional pre-commissioning inspection conducted by BFSU, that pre-commissioning inspection allows for early feedback on the compliance before full operation. So BFSU meets with the owner or the representative, the B28 COF holder, and the subject matter expert to review documentation and the test requirements outlined in the technology management unit's letter of acceptance, fire code, fire rule, and NFPA standards, ensuring that all parties are aligned. Next slide, please. So for the commissioning inspection, The commissioning inspection is performed by the BFSU under fire alarm unit, and it's performed by the BFSU after the fire alarm inspection unit and the range hood unit approvals. So as part of the commissioning inspection, they would do a final emergency shutdown test, and to test all the alarms, detectors, and signals, and the transmissions of those signals to the remote monitoring facility or the central station. And then during that test, BFSU requires that the owner or the representative is present, the B28 COF holder, the subject matter expert, the remote monitoring rep, the S97 or S98 COF fire alarm technician is present. And then after everything has been successfully been done, BFSU will issue a letter of approval and an operating permit, marking that the ESS is fully operational. Next slide. So during the inspection, there's a whole bunch of documentation that needs to be provided by the owner. So that would be the DOB work permit, approved as-built plans, remote monitoring facility details, COA, any FDNY or DOB variances that are issued, posted signage, decommissioning and maintenance manuals, the site-specific emergency management plan. Next slide, please. So as also part of the permit process, there was an annual permit inspection. So BFSU would conduct an annual permit inspection on or before the permit's expiration, repeating commissioning tests to verify ongoing compliance and safety and performance of the BSS and its safety systems. Another thing to note is that inspections by BFSU may occur to monitor long-term performance and maintenance records before the annual permit inspection. If you have any questions regarding the process, you may contact BFSU at bfsu@fdny.nyc.gov or email FDNY Business Support. Next slide, please. So when it comes to the final inspection, there's 3 possible outcomes. Like mentioned previously, if everything and all the tests are successful, a letter of approval will be issued and a site-specific permit will be issued that's valid for 1 year. 2, if the inspection fails due to administrative issues, a violation order will be issued, and a lot of those can be resolved by emailing BFSU. If there is a mechanical or equipment issue, another violation order will be issued, and those will require a reinspection, and they would have to go through the same scheduling process as before. And thank you. That was it. And I'd like to hand it off to Alan Price and Stephen Hong from DOB.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you for the great presentation did by the ConEd and our colleagues from FDNY. I learned a lot from this process. Yes, hi, let me introduce myself. My name is Stephen Hong. I'm a New York State Register Architect, currently serving as the Deputy Director of Office of Alternative Energy. I'm working under Director Mr. Alan Price. Mr. Price, he's also, he's the director of OTCR, also known as Office of Technical Certification and Research. He's very experienced engineer, and very knowledgeable. I'm pretty sure a lot of us are familiar with him, because any new material, new technology that's not codified, they need to go to OTCR for evaluation and make sure that the safe installation is, there will be safety criteria in place to ensure the safe installation of those technology and material. Okay, so today we like to discuss about the stationary energy storage systems, the filing requirement with the Department of Buildings, and Mr. Price will talk about the upcoming policies for energy storage systems. Without further ado, let's get started. Next slide, please. So with the, besides the FDNY procedure for the ESS, all the ESS needs to be filed for DOB for construction, right? So there are two processes in the DOB that each ESS must file. So one is the DOB Now application for construction, so which involves in plan examination approval, and then permitting, and then you can go ahead with the construction, the installation, and then once the work is completed, you get it inspected, and then a sign off. In the same time, all ESS application you need to file for OTCR site-specific review. So basically, which includes ESS evaluation, and once it satisfy all the safety criteria and requirement, we will issue a conditional approval, and then once the installation completed with the certification by the registered design professional, we will issue final acceptance letter. With that, that's you're qualified to sign the project off. Next slide, please. So for DOB Now application, right? As of October of 2023, right, we established a new subcategory to aim to centralize all the energy storage equipment filings. So because before they were filed individually with the borough, and borough might not, the feedback we got from the industry was, sometimes the borough didn't really know, not very familiar with this type of project. So in order to facilitate, as of 2023, we centralized the ESS, all the ESS applications to one unit, which is the Central Plan Examination Unit, also known as the hub. And all the ESS applications, right, they will file under a GC work type under the subcategory of EESE. Next, please. And then in the same time, like all the ESS projects, they have to file through OTCR. So the correct application is an OTCR2 application. The requirements, they're posted on the Office of Alternative Energy website, and this is the the website address. And then the processes are as what I introduced in the previous 2 slides, right? You have the evaluation, conditional approval, a certification by the RDP, and then the final acceptance by us. Next, please. In terms of ESS evaluation, the submittal requirements, they're also in that website that I just mentioned. The required submittal included OTCR2 application with the $600 process fee made to the Department of Buildings, OTCR application checklist spreadsheet. So that is something, it's an Excel spreadsheet that you can download from the website. You have to have every ESS has to be listed, and then it has to be full scale tested, right? And then you must obtain each one of the product you're using has to have FDNY certificate of approval. And then there's a battery plan set, right? It's basically a set of plan that we look at for the battery. So the battery is supposed to be laid out accordingly. It's much easier for us to identify the requirements and give our determination. And whatever that is, the requirements that's going to be on the battery plan set is also highlighted in the checklist. We need FDNY letter of conditional acceptance for the large systems. So like so far the large outdoor over 250 kilowatt hour needs FDNY's approval, installation approval. And once they approve, they will issue a letter of conditional acceptance, and that is what we need. And the commissioning plans. Commissioning plans as required for the FD1 code and rule. So far, and median system and above will require commissioning plan. So this is just a screenshot of what the OTCR batteries application checklist looks like. So there are 4 tabs. There's some information the applicants needs to be filled in, but a lot of them they're just information. What the submittal needs to like what type of documents you need to submit and what information we're looking for in the evaluation. Next, please. In terms of ESS listing, the most common one for lithium-ion ESS that's submitted is the listing to UL 9540. It has to be from second edition, which is established after April 15, 2022. Next, please. And you will also require the full-scale testing of the ESS, which we take the UL 9540A, fourth edition. Next, please. And then things we're looking for in the battery plan set, right? Like I said, this is highlighted in the OTCR battery checklist and the spreadsheet, right? So we're looking for, because in the past, right, people submitted multiple sets, right? So they have a structural set for the slab, the concrete pad, the the energy system sit on, or the downage. And then they have a mechanical set, and then they have the GC set. You know, it was just too much for us to look for the complete design of the ESS. So right now for OTCR evaluation, we're looking for things to be laid out in accordance with the in accordance with the requirement for the battery plant set, which include design layout, right? We care a lot about the distances to the exposures, which means distances to the lot line, to the egress of the building, to the adjacent occupancy, the windows, things like that. Security feature, right? Like fencing, impact protections, how you protect the system from vehicles. Manufacturer's specification, which also include product dimensions and picture. A general note box provides the description of the system, certification by the registered design professional of record. So the certifications, including the registered design professional, they need to certify the design complies with all the rules and regulations and the national standard, and also they're designed in accordance with the listing, UL listing requirements, and also all the test data, showing the potential hazard, they're successfully remediated through their design. You need call outs for the horizontal and vertical assemblies. So for example, if they're installed on a roof, we want to know the assembly of the roof, and also anything like all the wall assemblies, to make sure that the adequate fire ratings are in place. We need to know all the signage locations. We need to know the locations of the ventilation and the exhaust devices. Right? Application numbers. So please note that we're only asking for application numbers, right? We're not asking for approval of the fire protection systems filing. So which means the outdoor sprinkler systems and also the fire alarm, they have to be filed. Any donnages and structural support, they have to be in that drawing as well. Next, please. So this is just an example of the battery plant set. As you can see, the plan, kind of showing the layout, and then the separation distances to the lot line or to other exposures are indicated. You have the note box describing the system. You have the certification by the RDP, and also specification of the product with the picture of the ESS you're using. Next, please. And also the signages. There are multiple signages per national standard and FDNY code, which means we need to have they need to be clearly indicated in the plan. Next, please. So the two plan I just showed, they're also in the website, showing as an example. So when you submit something, this is something. When you submit a plan to the OTCR, this is something you can refer to. So once we evaluated the submittal of the ESS, upon satisfaction, the OTCR will issue a conditional acceptance letter, which, it's a conditional acceptance letter, which means like you will have conditions that you must achieve prior to the project sign off. And then the documents, the conditional acceptance letter, has to be recorded in the DOB now. So I know right now all the new project that's filed, that the required document does reflect the conditional acceptance letter. But some of the older projects, please make sure contact your borough DOBIT, make sure that conditional acceptance letter is reflected in the DOB now. That should be a required item prior to required to the plan approval. Next, please. And once the project is successfully installed and commissioned, right, the registered design professional will request a final acceptance from the OTCR, OAE, and then before we process the application, right, we need a registered design professional to provide a final certification that the work complies with every condition of the OTCR conditional acceptance letter, also the conditions of the FDNY, certificate of approval, their letter of conditional acceptance, right? And then for medium and large systems, we also require a commissioner report. Next, please. And then upon satisfaction, OTCR will issue a condition of a final acceptance letter, right? And then the documents is very important. It's need to be recorded in DOB Now portal. So make sure, like before we issue the letter, please make sure that in DOB Now there is a required document for final acceptance letter prior to sign off that is in place. Next, please. So the two parallel process is like basically, even though they're parallel, there are few things that you need to pay attention to. One is the conditional approval needs to come in before the plan examination approval. So you need to get the OTCR, you need to get your system evaluated by the OTCR ASAP, or else your plan is not going to be approved. Okay, and then same thing with the final OTCR final acceptance letter. You need that letter in order for your project to be signed off and to be in operation. Next, please. Thank you very much. And now Mr. Alan Price, our director, will introduce the upcoming policies to expedite ESS. Alan, please take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Just as a reminder, my name is Alan Price. I am the director of OTCR and OAE. As Stephen mentioned, I will be presenting upcoming policies that certainly may have an impact on ESS and approval of ESS projects through DOB. I just want to emphasize these are upcoming policies. Certainly, what I'm going over now are not current policies. We just want to give you a heads up of what to potentially expect from DOB in the next 6 months to a year. So let's begin with the blast report. So with most municipalities, as you can imagine, they have goals and recommendations that they have established, and New York City is certainly no different. The blast report you can just think of as a series of recommendations. Um, and there is one in particular, Initiative 108, that deals with ESS. And in particular, what this particular initiative would, what the initiative covers, sorry, is that DOB will publish rules, and those rules will remove regulatory barriers for ESS and will also adopt national standards for ESS. So you have heard throughout FDNY's presentation, and certainly also through Stephen's presentation, which highlights DOB's current policies, that there are references to national standards. For instance, in FPA 855, UL 9540, UL 9540A. However, with DOB, those requirements are not codified. We do not have a rule as of yet or a code that addresses energy storage systems. We continue to review these products under alternative design, alternative materials sections of the code, which allows us to review them, but they have to be approved on a case-by-case basis. We are looking to publish a rule that will, of course, require national standards through, the rule text. Next slide, please. And next slide. I'm going to skip this slide for now. Excellent. So with the upcoming rule, we will, let me just give you a little background on the upcoming rule. The rule has been released for comment. It has been drafted. I should, I guess, begin there, and released for comment. Actually, comments have been provided, and the comment period is over. Currently, we are reviewing all comments and will be submitting another draft of the rule for our next step in the rulemaking process. The publication of the rule will include a few things. One, it will cover the filing of ESS, and much of what you saw Stephen cover today will be documented in that rule. However, there will be some significant changes. I'll highlight those changes on the next slide. The rule, again, will also document, oh, you can stay on the previous slide, Ron. Sorry about that. Sorry for the confusion. The rule will also highlight and document the requirements for complying with national standards. We've mentioned a few on these slides: NFPA 855, UL 9540, and UL 9540A. Okay, now next slide. Thank you. So just to give you a quick highlight into the rule, and again, I really want to emphasize what I'm going over is not current policy. This is upcoming policy, just to give you an idea of what to expect. So we'd like to just touch on a few things that would address ESS in general, and then also small ESS, which we consider would be for installations in 1 and 2 family dwelling units. So let's start with permits for construction and electrical work. Of course, when any work is done in New York City, such as installing an energy storage system, whether it be for typical ESS or small, permits would be required. And permits, there are 2 permits that would be required for both categories, construction permit and also an electrical permit. Moving on to the next item, OTCR site-specific evaluation. So Stephen covered in detail the parallel process, the parallel application that is submitted for the construction document permit. And that is the OTCR site-specific evaluation. That, per the rule currently, will still be required for the typical ESS project. However, we have given ourselves some flexibility in the rule that we may not require a site-specific evaluation. We call it our discretion clause. And you may see bulletins that are published in the future that when we are ready to, for instance, no longer require site-specific requirements for some of the medium-sized systems, you'll see a bulletin that will be published that will no longer have that requirement in place, and it will document the fact that we no longer require site-specific evaluation. That will be a big efficiency for applicants. They will be able to move through the approval process for and remove approval and installation process much quicker without a site-specific evaluation. Of course, there'll be some requirements in place for that, but we are giving ourselves some flexibility in the rule to make this type of change happen. For ESS, we've already realized that we don't need the site-specific evaluation in the rule, so it is a change that you will see in the upcoming rule. For registration, this is a completely new item. We currently do not have any registration requirements for ESS. Currently, the upcoming rule has requirements for registration for both the typical ESS and the small ESS. The registration, of course, once it's in the rule, we will have to implement the process for registration. You will certainly imagine that the registration will occur through some type of DOB Now platform. But we currently do not have that platform ready. The rule hasn't been published, so we haven't developed the implementation for the registration yet. Next item would be the FDNY Certificate of Approval. I'm listing this one first, and it actually covers the next 2 items. But the FDNY Certificate of Approval, we are going to rely on just like we rely on it now, we certainly will continue to rely on the certificate of approval. The certificate of approval takes into account the ESS listing and also the large-scale fire testing. The ESS listing, of course, typically done in accordance with UL 9540. For large-scale testing, typically done with UL 9540A. The FDNY Certificate of Approval has conditions in it for installation. We are accepting and will continue to accept the Certificate of Approval. Actually, it's a requirement. The installation of the ESS will have to comply with these conditions that are published in the FDNY Certificate of Approval. Okay, next item, I'm going to jump down since I covered 3 all in one shot there. I'm going to jump down to sprinklers or fire suppression with the typical ESS. Fire suppression or sprinklers are still required. We currently require NFPA 15 sprinklers for large installations of typical ESS. For the small and medium ESS, as they are categorized, we do not require fire suppression for those systems. So this one is labeled as required in this table. As I just mentioned, for the small ESS, and this is carried through in the upcoming rule, fire suppression is not required. And lastly, on this table, fire alarm, similar to fire suppression, this is going to be required. It is as required. Of course, what that currently means is that for the large systems, it is required. For the other systems, the other categories of systems, the small and medium, not required. And again, that carries over to the small ESS column. Okay, next slide. So that covers our main upcoming policy. Again, we are excited to have the rule in place when it is eventually in place. It's been a long time coming. It again will document the process for ESS and include some additional changes which we outline. I just wanted to also take this moment just to highlight OAE, the Office of Alternative Energy. Stephen is the Deputy Director for OAE, and he does most of the work for OAE. So certainly I want to thank him for that. But I just wanted to highlight OAE, our new office was established to streamline the process for obtaining approvals, especially when it comes to alternative energy projects. We do define alternative energy projects. Energy storage systems, as you can imagine, would be an alternative energy project. Wind energy, of course, would be an alternative energy project. We do have a presentation where we kind of cover what an alternative energy project is. But you can certainly expect to hear from OAE. That is the main office for energy storage systems. It is no longer OTCR. We have many of the same staff members that kind of float back and forth between the two. So you may not see a huge difference, but officially the review is done for ESS under the Office of Alternative Energy. And you will probably hear from the Office of Alternative Energy for anything else that may be relating to energy storage, that may be relating to any other new types of technology that would be covered under alternative energy projects. Okay, next slide. And we'd like to leave off with this slide here. Is certainly if you have any questions, you can always feel free to reach out to us. We do have a webpage for alternative energy. We have a webpage as well for OTCR, and that may be helpful as well. Our address is listed along with the phone number and an email address. Again, please feel free to reach out to us with any questions, comments, or concerns. And I'd like to pass the baton over to our friend John Patinos over at NYSERDA.
Thank you very much, Alan. I do not believe that John is on with us quite yet. So we are going to jump to the Q&A portion of the morning. So if all of our folks that have presented so far want to make yourselves available, I am at this moment going to turn it over to our Solar Ombudsman, Emily Sweeney. And then we're going to take your Q&A, and she's going to moderate that, keep those questions coming. And again, if we don't get to your question, we will get the answers and post them later. So I'll turn it over to Emily right now.
Hi, everyone. So we have a couple of questions that came in through the Q&A chat box. I'm going to start off with those first. And We have a few that are kind of more administratively focused. These are directed at Alan or Stephen. One of those questions is just, when do you anticipate the changes going into effect for energy storage systems? And that's referring to the proposed rule. If there's some timeline for when it's anticipated that the rule will be finalized and adopted.
Yeah, we don't have a definitive schedule as of yet, but I would expect it between 6 to 9 months that the rule would be published. At that time, of course, there may be some things that have to be implemented. So not everything may go into effect immediately, but the rules certainly, we can kind of get an idea between 6 and 9 months.
Great, thanks very much. Another on kind of the administrative and logistics side is or will DOB actually, and FDNY, do you anticipate working with NFPA to create a New York City specific 855 publication, similar to how there is a New York City NFPA 70 electrical code publication that just makes it easier to see the original standard language and how it has been modified by the New York City amendments?
Yeah, I apologize. I should have mentioned that in my presentation. So the rule will publish a modified version. Actually, we are publishing 2 rules. Let me start there. The first rule is going to cover the filing requirements, but the second rule will cover a modified version of NFPA 855. It is modified specifically for the environment that we have here in New York City. We had a working group that was established a little while ago that worked with us to help us come up with these modifications to NFPA 855. That working group included not only FDNY, but also members of testing organizations like UL. We had others that were represented from industry, other stakeholders. And so it was a good mix of people that came together to help us develop those modifications. So yes, the rule will cover a New York City version of 855.
Another question also just came in. Have any residential lithium-ion batteries been approved by the FDNY? So that one is directed at Yash.
Currently, we have the Tesla Powerwall 2 that's approved for use for residential. But currently, based on how their system is designed, they can't meet certain installation criteria, such as the remote monitoring. So they can't permit it. But currently, we have a couple of residential systems in the pipeline, which that can meet all the COA requirements and the installation requirements, and those are going to be published in the next couple of months.
And let's see, going down the line here. Is there any plan to provide a pathway for UPS style battery systems that use lead acid batteries that are certified to national or international standards to avoid them having to get a COA?
Currently, how the code and rule is defined, they would need to go through the COA process. But as far as I know, some of the requirements might be modified, such as which listings are required. But they would still need to go through the COA process.
Chugging right through our list here. We had a question that came in a little bit earlier, and I think this may be directed at both agencies. That is, does FDNY and or DOB have rules or jurisdiction over small appliances plus storage, appliances that have integrated batteries, like with electric stove, or there's reference to a pilot program with Con Edison that appears to be a new smart AC program that utilizes a small power bank.
For that, I'm not sure. I would have to check and get back.
Yeah, Yash, if I could just step in. DOB has been receiving applications and inquiries regarding some of the small appliances that are using batteries, such as cooking appliances. We are actually evaluating those right now. Because of the technology, because these are batteries, they are lithium-ion batteries. Yes, we are looking at these. We do have jurisdiction. We want to make sure that these appliances are being installed properly, can be used safely. If there's any other provisions that would need to be used with the installation, of course, we want to cover those as well. But we are currently looking at those appliances.
A couple of other questions here that we have kind of teed up, but we can always get back to those afterwards if we want to continue with the last presentation of the energy storage segment. Lori, as the MC, does that sound about right as an order of operations?
Sure, we can be flexible here, and glad to have John joining us from NYSERDA. And then if there's any more time left after his presentation, we'll get back to the questions. Thank you very much, Daniela. Appreciate you moderating the energy storage system Q&A, and I'll turn it over to John from NYSERDA.
Hey everyone, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Just to introduce myself quickly, or introduce myself again, I'm John Patinos. I'm a senior project manager on the distributed energy resources team. And I'll be talking today about a pretty exciting development in the in storage industry. I've been kind of giving some version of this presentation iteratively as new events progress, but I'll be talking about the 6 gigawatt residential and retail energy storage incentive programs that are kind of approaching their final point before incentive distribution. Next slide. So today I'll be briefly talking about what is probably familiar to many folks in the audience, but just a recap for folks who are new or have forgotten, a little bit of background and overview on how we got here today in terms of the 6 gigawatt storage incentive programs. And then I'll talk about the components of the residential, which is brand new, and retail storage programs, especially as it pertains to New York City. I'll talk about next steps and timeline for the program, and then we'll turn it over to Daniela, I guess, for the Q&A. Next slide. So just some background, again, probably familiar to many folks in the audience, but in 2018, 3 gigawatts by 2030 storage target was adopted, and the Public Service Commission approved the first storage roadmap. So that was the first authorization for NYSERDA incentives for retail and bulk projects. And in 2019, this was the target was codified as climate law mandate that audience members are probably well familiar with at this point. So a little bit later in 2019, 2021, the new programs were launched, the funding was allocated, and then on the residential side, there was a program stood up using Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative funding for Long Island only to be paired with solar PV projects. In 2022, the governor expanded that 3 gigawatt target to 6 gigawatts by 2030. The 6 gigawatt roadmap, what we call 2.0, Energy Storage 2.0, or the Roadmap 2.0, was filed, and that proposed new programs to procure an additional 4.7 gigawatts, totaling 6 gigawatts by 2030 of energy storage capacity. Last summer, in June, the roadmap was approved by the Public Service Commission. The commission directed NYSERDA to file an implementation plan, and that was filed in August and approved in February. And we filed an updated implementation plan on March 11th. So it's a long road to get here, but we're on our way. We gave a webinar to the development community at the middle of March, and I'll be talking about kind of the details of those programs and like what comes next today. Next slide. So once again, these programs will use what NYSERDA calls the megawatt hour block program structure. If there are any solar storage developers and solar developers in the room, they're familiar with the New York Sun program, which was largely the inspiration for the megawatt hour block structure. Essentially divides the state into different blocks with capacity allocated to each block across the state. Each block is associated with a specific market segment. For example, New York City retail, an incentive rate, a funding amount, and a total, like a target, an allocable capacity in megawatt hours. So developers will submit applications through NYSERDA's application portal, and NYSERDA monitors and shares publicly the remaining capacity in each block on the NYSERDA online megawatt hour dashboards. Importantly, like as is often the case in the 2024 order, NYSERDA is meant to exercise flexibility to monitor prevailing market conditions and in consultation with the Department of Public Service, make adjustments to segment and geographic allocations based on uptake. Next slide. So just an overview on these programs, 1,500 megawatts of new retail storage, or 675 million in funding was authorized, and 200 megawatts of the new residential storage program, or $100 million in funding. Other requirements include that at least 35% of on-site, so residential and on-site retail behind the meter projects have to be sited in disadvantaged community census tracts. And at least 35% of off-site retail projects have to be sited in NYSO capacity zones G through K. And New York City gets a call out here with at least 30% of total procurements in Zone J. Next slide. This, all the information I'm about to share, importantly, is going to be published and filed in a program manual. Those are the rules, regulations, policies around the program, and all developers will have to, all contractors will have to read the manual as they prepare to submit applications to the program. So the following technologies are eligible. All systems have to be grid tied. They can be paired with PV. They can be standalone. The storage systems have to be new, so they can't be already in service at the time of application. They have to be permanent and stationary. They can be moved on a temporary basis as it relates to maintenance. The program is technology agnostic, can be chemical, thermal, mechanical, commercially available, 10-year warranties, UL listing, and a minimum round trip efficiency of at least 70%. Projects that have to be placed in service by December 31st, 2030, according to the Commission. Extensions beyond this date can be granted for projects that have experienced service delays due to conditions beyond the control of the contractors. And there's some provisions around project construction commencement on or before December 31st. Next slide. So I keep mentioning contractors or developers. The program is run through a network of participating contractors. The contractors will contract directly with the customer and receive the incentive from NYSERDA. So the contractors are those who are responsible for all program requirements as listed in the program manual, as I mentioned, whichever version is in effect at the time of application. And to become a participating contractor, and I'll talk a little bit about this today, but encourage folks to check out the NYSERDA website and the upcoming filing of the NYSERDA program manual. Contractors can apply by submitting an application through NYSERDA's portal on the energy storage website. So just for past participants in the program, already approved retail storage contractors, so contractors who have been approved and have submitted applications under past blocks of the 1.0, if you will, retail storage program, those contractors will not need to reapply to become participating contractors. However, New York Sun contractors, including those who are doing PV plus storage in Long Island, will have to apply for the new energy storage program. It's a different program, different application requirements, and a different funding source. Next slide. So trying to be cognizant of time and jumping into the residential megawatt hour block design, I'll be talking about this in terms of market rate and then the inclusive storage incentive or the disadvantaged community rate. So there are 3 blocks, as mentioned. There's the Long Island block. This is currently still run through the New York Sun portal in Long Island only for projects paired with solar PV. There's the Con Edison block, which is new and consists of actually 2 blocks. New York City and I'm sorry, it's one combined block for New York City and Westchester, and a rest of state block, which covers all other utilities outside of Con Edison and in Long Island. Initial rates are shown there, so it's $6.25 million of funding for that first block. It's a total block size of 25 megawatt hours or 10 megawatts, and the incentive rate here is $250 per kilowatt hour of installed capacity. And I said this earlier, but we're going to be updating that megawatt hour block dashboard in real time and announce any changes through our mailing list. So definitely, if folks are not already on the mailing list, please encourage you to join that to stay up to date on program changes. For residential, maximum award per project is capped at 25 kilowatt hours. So you can build larger projects, but that's the cap in terms of the incentive. And this is a new requirement this year for folks who have participated in the past. Systems have to enroll in a utility dynamic load management program, DLM program, or aggregation program. So for example, Con Ed's CSRP program or a virtual power plant program. NYSERDA is aware that at launch, very few, if any, qualifying programs will be sort of ready to apply at the time of application. So this is going to be codified in the program manual and activated as appropriate and practicable. Next slide. I mentioned this earlier. This is the inclusive storage incentive on the residential side, or ISI. So earlier I said the commission requires NYSERDA to have a certain program capacity towards DAC census tracts. NYSERDA will actually be allocating a little bit higher than that, 40% of total program capacity or 80 megawatts towards this ISI. The criteria is shown on the screen. Residential projects, they have to be located within a DAC census tract. They have to serve an owner-occupied residence with a household AMI of less than 80% of the AMI or SMI, whichever is higher. Or service 1 to 4 unit affordable housing property. So this is a higher incentive rate. So NYSERDA is initially allocating $11.25 million in funding for that first block. Again, this is statewide. Long Island is currently not eligible for participation in this program. And that incentive rate is $450 per kilowatt hour. So it's substantially higher than the residential market rate block. And NYSERDA is going to be releasing a request for information shortly to obtain some additional stakeholder input to finalize some of the details of the ISI design. And the plan is to launch this program in Q2 sometime of 2025. Next slide. On to the retail market rate megawatt hour block design. So again, market rate and then inclusive storage incentive I'll talk about in a minute. So the retail program has 3 regional blocks. There's Con Ed New York City for 750 megawatts total allocation. Con Ed Westchester, that's 150 megawatts total allocation. and rest of state. Again, all utilities outside of Con Edison and LIPA. That's the third regional megawatt hour block. Here, incentives are capped at a capacity of 20 megawatt hour. 20 megawatt hours. And the incentive rates are provided. So the rates I'll be talking about, they're provided for each of the first 4 hours of duration, and then decline to 25% of this value for hours 5 and 6. And larger projects can exist, but no incentive will be provided for anything beyond that 6th hour of duration. Importantly, incentives are paid out in full following completion of all the project deliverables, and codified as per the Public Service Commission's order. If any project that has a greater capacity of 1 megawatt AC or greater, that's awarded an incentive from NYSERDA, has to pay prevailing wage or enter into a project labor agreement for all construction activities associated with project development and installation. Next slide. So this is just a high-level look at what I've been speaking about already. NYSERDA is announcing the first 2 blocks. It's Block 6 and 7 of New York City. Allocations are shown. So Block 6 is the next upcoming block. Block 7 is on the horizon and will be provided once Block 6 is exhausted. So for Block 6, as mentioned, 300 megawatts total allocation. That's 1170 megawatt hours at an incentive of $125 per kilowatt hour. And you'll see there's a step down. Once we get to Block 7, that incentive will drop to $100 per kilowatt hour. The commission had mandated carve out for Zone J. NYSERDA is exceeding that carve out with 50% of the retail program's capacity going to Zone J. That's 750 megawatts. The reason for this is just because of the high concentration of peakers in Zone J. So most of the offsite retail projects should serve Zone J according to the commission's ruling. So I alluded to this earlier, but if any contractors are in the virtual room that have participated in the existing retail program, the ordering policy that was implemented for that program is reinstated for the 2.0 program. So if the volume of applications submitted in the first 3 weeks of the program exceeds Block 6 capacity, projects are going to be reordered by the date of 100% utility interconnection upgrade. So the oldest projects would be awarded before the newer projects. And if the block fills, newer projects would then be allocated funds from that Block 7 shown there. Next slide. So in keeping with the order's requirement, direction that that 35% minimum of on-site storage be located within DAC census tracts, the retail program is going to allocate 40% of expected on-site retail procurements, so that's 60 megawatts, will be allocated towards the Retail Inclusive Storage Incentive, or ISI. So this incentive is available statewide, and it's available for projects that are sited at eligible critical facilities located in DAC census tracts. I'll talk about the critical facility criteria in a minute. And this is a block of 15.75 million statewide, again, except in Long Island. And the block is set at 15 megawatts, 45 megawatt hours at an incentive rate at $350 per kilowatt hour. It's the retail ISI is being packaged with the residential ISI in a request for information, again, being released shortly to obtain additional stakeholder input, including the qualifications for what is an eligible critical facility. Next slide. So I threw a lot of numbers and dates. So this is meant, I'll just recap quickly for the audience. March 11th, the implementation plan was updated. The updated implementation plan was filed. NYSERDA, the team here is racing to get all the ducks in the row, file the updated program manual and all the other updated contractor guidance documents. shortly, planned for April, email notification will go out to all subscribers, which will announce the program launch dates for all the programs mentioned, the filing of the program manual and the contractor application guides, and then the opening of the participating contractor application. And then shortly after that, we're looking at a program launch for the market rate incentives with the inclusive storage incentive, the ISI, RFI, and feedback window happening in March or April, and the ISI launch in May or June. Next slide. And call to action for folks, just be sure to sign up for the storage mailing list for future updates. One of the requirements for new contractors and for existing contractors is to register as a DER provider with the Department of Public Service. So if you're interested in applying for NYSERDA incentives, definitely make sure to register as a DER provider. When the application is open, you'll be notified via the mailing list. Be sure to apply to become a participating contractor or builder for the residential program. We'll send out the program manual, so any interested contractor should definitely comprehensively review the program manual, especially for changes as compared to the existing programs. And if you have any questions, you can feel free to reach out to energystorage@nyserda.ny.gov. And with that, I think that's all I have. Next slide. I'll turn it over to Daniela for Q&A.
I'll just toss to Daniela here with a reminder to folks. And thank you very much, John. Really appreciate that presentation, and to all of our panelists and any of other panelists from the entire morning. If you make yourself available, our ombudsman have been collecting the questions that you have put in the chat, and those that have not yet been answered. Daniela is going to go through them, and we'll have a brief Q&A. If we don't get to them, we are going to publish all of these questions once we get the answers back from the agencies if they've been more intricate or needed more detail. And we will send around an email notifying you of those. And also, we're going to have an updated solar permitting process guide. Real exciting coming up, an updated one, and as well as our energy storage one. And we'll always be looking for your feedback on that. So with that, I'm going to toss it over to Daniela Life.
Okay, thanks. So we'll continue with a little bit more Q&A. A couple of questions that have come in just in the last few minutes, but then also some other questions that have kind of we've heard about just from our role that we play as the ombudsman, where we've got ears out on both sides of the stakeholder kind of spectrum. One quick one, I think should be quick, following on from John's presentation. A question was just submitted. Apologies if I missed it. Are both Block 6 and 7 applications going to be launched at the same time?
Good question. Yeah, sorry to have confused things. Block 6 is the active block upon launch. We are announcing Block 7, and should Block 6 exceed capacity of applications, we will open Block 7, and incentives will continue to be awarded at the Block 7 rate. So hope that was clear. I'm happy to take that offline if folks have additional questions about the rate.
One other question, this may be a NYSERDA, but also might be a Con Edison question. So we'll see if there's anyone from the Con Ed team who may be able to jump in if needed. But an earlier question was whether developers can receive both the smart charge incentives, and that would be for, my understanding of the question is that would be for EV charger installations, along with the upcoming NYSERDA retail storage incentive. Like if you can basically claim.
Yeah, I can take that. The incentives are not meant to serve as a windfall or exceed the cost of the project. But other than that, it's sort of there's no reason why a project can't apply to receive incentives from both programs.
Thank you for clarifying that. If anybody on the Con Ed team wants to weigh in with additional detail there, please let us know. But otherwise, we will move on to a couple of questions. Actually, we're going to go back to Yash's presentation on some of the FDNY materials. So Yash, not to put you on the spot, but I guess we're kind of putting you on the spot. One of the questions is, in one of your slides, you mentioned that the primary TM1 filings that are needed for a large energy storage project are going to be the TM1 for the energy storage system itself, along with the TM1 for the fire alarm system and the for the fire suppression water spray system. But there are other ones that may or may not be applicable or required. Could you provide a little bit more detail on what would trigger the need to file some of those other TM types, such as for the fire apparatus access or the fire hydrant location or new hydrant? Like, what are some of the sort of triggering, the triggering factors or site conditions, whatever it may be?
So the triggering factors would be all site specific for fire apparatus access and the hydrants. Sometimes for certain sites, we've noticed that the street is very narrow, and it would kind of be a little difficult for the fire truck to access the site. So that's why we require a TM1 application that's done by city planning that would look at the road and make a determination whether they can make it to that site and access it or not. And for the hydrants, sometimes on certain sites, the hydrants are too far away. So we would require a TM1 application also to be provided to city planning for the new hydrant location, or whether if they're putting in a new hydrant. And also for certain things like the non-water-based fire suppression system, whether if it's internal to the ESS itself, that would be documented in the COA, whether that's needed or not based on the equipment, if it's included within the equipment.
And for the NFPA 15 water spray system, it was mentioned that there is a maximum flow rate of 1,000 GPM per zone. So I was hoping to get a little bit more detail, if you have a little bit more detail that you can share on that. Like, is there a minimum water flow requirement per zone, or maybe a more comprehensive question would be really, are there certain design criteria that are specific for projects in New York City, or that are required for projects in New York City, that might be different from what is specified in NFPA 15 itself?
So currently, the way it's written is that there should be a maximum 1,000 GPM per zone. So what we've noticed is that for larger sites, when you design these NFPA 15 systems, if you're supplying the whole site with water and activating all the nozzles, there is no way to provide that much water based on the main sizes for the hydrants. So that's why we require the NFPA 15 systems to be zoned out, such that each zone has a maximum of 1,000 GPM, so it doesn't stress the water mains and doesn't deplete the water.
And one other question relating to fire department requirements. For outdoor small and medium energy storage installations, could you provide a little bit more detail on when a fire alarm TM1 would be required? Again, like, is there a certain trigger for that, or might it be specified in the product COA or something like that?
For small systems, it's not required. For medium systems, it would be detailed in the COA whether it is required or not. And for large systems, it's required by default.
So for medium systems, it's going to be variable in a way that is not variable for small or large.
Yes.
And is there some kind of rule of thumb that, you know, if an energy storage project, you know, has a built-in fire detection system versus one that doesn't? Is that, you know, is that the typical kind of triggering factor, or might there be others?
For a medium system, if it's included within it, then that would be the triggering factor. And depending on also the hazards that we see in the 9548 testing, if we see that there's a lot of gas being generated and a lot of heat, then we might require it as a precautionary measure.
Kind of multi factors. Well, we're gonna jump to another question. This one is going to be aimed more at the DOB team, OTCR and OAE. Does the second draft, I think the question was just about getting a little bit more understanding on the kind of upcoming rulemaking process. So there was mentioned that there is a second draft of the rule that will be forthcoming that you know, incorporates or addresses the comments that were received during the public comment period. Does the second draft of the upcoming rule go through some other comment period or anything like that? Or just wondering if you can provide a little bit of more color on that.
Yeah, sure. No, it is not required to go through a second round of comments.
We have one other question that just came in a few minutes ago. This one, I'm not quite sure who this is best addressed to, but you know, just let us know if anybody does have some input or clarifications that you can provide on this. This refers to John's presentation mentioning about replacing peaker plants. The question says, you know, this point about replacing peakers raises a deeper question. If we're serious about meeting CLCPA goals, that implies a future without much fossil generation, including baseload plants that currently provide reliable low-cost power when run at cost. How is this tension being addressed at the state level to ensure reliability and affordability are preserved as we transition? How are these costs being accounted for? You know, that's not a question that's sort of specific to, you know, the nitty-gritty of program rules or application process steps. But if anybody does have thoughts on that, feel free to jump in.
I don't have too much in the way of a detailed response. To your point, Daniela, my purview is very much on the on standing up these programs and operating these programs. But these are important macro questions that are at the heart of what Department of Public Service and the Public Service Commission and NYSERDA and other departments in the state are contemplating. These are the trade-offs and the tensions that are very much top of mind for folks. So I won't represent the state. I can't really say much more than that, except to say that this is where the fruitful discussion is happening.
Yeah, understandable. Thanks. Like that just about brings us to our list of questions. that we've gotten in so far. So Lori, I'm going to hand it back to you. I know there were just a few things that you wanted to relay before we break for lunch.
Well, I want to thank our morning panelists very much, and to all of our attendees. We have a great afternoon coming up after the lunch break, a lot of great detail. We will be talking about the solar updates on incentives, permitting, and codes from the Department of Buildings, the FDNY, Edison, NYSERDA. We'll have some more Q&A. And we'll also be talking about the initiatives, the New York City solar initiatives with the Mayor's Office of Climate and Environmental Justice, as well as the Deputy Director of Sustainability Programs at NYCHA. So lots more to come. We're going to take a half an hour break for lunch right now, and we'll see you right back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Welcome everybody back to the New York City Solar and Storage Installer Workshop. We're going to jump right into our very full afternoon. Reminder again, we'll be posting the slides from today's webinar along with recordings on our website at nysolarmap.com. We will also send you an email to let you know when it's posted, and you may continue to ask questions through the chat feature. Your questions are only visible to the panelists, not the rest of the attendees. However, if your question is answered in chat, it then becomes public. All unanswered questions will be posted. We will gather those answers, and we will post them on our website a week or so after the webinar, and again send an email when it's posted. I'd now like to introduce Diana Laverpool to kick off our afternoon session. Solar and Diana is the Senior Clerical Associate, along with Emily Ray Chang, Assistant Chief Plan Examiner at the New York City Department of Buildings. Diana?
Good morning. Well, good afternoon. Thank you for having me. And this is the solar panel installation brought to you by New York City Department of Buildings. Next slide. So I'll be going over the solar permit processing at the DOB. We'll be reviewing the overview, the general requirements, solar approval permit and sign off, property tax abatement program, zoning requirements, specialized applications, guardrails, and who to contact. Where we are, total TPA4s and non-TPA4 applications filed with the DOB records since 2011. And as you can see, in 2011, we had an intake of 165 applications. And in 2024, we have roughly over 9,000 applications. All solar and EESE, or electrical energy storage equipment, are now filed in DOB now. Per Title 4C, if the solar electric generating system and or electric energy storage system is placed in service on or after January 1st, 2024 and before January 1st, 2035, for each year of the compliance period, such tax abatements shall be the lesser of 7.5% of eligible solar electric generating system and or energy storage systems expenditures, the amount of taxes payable in such tax year, or $62,500. There are more information for solar jobs filed prior to 2024. Please refer to 499 BBBB of Title 4C for more details. Local Law 92 and 94 of 2019, effective November 15th, 2019. These laws amend the 2014/2022 Administrative Code and Chapter 15 of the New York City Building Code to require, subject to certain expectations, new buildings, new roofs resulting from enlargement of an existing building, and existing buildings replacing an entire existing roof deck or roof assembly to be provided with a substantial roofing zone, 100% of which must either be a solar photovoltaic, electricity generating system, a green roof system, or a combination thereof, as per BB 2019-010. Construction project requirements by the New York City Department of Buildings. Construction permits are required before beginning of installation. Electrical permit required before beginning of installation. Electrical sign-off required following the completion of installation and provided by the Department of Buildings. Con Edison connection letter, which will be required following the completion of installation and provided by Con Edison. Please note, Con Edison's letter will not be issued unless an electrical sign-off is obtained. Construction sign-off are required following the completion of installation and provided by the Department of Buildings. The OTCR conditional approval required for electrical energy storage equipment applications prior to approval of the job filing, and OTCR final approval required following the completion of installation. Filling requirements at the New York City Department of Buildings. Projects filing for the property tax abatement, or PTA, must be filed through DOB Now, standard plan exam, or professionally certification. There is no more self-certification of objection filing types for solar. Applications must be filed as work type solar or SL. All solar and EESE applications are centrally reviewed by Central Development Programs, formerly Hub Full Service. Building Bulletin 2018-008 requires a final inspection by a registered design professional for many work types on applications that do not require issuance of a certificate of occupancy, including solar. Licensing requirements. New York State Registered Architect, or an RA, or Professional Engineer, PE. A registered design professional is required to submit drawings to obtain building permits and is considered the applicant of record, or AOR. Anyone can assist in preparing applications, but only the AOR can submit the filing in DOB Now. License numbers and seals are required on forms and drawings officially submitted to DOB and FDNY as required. New York City Certified Asbestos Investigator. The New York City DEP requires a certified asbestos investigator to verify if there is asbestos containing material, ACM, in the area construction is taking place. The exception is for buildings constructed per plans approved after April 1st, 1987. The asbestos forms must be submitted through ART's Asbestos Reporting and Tracking System and signed/sealed by the certified asbestos investigator. New York City Registered Special Inspector and Special Inspection Agency. TR1 special inspections must be completed and signed by the Registered Special Inspector or Special Inspection Agency. AOR may perform progress inspections and may be qualified to perform special inspections if they have registered themselves as a special inspector with the Department of Buildings. DOB Now filing process. Step 1, file your application online. Fill out your forms online, upload all documents and drawings through DOB Now. Step 2, pay online. Debit/credit cards and e-checks are accepted online. Full payment at the time of filing will expedite the issue of a permit. Step 3, submit. Central Development Programs. Submit job online for standard plan exam or professional certification. Pro-cert jobs are subject to random audit. Step 4, obtain your construction permit. Electronically fill the form under Work Permit tab in DOB Now, Filings, and Submit, and then you'll download your permit once it's issued. Required forms for construction approval and permit. Required forms are designed as tabs in DOB Now. Your plan work, or PW1, project, site, building characteristics, and zoning information, the applicant and owner's information. Tax abatement. A separate property tax abatement form or PTA 4 is no longer required. The information must be filled out in the tax abatement tab in DOB Now. Cost affidavit or your PW3. The application fees are based on construction cost. PTA applications are limited only to work pertaining to the solar installation. Technical report, TR1, TR2, TR3, TR8, etc. Statement of responsibility, special inspections, structural steel stability, fire resistant penetration in joints, progress inspections, energy code compliance inspections, final, other special progress inspections as applicable, work permit, general contractor's information, statements and signatures, the applicant of record, attestation, owner's attestation, and the owner's arrears. The TPP is the Tenant Protection Plan. If building is occupied during construction as of November 10th, 2020, see November 2020 service notice. The TPP is a required item submitted prior to permit and submitted through DOB Now. Previously, it was an item required prior to approval and reviewed by plan examiners. See service notice for updated requirements on who is permitted to file a TPP. The applicant can request TPP under filing actions of a job that requires a TPP. The ACP 7, ACP 21, or ACP 5 asbestos documents submitted to DEP. The ACP 7/ACP 21 asbestos containing material or ACP are present where construction will occur, where the work will distribute 25 LF or 10 SF of asbestos containing materials. Asbestos must be properly abated prior to the issuance of construction permit. The ACP 5 minor project where less than the above will occur, submitted prior to approval. Exemption, buildings constructed per plans approved on or after April 1st, 1987. The L2, if any L2 is required prior to permit, it must be submitted through DOB Now. Items required for specific jobs only. FDNY letter of acceptance. Required when the variance to fire code requested and approved, the TM5. Please note, existing non-complaint conditions required for FDNY approval. Items required for specific job types only. PW1B or the plumbing riser diagram. Schedule B plumbing required for solar thermal application. Landmark preservations. For projects within the Landmarks Preservation District or for an individual landmark. Certificate of no effect for existing buildings. Certificate of appropriateness for new buildings. Public Design Commission. Approval for buildings that are on city-owned property, excluding NYCHA. OTCR. Approval for buildings that incorporate energy storage equipment into design. Required signatures, the building owner, your New York State registered PE or RA, your general contractor, certified asbestos investigator, and a notary. Required items on architectural designs, your plot plan, location of the building on the site indicating pertinent streets, trees, structures, city services, utilities, site hazards, and adjacent buildings. Site plan, roof plan or plans, elevation or elevations, showing the solar modules in place, other equipment and structures pertinent to or having impact on code compliance of the system, fire code compliance and roof elevation, datum of the building and adjacent buildings. Note, multiple plans may be required to accurately show the scope of work and complaint layout. System components, location of main meter, AC disconnect switch, and inverters. Zoning compliance, including height and setback requirements for a specific zoning district. Flood hazard compliance, if applicable, Include firm/P firm, substantial improvement calculations, BFE, DFE, and other flood lines on elevations. Energy analysis, the NYC ECC and special inspection matrix, anchorage and racking system, listed as an assembly including structural criteria, personal fall arrest system. If proposed, refer to Buildings Bulletin 2023-008 for more details. Structural and wind analysis/statement, fire department access. For firefighting and maintenance, Fire Code 512, provide access landing, fire access path, and railings as required. Note, no electrical drawings are required for architectural plan approval. However, a separate electrical review is required for solar systems connected to the first and second level OCPD of an existing 1000 kVA service, and a CCD1 is required for solar equipment above 600 volts. Required items for electrical permit/sign-off. The ED16A, an electrical permit application, filed electronically through DOB Now online filing system, must be filed by the New York City Master Electrician. Work permit issued. No plan review required. However, systems above 600 volts or 1000 kVA and above require a CCD1. We will elaborate on the next slide. Electrical inspections. Arrange for DOB electrical inspector for a sign-off. A 3-line electrical diagram is required at the time of sign-off inspection. Note, these items are pursued independently from the construction drawing approval. CCD1 electrical predeterminations when required. Currently, New York City adopts a 2008 NEC, 2011 New York's NYC EC. A practical difficulty of complying with Article 690 of the 2011 NYCEC for solar systems over 600 volts requires applicants to file a predetermination CCD1 in order to use the 2014 NEC for solar installation and inspections. New York City will be adopting the 2020 NEC. For applications that are for proposals of 1000 kVA or above, or for systems connected to a 1 or second level of an existing 1000 kVA service, a filing for electrical plan exam is required. To file a CCD1 through Central Development Program, or formerly Hub Full Service, it can be filed at hubfs determinations at buildings.nyc.gov. A request will be logged in and forwarded to Technical Affairs to continue review. After review, Technical Affairs refers response to Central Development Program. The Central Development Program's Borough Commissioner reviews/signs the CCD1. The CCD1 is then forwarded back to Technical Affairs and the applicant of record. Technical Affairs works with Central Development Programs to expedite applications based on volume. To obtain your property tax abatement, the signed-off application must be submitted to the DOB by March 15th in order for the abatement to commence on July 1st of that year. This includes filing through eSubmit for older open solar filings originally filed in eSubmit, or through DOB Now for filings originally filed in DOB Now. Items that are required after permit/construction are as follows. Submit any PAAs for as-built. For existing solar applications on BIS only. Once a PAA documents are uploaded, notify Hub FS Project Advocate at buildings.nyc.gov. After work is completed, request construction inspection through DOB Now for applicable work types. Request electrical inspection through DOB Now. Obtain Con Edison utility letter. For existing solar applications on BIS only, you upload your PW7, your final PTA 4, your final PW3, EN2, TR1, TR7, and all other required sign-off documents, including construction and electrical inspection approval through eSubmit. These documents are all to be uploaded at the same time. For DOB Now filings, upload all required sign-off documents. For existing solar applications on BIZ, you can email greenroofandsolar@buildings.nyc.gov to request sign-off. Please ensure that all required documents/inspections have been satisfactorily completed. For DOB Now jobs, select Request LOC from the drop-down list under Select Action for the job. DOB reviews the documents and signs off the job, creating a letter of completion or LOC. DOB submits to DOF. After the DOB sign-off is completed, DOB sends a list of applications to DOF for processing. DOF sends the letter to owner outlining eligible expenditures, percentage of property tax deduction, start and end dates of tax abatement. Updates to 1 RCNY 105-02. The Rule 1 RCNY 105-02 has been updated to include eligibility for property tax abatement for the installation of electrical energy storage equipment, or EESE. After January 1st, 2024, a building can file more than one tax abatement pursuant to Title 4C. Once 1 RCNY 105-02 will be updated in the future to reflect that. And now, one of our ACPEs will speak more about coding and zoning compliance, Emily Ray Chang.
Hi, my name is Emily Ray Chang. I'm an Assistant Chief Plan Examiner at the Department of Buildings Central Development Program. Our unit reviews applications for a wide array of work scopes, including solar energy and energy storage work types. There have been quite a few updates to the zoning in recent years, and so I wanted to just go through a few of those things. There has been a new term added to the zoning resolution, energy infrastructure equipment, EIE, which shall include renewable energy generation systems such as solar or wind energy systems and energy storage systems such as fuel cells and batteries, which are essential throughout all districts in order to support the acceleration towards a distributed energy grid with electricity from fully renewable sources. Energy infrastructure equipment shall refer to equipment that is a principal use on a zoning lot. Where such equipment is accessory to another use, it shall be considered accessory mechanical equipment. Provisions pertaining to energy infrastructure equipment shall apply to all types of renewable energy generation systems, as well as to all types of energy storage systems, unless specific rules are otherwise specified, such as for solar and wind energy systems. In the updated zoning resolution, the new term for energy infrastructure equipment, EIE, is permitted as of right, pretty much everywhere. The smaller installations with footprints smaller than 10,000 square feet are considered use group 4C and is permitted in all residential districts, either open or enclosed. Larger installations with footprints over 10,000 square feet are also considered use group 4C, and they are permitted in all commercial and manufacturing districts, either open or enclosed. There are screening and enclosure regulations that apply to EIE and also to accessory mechanical equipment. Before, the zoning resolution was not particularly clear regarding energy storage. There was Buildings Bulletin 2019-007 for fuel cell and battery energy storage systems installation. Found that such uses qualified as electric utility substations, which are allowed in commercial districts up to 10,000 square feet, or unlimited in manufacturing districts. In the new updated zoning, the energy storage systems are permitted as energy infrastructure equipment, EIE, in use group 4C, in all residential districts for less than 10,000 square feet as per zoning resolution 22-141, and allowed unlimited size in manufacturing and commercial districts per zoning resolution 32-141. Here is just a chart sort of summarizing some of the changes of how solar and energy storage systems were arranged in the previous zoning resolution versus this update to the zoning resolution, where there is a lot more permitted as of right solar and wind and energy storage. The EESE installations still have to go through OTCR, which I believe you guys got a much more in-depth presentation about the OTCR section earlier today. For accessory mechanical equipment and energy infrastructure equipment as permitted obstructions within required rear yards and open spaces, the zoning resolution section 12-10 defines terms for accessory mechanical equipment, and also the EIE for use as a principal use on the lot in zoning resolution 22-14, where renewable energy generation such as wind or solar, or also energy storage systems are considered part of that EIE as a principal use. And you can see there's some overlap. Within the open space of your required yards, the EIE and accessory mechanical equipment are permitted with some limitations within rear yards, side yards, and front yards. There is a maximum of 25% of the yard, and there is a screening requirement for those systems. If it is in the front yard, it is a maximum of 25 square feet. So you have to be less than 25% of the front yard, but also no more than 25 square feet maximum, regardless of the size of your front yard. In R1 through R5 zoning districts, there is a height limitation of 10 feet in the side or rear yard, or 5 feet in the front yard. In zoning districts R6 through R10, the height limitation is 15 feet. And regardless, there will be a screening requirement, whether it's 5 feet, 10 feet, 15, there will still be required to screen the equipment. Solar energy systems in yards are also a permitted obstruction. If you are hanging your solar installations off one of your walls and your wall is already to the maximum built envelope, you can have your solar panels encroaching into that required rear yard, maximum of 10 inches and a 20% coverage of the wall maximum. And that's all outlined in zoning resolution 23-311 L1. Solar energy systems as EIE if it's not within the 10 inches of the building and it's not on the roof. So if you are installing some additional solar systems that's not on the roof or not on the wall and you're just putting it in the yard, it's still a part of the required maximum 25% area of the yard. It's limit to 10 feet in R1 and through R5 zoning districts, still limited to 15 feet in R6 through R10 zoning districts, and still a 25 square foot maximum within the front yard with the combination of any EIE and other solar equipment. Solar canopies over accessory off-street parking has been specifically added as a permitted obstruction with a maximum height of 15 feet in height from the adjoining grade, or a maximum of 18 inches or 48 inches above other permitted obstructions, depending on the specific obstruction. And that is all outlined in Zoning Resolution 23-341, 23-311, and 23-413. On roofs of permitted buildings in the rear yard or rear yard equivalent, the solar panels are allowed to be a maximum of 4 foot from the roof surface. For example, on a garage for quality housing. On a detached accessory building or other structure, it's an additional 18 inches max from the existing roof surface, where the roof slope is greater than 20 degrees. You can see in these diagrams, there are some different scenarios where those different heights would come into play. Before, the zoning allowed for accessory off-street parking spaces, open or enclosed, to obstruct a number of required open spaces, required front yards, or rear yards. The issue was that solar awnings and canopies were not always permitted in the same area as the parking, which prevented their installation. Now, the updated zoning allows solar awnings and canopies, pictured on the right, to cover parking areas by adding them as permitted obstructions. Over parking spaces associated with public parking lots, automobile rental establishments, or commercial or public utility vehicle parking facilities, there's a maximum height of 15 feet. Manufacturing districts allow the same height. However, where more than 75% parking area is covered by solar canopies, landscaping requirements are not applicable for the area covered by the solar canopies. And that is all outlined in Zoning Resolution 33-23, 43-23, and 37-923. Here we can see for solar energy systems on flat rooftops. Previously, there were some very specific limitations in terms of the overall height of the solar panels over the roof and required setbacks. Now with the updated zoning, they have updated it that you can have an additional 15 feet in all districts for the purposes of installing your solar panels. You can cover the entire rooftop 100% with solar panels. There's no longer any required rooftop setback for the solar panels. And it's allowed in the contextual districts as well. One caveat I would say with regard to the rooftop setback is that while the zoning doesn't require a rooftop setback, you still have to account for the fire code requirements for the clear path for firefighters. Before, the zoning allowed solar panels to be added to flat roofs above the height limit up to 6 feet in R1 through R5, or up to 15 feet in R6 through R10 commercial and manufacturing districts. When elevated to these heights, a 25% maximum coverage and a 6-foot setback from the facade was required. The issue with this was that the zoning rules curtailed how much solar a home or building owner could install, artificially limiting the solar potential and making installations infeasible. The 6-foot height in certain districts also conflicted with the FDNY need for 9 feet of clear headroom. Now, the zoning resolution has removed the coverage and setback requirements for rooftop solar and applied a 15-foot maximum height limit to all flat roofs solar installations, regardless of district. In R1 through R10 zoning districts, the maximum 15-foot in height on roofs with a slope less than 20 degrees and a maximum 6 foot when located on a bulkhead or other permitted obstruction. In R6 through R10 quality housing, there's a 4 foot max on setback roofs and an 18-inch max on roofs with a slope more than 20 degrees. Previously, for sloped roofs, the zoning allowed for solar panels to be added to sloped roofs above the height limit only up to 18 inches. This required solar panels to hug the roof surface, even on roofs with poor solar orientations. Without the ability to tilt the installation to catch more sun, the installation was infeasible. Now, the updated zoning provides greater flexibility for rooftop solar on pitched roofs by expanding the 18-inch allowance to a 60-inch allowance. For non-complying buildings, the energy infrastructure equipment and accessory mechanical equipment is also allowed to be above the existing building. The height and setback shall comply with the underlying regulations, substituting existing rooftop for the maximum height limit. So even if your building is overbuilt, you can still have the additional 15 feet of solar panel height. As stated in the previous slides, Local Law 92 and 94 of 2019 amended the New York City Administrative Code and Chapter 15 of the New York City Building Code to require, subject to certain exceptions, that new buildings, new roofs resulting from enlargements of existing buildings, and existing buildings replacing an entire existing roof deck or roof assembly to be provided with a sustainable roofing zone, 100% of which must be a solar photovoltaic electricity generating system, a green roof system, or a combination thereof. You can refer to Buildings Bulletin 2019-10, 2022 Building Code 1512, and the 2022 Administrative Code 28-101.4.3, Item 12. This applies to projects with construction documents approved on or after November 15th, 2019, unless the construction documents have attained Biz Job Status K, meaning plan exam partial approval, prior to such date. Tax abatement permitted for solar tax abatement, solar component to be filed as a separate application. The zoning resolution as presented also applies to such filings. Flood zone requirements for buildings situated in a special flood hazard area. You have to look for the firm and pre-firm maps, provide the substantial improvement calculations if applicable, indicate the base flood elevation and the design flood elevation on your drawings. The special inspections for flood zone compliance per Building Code 1704.29 and Building Code G105 may be required, and a site survey may also be required. There are sort of 3 different options for compliance. Provide the site survey or elevation certificate stamped by the New York State licensed surveyor within the last year. Option 2, a site survey or elevation certificate older than 1 year. This requires a professional statement and seal by the applicant of record on an AI1 form noting that the site survey is consistent with the current site conditions. Option 3, in the instance where all of the equipment other than the AC disconnect switch is proposed to be located on the roof, the applicant shall include a utility certification on the plans stating, quote, I certify to the best of my knowledge, belief, and professional judgment, all work under this application is installed above the DFE in accordance with Appendix G of the New York City Building Code, except for the AC disconnect switch and conduit connection to the AC disconnect. The Con Edison utility meter, whether it's existing or new, can be located anywhere the utility company requests, even if it's above or below the DFE. Any new meter from the solar company and any other new equipment must be located above the design flood elevation. Existing equipment may remain in its current location. The AC disconnect switch may be located below the DFE and must be readily accessible per NEC Article 100. The center line of the operation handle, when it is in the highest position, cannot be more than 2 meters above the ground floor or working platform. Note, the AC disconnect shall be readily accessible and provided with 3-foot clearance at the floor or working platform per NEC 230.85 A1, NEC 404.8A, and NEC 110.26 A1, and NEC 690.14C in accordance with Administrative Code 28104.7.1. For ballast projects, as per 1 RCNY 105-02, for rooftop installations, ballast must be fully contained and must comply with the requirements of Chapter 15 of the New York City Building Code. For grade level installations, ballast must be fully contained and loose aggregate gravel or crushed stone shall not be used. For carport projects, projects are being filed for solar panels on top of both existing and new carports. If the installation is on the roof of an existing carport, only a solar application must be filed. Solar canopy located over an accessory off-street parking space can be filed as a solar application on DOB Now. Note, the related filings for the solar canopy structure will be required as a separate filing. For projects that use adjacent buildings as a solar installation, this would be a case in which there are 2 buildings, whether it is the same owner or different owner, that there is going to be solar panels installed across multiple roof surfaces, but all of the electricity is going to be going to 1 meter located in 1 building, and only that 1 building would receive the tax abatement. So this is kind of how you would file that situation. We don't get that a lot, but we do get it sometimes. Where the 2 buildings or 2 lots, the solar panels are being installed on both buildings to create 1 system, but only 1 is going to receive the energy and the tax abatement. In this case, building A on lot number 1 has solar panels constructed on its roof and feed into building A's main electrical meter. Building A is going to receive the solar energy and the tax abatement. Building B on lot 2 has solar panels constructed on its roof, and they are tied into the same feed to building A. Building B will not receive any of the solar power generated by these panels, nor receive the tax abatement. The applicant will need to file 2 applications as follows. Application for building A is to be filed as a solar tax application, as it is the building where the solar energy system is being tied into the building's meter and is going to receive both the energy and the tax abatement. The applicant shall follow the requirements for the solar tax application as outlined in the earlier sections of this presentation. Under the comments section in the PW1, reference Building B's application number. Note, the cost affidavit, or PW3, and the tax abatement should include the cost for the entire system that is being installed on both Building A and Building B. The application for Building B is to be filed as a solar, non-PTA, so not a tax solar application. As there is construction work being provided, they do need a permit for work on that lot, but there's no tax abatement being pursued. Application to follow all the requirements for solar non-tax abatement applications as outlined in the beginning presentation. Under comment section on the PW1, reference the Building A application number and provide the following note. Installation of solar energy system on roof, no change to use, egress, or occupancy. Work is being paid for under job number XXX, reference the Building A's application number. For projects using the adjacent building, for the PW3 for building B, you can put only $1. That way all of your filing fee will be on building A, as will all of your tax abatement. The buildings are owned by the same owner. It will require a restrictive declaration to be recorded with the city registrar between the buildings. If the buildings are owned by separate owners, then an easement must be recorded with the city registrar between the buildings. Per FDNY regulations, each building must have dedicated fire access landing and path per Fire Code 504.4. Guards for solar panel maintenance per 2022 Building Code 1015.6. The mechanical equipment systems, they will require guards to be provided where components that receive service are located within 10 feet of the roof edge or an open side of a walking surface, and such edge or open side is located more than 30 inches above the floor, roof, or grade below. Railings required along FDNY perimeter access must be designed in accordance with FDNY requirements. Here is a sample of a plan in which there is a combination of OSHA fall protection anchors for trained maintenance workers per Building Bulletin 2023-008. There is railings you can see in the kind of cyan color. Those are protective barriers protecting the FDNY access pathway. And you can see the OSHA anchor details located in 4 separate locations on the roof. And those are the fall protection anchors for maintenance workers who are working on the solar panels. So the OSHA anchors do not negate the requirement for the FDNY railings. You do need both in a case like this design. There may be certain designs that you might be able to have in which you wouldn't have any railing requirements. But that is if you have like an adjacent building and then there is no edge, right? Whenever you have the edge, you have to have the railing for the FDNY fall protection. And that's it for me. This concludes my presentation. And now I'd like to turn things over to the next presenter, John from the FDNY. Thank you very much.
John, go right ahead. We can see you.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, I apologize. Something must have been wrong with my thing. Hello, everyone. My name is John Janito. I'm the supervisor of the Rooftop Access Unit at the FDNY's Technology Management Department. Next slide, please. Today, I'm going to be going over some information about rooftop access and the requirements. Before we get into the actual code, I'm going to go over some of the FireMax and operations, mainly because it's good to understand why the code exists why the code exists at all. We don't just require these clearances because we want to make life difficult for you guys putting up solar on the rooftops. There's real reasons that they need these clearances and accesses to actually protect life and protect property. After we go over a little bit brief overview of that, we're going to go into the actual code requirements, the 2022 code requirements, specifically FC 504.4, FC 504.5, and FC 512. And then we'll touch on a few non-compliant examples and how to file. Next slide. Firematics. Next slide. There is a saying, nothing shall deter the members assigned the roof position from carrying out their assigned duties. Essentially, regardless of what's up there, the firefighters are going to do their job. The code exists to better facilitate those operations and in the safest way possible, allow them to do their job. There's no safe way to walk along a burning rooftop in a burning building, but we want to mitigate those dangers as much as possible because We want them to be, not only the public to be safe, but also the firefighters trying to protect them. Next slide, please. So we're going to go over some of the requirements for the roof position, the member assigned to it. A perimeter, the first thing they're going to do is a perimeter search. This shall include the side and rear and shafts. So they're really going to go, you can see in the diagram below, they're going to be looking over the side, the edges. They're looking for essentially, is there smoke coming out of windows? Are there people hanging out of windows? They're going to be looking to see if they're going to be going to the doors, the bulkheads. They're going to be checking if there's smoke coming from them. And they're going to transmit all this information down to the incident commander. The incident commander is the chief on site, basically directing not only the firefighters on the rooftop, but within the building and doing the hose operations, the rescue operations, the search operations. They're the guy directing everything. So it's very important that they get all the necessary information quickly and concisely. And that's why it's very important that the firefighters on the roof be able to move around relatively freely and get to the areas they need to get to. Finally, they're going to also ventilate the roof in certain situations. This can take the form of opening bulkhead doors, breaking upper level windows, skylights, opening hatches, or in some cases, cutting the rooftop itself. Next slide, please. So rooftop venting is very key in the early stages of fire operations, mainly for the reasons of relieving upper portions of the building of heat, smoke, and gases. It helps increase the survival time of evacuating or trapped or unconscious victims. Facilitates search and rescue operations, making them more effective. Also assists in the increasing the efficiency and effectiveness of hose operations, and helps limit the horizontal spread of the fire. In the diagram to the right, you can see sometimes they're going to try and vent. They're going to cut actual, basically large 6 by, I believe, 10 hole, 6 by 10 holes approximately in the roof to vent the gases or smoke. Sometimes on an irregular shaped building, such as an H-type, they may cut what is called the throat of the building. This is to try and isolate the fire onto one side. You know, they don't want it spreading while they're trying to fight it to the other side of the building. Now they got essentially 2 wings completely on fire, and now they've got to put even more resources, more men in there. It just makes it a whole worse situation. So cutting and venting can be critical, especially in combustible buildings. Next slide, please. So that's a real basic overview of why we have the codes. Now I'm going to go into the actual requirements. And so the 2022 Fire Code went into effect on April 15th, 2022. It deals with rooftops that are 100 feet or less in height and have a slope of 20 degrees or less. This includes rooftops of the building's setback. So it's not just the main rooftop when we're talking about it. It's also low rooftops. It's all rooftop levels that are less than 100 feet or less. So your second story rooftop, your 6-story rooftop, it's got multiple heights. All those must comply with the requirements of FC 504.4, not just your main rooftop. Next slide. So our first section is perimeter access. Firefighters need to get onto the rooftop before they can do any operations on it. So for every 12 feet of frontage, you will require 6 feet open. The pattern will obviously depend on the building size and configuration, and it must be calculated along all apparatus accessible exposures. This includes side streets, parking lots, basically any exposure that the ladder truck can drive up to and along and put the ladder to. Next slide, please. So perimeter access locations shall be a minimum of 6 feet in each direction. So 6 feet wide, 6 feet deep, and a minimum of 9 feet above the parapet and or rooftop section that it's on. So if you have, say, a 3 foot parapet, just for simplicity in numbers, you would need to go 9 feet of clearance above that parapet, because the firefighters need to get onto the rooftop. If you gave them just 9 feet above the roof on that 3 foot parapet, they'd only have 6 feet to go onto the rooftop. You may well say 6 feet is enough, right? Because firefighters are, maybe they're a little taller than 6 feet sometimes and they can just hunch down a little bit. But you have to understand the ladder of the truck has to come up, come down. They don't just magically get it right to the rooftop. It has to go up, over, come down. generally rests a few inches above the parapet because they don't want to put it directly onto it. And then the firefighter is going to climb up that ladder and then dismount off that ladder. So the firefighter is usually even above the parapet, way above the parapet when they're dismounting. So they need that extra space. They need to be 9 feet above the parapet and then 9 feet above the rooftop for the rest of it. All landings must be connected to a clear path. Fences shall not obstruct the clear landing and shall not obstruct the landing's access to the path. If it does, that can be done, but only when there's a gate provided. Gates must be 3 feet wide, inward swinging, and they can be secured. I know that there are going to be people that want to lock them because sometimes you have occupied rooftops utilized for, recreation. They can be secured by a padlock and chain, but they must be cuttable by standard bolt cutters. Next slide, please. Now, how do you measure the landing area? You do not include the parapet as part of your 6 foot deep area for the landing. You only include the actual roof area. So at the termination of the parapet on the inside, back 6 feet, that's your landing area. Some people say, well, I've seen scenarios where people have very thick parapets, like 2 foot thick, 3 foot thick. Maybe the firefighter can put their foot down on that while they're dismounting the ladder and then jump down. But the actual landing area on the rooftop does not include the parapet. It only includes from the termination of the parapet on the inside wall back 6 feet. When you have to file for either compliant to let us know about the compliance, or when you're filing for variance, it's important to indicate the height of all raised and decorative parapets. Indicate what kind of parapet it is. If it is decorative, it has large slopes or peaks that would impede the ability for the ladder to actually go up to the rooftop and properly rest on the parapet when necessary. And, or if it's got decorative, there's some that have multiple little ridges on them. That complicates the actual laddering operations. So it's important to let us know and to be very clear in that. Next slide. There are obviously many cases where there are slope parapets. In scenarios where you have the slope parapet, the slope portion of the parapet is not included as part of the calculation again. So you can see there, the part of the slope portion of the parapet is not part of your calculation. At the termination of the slope portion of the parapet, that's where your landing area begins. So back from that red line, 6 feet, that's your landing area. Also, decorative cornices are not considered to be usable as part of the perimeter access landing areas, mainly because the firefighter, when they're trying to ladder, doesn't know how well supported that is. Firefighter's a big guy usually, with a lot of equipment. They're going to jump down and they don't want to land on this thing and it buckle and then they go off the edge of a roof. So they're going to try and land beyond the decorative cornice area because they just don't know how well supported it is. So that's why termination of the decorative cornice area and in is the 6 foot there. Next slide. Multiple things can be obstructions to perimeter access landing areas, mainly such things as structures that are fixed to the exterior. It doesn't just have to be on the rooftop level itself. The exterior structures that you can see here can affect access. The ladder doesn't just magically appear at the roof level. It has to go up, it has to go at an angle, and if there's something off to the side, it can affect the laddering. These can include the sun control devices, awnings, solar panels, and fire escapes. These photos to the right, you can see the bottom right, you have solar panels. They're not at the roof level. The actual roof level is completely clear. But if the ladder is coming up at an angle, it could strike those panels up there. We don't want to do that. We don't want the ladder's metal. We don't want an electrified ladder. We don't want to be breaking things or tangling our ladders up in things as we're trying to ladder and get the firefighter onto the rooftop. Now, in the past, we've gotten raised eyebrows when we say fire escapes are an obstruction, because don't you need fire escapes? Aren't they important? They are. But firefighters generally do not want to ladder over a fire escape for multiple reasons. One, in certain instances, they don't want to get the ladder too close and risk damaging it. Two, people panic and may try to grab onto the ladder and climb onto the ladder off the fire escape, which is dangerous for the people in the building that we're trying to protect. And sometimes People also try and grab firefighters trying to, scale the ladder because they're panicking and afraid and they want help and they don't know what to do. And they see this guy coming up and they think, great, you're going to save me. And they grab at him, and that puts the firefighter in dangerous situation, it puts the person in a dangerous situation, and we just don't want that. So they try to avoid it when possible, and that's why we generally consider them an obstruction. Next slide, please. Parapets or protective barriers with a height of 4 feet or less are not considered to cause an obstruction to perimeter access landing areas. So as long as your parapet's 4 feet or less in height from the roof level beyond it, it's not considered to cause an obstruction because the firefighter can easily dismount and remount the ladder if necessary. All parapets and railings, as per the 2022 code, all parapets and railings constructed after the applicable date of this code must be able to support 350 pounds point load, have a level surface, and must be a minimum of 5 inches wide at the top. Again, if you have an existing parapet, they do not need to comply with these requirements. Only parapets or railings or protective barriers constructed after the enactment of the 2022 fire code must comply with these requirements. Next slide. If you have a parapet that is greater than 4 feet in height, it will be considered to be an obstruction to the perimeter access landing areas. So at that point, you'll be required to provide some way to allow the FDNY to land to the rooftop. Normally that comes in the form of a landing platform that makes the elevation difference between the top of the parapet and the level that the firefighter is landing. The difference should be less than 42 inches or 48 inches, 4 feet essentially. This will require that you file with the FDNY's rooftop access unit and receive approval on your design. Next slide. Any scaffolding, existing or proposed, must provide adequate access onto the rooftop and not obstruct the access onto the rooftop. And in cases where there are, the fire department may require signage on the rooftop. These are usually only required when the rooftop is very cluttered with a lot of equipment that would obstruct the vision of the firefighter from the landing area or certain clear paths to critical areas that we'll discuss later, such as doors, hatches, skylights, fire escape ladders. We don't want you putting them everywhere yourselves. This is something determined during a plan review because we don't want to overload the roof. We don't want 100 signs on the rooftop saying, hey, firefighters come here. We only want the critical areas because, as we said in the beginning, it's critical that the firefighters have accurate, quick information and can get to the places they need to get to quickly so they can transmit that down and help protect and rescue people. Next slide. This is rare, but we have seen it. Actual wind turbines on rooftops. We had at least one instance of it. And that's actually what caused us to add it to the code because renewables, and while solar is the main player in renewables, it is technically possible that wind may eventually start being used more. Any equipment with exposed or moving parts, such as turbines, must meet the following requirements. No part of the equipment may obstruct any of the required clearances. Any moving parts are not permitted within 3 feet of any required clearance areas. This is 3 feet from the vertical and horizontal clearance measurements of the clearance areas. The tips or ends of any moving equipment shall be marked with reflective material to make them easily movable, easily seen while moving. And signs will be required indicating the sign of hazard. So you can see here, just a quick diagram. You have a spinning turbine, the tips are marked, and from the arc of the spin, you can see that it's 3 feet away from the required clearance area. That would be a clear path or a landing area. Next slide, please. So we had our landing areas. You're on the rooftop. The firefighter's on the rooftop. Now you need to be able to get around the rooftop, and that's where clear paths come in. A clear path shall be 6 feet wide, 9 feet tall, 9 feet taller than the roof itself. Traverse front to rear, side to side, front to rear of the building, side to side of the building. There shall be a distinct clear path every 100 linear feet with no more than 100 feet distance between any two distinct clear paths. All clear paths shall connect to all required clearance areas and rooftop energy storage systems. They should provide access to all windowed areas along the sides of the buildings not accessible by fire apparatus, meaning essentially if it's not along an accessible exposure and the ladder truck can't put the ladder to one of those windows, we want the clear path to go to that area, essentially so they can look over, see, and in rare cases, although you may have seen more in the news lately, perform a rooftop rope rescue. So it's important that they be able to access those sides where there are windows. Any solar panels, glass, or transparent materials may not be part of the clear path. Firefighters will not walk on glass or solar panels. It doesn't matter if you say they're rated. It doesn't matter if they actually are rated to be walked on. The firefighter, when he gets on that rooftop, has no way of truly knowing that it's safe to walk along that. They will not walk along it, and that will slow them down. And in a fire emergency, being slowed down can cost lives and can cause the property to actually be lost. So it's important to not include that as part of it. We will not approve it. It will not be approved. You must provide paths on the rooftop itself. Fences crossing the clear path, like I said before, shall provide gates. Inward swinging can be secured by a lock, but must be cuttable by a standard bolt cutter. And rooftop energy storage systems shall be designed in accordance with FC 608, such that the deflagration zones and exhausts do not enter the clear path or any other required clearance areas. Next slide, please. When you have multiple roof levels, obviously, plenty of buildings are not just big rectangles with a flat roof. They're going to have multiple roof levels. In those cases, when the elevation difference between the lower roof and the upper roof is 16 feet or less, we are going to require that you provide a ladder to provide access from the lower rooftop up to the upper rooftop, and then maybe back down to a lower rooftop beyond. The exception is when the actual roof level is 6 feet or less, mainly because it's not really considered a roof level at that point. We don't need to get access to it. However, that being said, if a rooftop, it was say divided by something that was less than 6 feet wide, and there were two different roofs, say the building was bisected down the middle, we may require ladders to provide a clear path over it. We're not really wanting to stay on that roof level, but we may need to get over it onto the roof level beyond. So just to be clear. Next, and also it should be a minimum 3 feet from the edge of any rooftop, but that has a lot to do also and can be explained by the required clearance required around the ladder, which we'll go into later. Next slide, please. Irregular shaped buildings require additional clear paths, again, because especially in like H-type apartment buildings, there are windows all over these, and like we said earlier, we need access to the sides that the windows are, so the firefighters can look over and see if anybody's hanging out the edge. And especially in regular shaped buildings, it can be difficult. There are blind spots when you look over just one side. You can say, well, I'm on that side, it's fine. You can see all the way over, but there can be blind spots caused by their shape. So as you can see on each wing, we have a front to rear, side to side. We also have a path that goes across the center between, each major wing. And then we also, on the throat of the building, the part that connects them to, we have a front and rear, side to side as well. It's important. We need to connect to all the wings. We need to be able to look over all the sides, and we really don't want to have blind spots on the windows. We want to be able to see all the windows from the roof level that the firefighter can look down and transmit that information. Next slide, please. Clear path protection is important. When we say clear path protection, it consists of a 42-inch high railing, parapet, or barrier along any essentially open shafts, large elevation changes on the rooftop, along any of the required clear paths or clearance areas. Basically, you really don't want a firefighter getting on the rooftop. It's not perfect conditions. They can't be moving slowly. They can only be so careful. It's an emergency situation. They're moving fast, and they try to be careful. They try to protect themselves. But if you have an open shaft and they're walking right near, there's a chance of a fall, and we don't want that. The only exception to this is when height differentials are 6 feet or less. Next slide. Here's some of the other required clearances on the rooftop. You're going to need clearances around your fire escape ladder and other rooftop ladders. You need 3 feet on each side of each rung, not 3 feet from the center line of the. Oh, something wrong? Oh, okay. Not from 3 feet from the center line of the ladder, but 3 feet from each rung of the ladder. You need rooftop door clearance, 6 feet from the hinge in a 180-degree arc around. You can see in the lower in purple. And for skylights, hatches, you need 3 feet on 3 sides. Next slide. This is a code interpretation. This goes into a little bit about an understanding that certain buildings may have had existing skylights and hatches and their effect on fire operations, and is it really possible to bring them into the code compliance that described prior. So for rooftops constructed pursuant to the plans approved by DOB or FDNY on or before December 31st, 2017, skulls and skylights that do not have 3 feet of clearance on 3 sides will be considered to be in compliance with FC 504.4 when clearance is limited by any parapet wall or qualifying encroachment. Qualifying encroachments include attic ventilators, chimneys, plumbing ventilation, bulkheads, hatches, scuttles, skylights, and freestanding HVAC condensers with a capacity of 5 tons or more. Essentially things that cannot be moved that are part of the building or rooftop. This does not mean the rooftop itself is in full compliance. It just means that those obstructions, those qualifying encroachments on the parapets, on the skylights or hatches are not causing a non-compliance. Next slide. This is just the full language of that. So you can read later. I know we're giving out the slides at CUNY will be posting the slides later. Next slide. Conduits and piping can cause obstructions to the clear path. It is important that they're all properly labeled. They are considered to be an obstruction when they are greater than 12 inches in height or greater than 24 inches in width. Now, that doesn't just mean that a singular cable tray or a singular pipe has to be greater than 12 inches in height or greater than 24 inches in width. As you can see in the picture on the right, probably none of those 3 cable trays right there are greater than 24 inches in width. Maybe one of them is, but let's just, for argument's sake, none of them are. They may not be greater than 24 inches individually, but together they create one giant obstruction. You really can't step in between that, and you really can't land onto it. So essentially, if they're not spaced apart more than a foot or two from each other, and you can't easily put your foot, a large foot, in between each one while walking over them, they're considered to be one singular obstruction or one singular thing, and they could cause an obstruction at that point. When they do cause an obstruction to the clear path or any required clearance areas, a non-combustible crossover will be required to provide a clear path over them. Next slide. When you have telecommunications equipment or other equipment, you may want to put up stealth walls because this equipment can be ugly, obviously. It needs to be properly labeled. We need to know what's up there. We don't want to be walking in front of these things. It's not safe to be standing in front of them. There are signs everywhere that says don't stand in front of them. If you put stealth walls and the firefighters and the people inspecting can't see it, it's a problem. So they need to be properly labeled with proper signage. And they should all have proper information on who to call, contact, and so on and so forth. Next slide. New to the 2022 fire code, we got into the actual radio frequency emissions that exceed the FCC exposure limits for general population will be considered to cause an obstruction to any required clearance areas affected, including but not limited to the perimeter access landing areas, rooftop hatches, skylights, clear paths, fire escapes, and rooftop accessible doors. We may require additional information be submitted, certifying that all areas of concerns within the FCC guidelines for general population are acceptable exposure limits. I know the solar installers here do not install generally antennas. It's not your job. It's not what you usually are doing. However, if the antennas existed in a prior to the enactment of the code, and they're still up there, they can still cause an obstruction on your rooftop and affect the clearances and safety on the rooftop that you're installing solar. So while you yourselves may not be causing this issue, it can be an issue for the rooftop that needs to be addressed when you're modifying and installing your equipment on the rooftop. Next slide. Cantilever buildings shall be constructed in such a way that adequately facilitates firefighter operations and provides adequate clearances, vertical clearances. This is becoming a thing, slowly growing. You know, space is a premium, and this is one way for larger buildings to get a little more floor space. They must be a minimum 12 feet above the rooftop cantilever section and the rooftop underneath. 9 feet of clearance between any cantilever section and the rooftop features below. 25 from the nearest exterior, 25 feet from the nearest exterior surface. Next slide. You are permitted in some scenarios. They want to maintain a certain look to the skyline, to have screen walls, to maintain that look. These will only be allowed when the structure is necessary to comply with zoning requirements. They may be no more than 8 feet wide and measured from the side of the new building, no more than 12 feet deep measured from the wall of the new building, the front wall of the new building. And when you do a cantilever building, you can't self-certify. You must file with FDNY for the proper FireMax analysis. Next slide. I believe this was actually a question in the chat about can plats be grown into the fire paths, and are there any restrictions to keep in mind? This will go over that quickly. Rooftop gardens foliage shall not cause obstruction to required clear paths. There will be considered obstruction when any vegetation exceeds 12 inches in height. Kind of the same way any conduits would be, or any other things, railings, piping, anything. You can see in the photos, very tall grass or some kind of tall plants. Obviously, you don't want to try walking through that. That would be very difficult. That would obstruct all your clearances in that photo. We do also require a hose connection to an approved water supply. That when the square footage of your foliage exceeds 250 square feet, that's not for firefighting operations. That's just to ensure the proper maintenance. We don't want a bunch of dead and dried out plants on a rooftop. That's a tinderbox. That's a big problem. Not only then would we have plants everywhere that are a tripping hazard and difficult, we would then have a flaming rooftop, which would be really difficult for the firefighters. So we try to avoid that. But plants can absolutely cause an obstruction to the perimeter access, all the other required clearances, especially if they're 12 inches or greater in height. Next slide. It's important that all your installations do not interfere with the normal functions of the rooftop. Be careful with where you put your ballast mounts. Don't block drainage. Don't block the path of drainage. You may not be jammed up right against the drain, but it may block the actual proper flow toward the drain, and that can be a problem. We don't want to add a bunch of extra weight. It's already a lot of extra weight on some of these rooftops with the installations. We don't want extra water weight. Then in a fire emergency, then we get a roof collapse. It's not what we want. To the best of your ability, make sure that the rooftop, such as drains, function properly. Next slide. We're next going to go into 512, which is about the solar portion. But before that, we're going to go FC 504.5. Next slide. Next slide. FC 504.5 deals with rooftops over 100 feet. This is new to the 2022 fire code. Prior to that, we had no rooftop requirements listed out that way for clearances. This only affects rooftops constructed after the enactment of the 2022 fire code. That doesn't mean buildings constructed after it. It means rooftops. So if you're getting a vertical enlargement, or you're building a new building, or you're adding a partial, enlargement, any enlargement or new rooftop is going to trigger this requirement. We don't require clear paths, not clear paths, clear perimeter access landing areas, mainly because the ladders don't reach that tall usually. We do require clear paths that must be 6 feet wide. They must connect to any side of the building which has windows. They must connect to the rooftop bulkheads, doors, hatches, ladders, or any other point of roof access. And clearances around bulkhead, doors, and hatches and ladders must comply with FC 504.4.42, FC 504.46. Basically, the 3 feet on 3 sides for the hatches, doors, skylights, and ladders, and 6 feet for the doors. Next slide, please. So this is FC 512, rooftop solar panel installations. Next slide. Solar panels on flat roofs shall comply with all requirements of FC 504.4. Essentially, all the requirements that we just discussed about clear paths, clearance areas, they apply the same for solar as they do for any other installation. There are a few exceptions for solar, though. The exception to the clear path requirement, an approved hedge mechanism for clear path obstructed by any solar panels can be provided, but it will need a certificate of approval, which is a TM2 app. To date, this has never been used. This has been in the code at least since 2014 and never been used, because the hinge mechanism must always work and must, in one fell swoop, move all the panels out of the way. It's there. You can do it if you can figure it out and get it approved. We've not seen anybody even attempt it yet, but it's there. And there are some acceptable encroachments on the clear path for narrow buildings that are 25 feet and less. We're going to go into that next slide. So FC 512.2 allows for qualifying encroachments to encroach upon the clear path to a limited extent under the following circumstances. The building rooftop must be 25 feet or less in width and or depth. The design of solar panel installation must necessitate substantial rooftop coverage. The encroachment does not reduce the clear path to less than 4 feet. Qualifying encroachment may not limit the access to any other required landing areas unless otherwise stated by the FDNY guidelines. And proposed installations must be filed with DOB or FDNY for full plan review. No professional certification may be used in lieu of plan review when you're having qualifying encroachments into the path. Installations must comply with all the requirements of the fire code, including FC 504.4. Next slide. So qualifying encroachments are like the other qualifying encroachments we mentioned before: attic ventilators, chimney, plumbing ventilation, freestanding HVACs over 5 tons, hatch, skylight, essentially things that cannot be moved. Solar panels themselves will not be considered a qualifying encroachment, and they themselves may not limit the clear path. However, solar panels in conjunction with the qualifying encroachments listed above may limit the clear path to 4 feet. Next slide. Here's some examples of what is and isn't compliant. The left two are compliant. As you can see, you have on the leftmost 2 skylights next to each other. They're not 6 feet apart. The clear path runs through them and is only reduced to 4 feet. That's qualifying. Those are 2 qualifying encroachments, and therefore it is code compliant. The one next to it, the solar panels are within 4 feet of the skylight. The solar panels themselves are not qualifying encroachment, but they're in conjunction with a qualifying encroachment, which is the skylight, and the path is only reduced to 4 feet, and that would be considered code compliant. Now, the right two, the next one over to the right, are non-compliant, and the next one would be the solar panels and the parapet. The parapet and the solar panels are not the parapet's not considered qualifying encroachment in this scenario, and the panels are not a qualifying encroachment. Therefore, the path has been reduced by non-qualifying encroachments, therefore non-compliant. And the final one is 2 panels together on each side, reducing it, not compliant. Next slide. That's it for flat roofs, basically. Obviously, you're going to be installing them on not flat roofs, the pitched roofs. We do have some requirements for that as well. For solar panels on pitched roofs that are greater than 20 degrees, you're not required to provide the same clear paths front to rear, side to side, 6 feet wide. What we really want, because of the operations done on these rooftops, is to provide 3 feet of clearance along both sides of the ridgeline. Essentially, on this ridgeline, the firefighters are going to be cutting to vent. So that's why I need 3 feet on either side of every ridgeline of every roof. Next slide. Any conduits or wiring systems and raceways shall be located along the dips and valleys away from the ridgeline. We don't want to have to be trying to cut through those. It's not good to have those there when they're trying to cut and vent, and obviously should be all properly labeled. Next slide, please. We do have an allowance for that used to just be an allowance, but now has been actually codified in the 2022 for group R3 occupancies whose rooftop has a slope of 9.5 degrees or greater do not have to comply with the requirements of FC 504.4. However, these rooftops will instead must comply with FC 512.3 and must provide 3 feet of clearance along both sides of the ridgeline of each roof. Essentially, what we're saying is these ones with a 9.5 degree or greater slope can be considered sloped rooftops for group R3 occupancies because the operations the firefighters will be doing on them is essentially the same as the sloped usually. That's why. Next slide, please. So we're going to go over some common non-compliant situations. Next slide. These are some common things we've seen out there. Solar panels that completely obstruct the rooftop, fences that completely obstruct. The second picture, you can see fences that completely obstruct the perimeter access. The next one, you can see tons of antennas limiting the ability to access the rooftop. It is important that you do not obstruct the final picture on the right, topmost. You do not obstruct the the fire escapes and their landing area. That equipment platform is blocking the clearances around it. Those chains are blocking the actual ladder. That is dangerous. We do not want that. Again, the bottom left shows, well, look, someone could say those are walkable. You could step on them. It's fine. Firefighters will not step on them, even though it looks physically like you could walk on them. They will not take the risk. And not every obstruction necessarily has to be a permanent one. The one in the bottom middle, you can see trash or bags of trash or tons of stuff can cause an obstruction. This is something we really saw. It was about 10 feet high pile of bags, maybe 10 or 15 feet deep, and then went all the way around. It's not acceptable. It caused a problem. It had to be removed. Next slide. It's also important to design your buildings well and your rooftop as well, because we don't want to see stairs to nowhere. This is part of the reason we want to see these rooftops. We want to be part of the fire department wants to look at them and ensure that what's put up there is safe. We don't want to see scenarios where there are stairs that go off the edge of a rooftop, and that's why we do what we do. Next slide, please. So what does not require a variance application with the FDNY? When do you not need to get a variance? Any rooftop that's fully code compliant. And if your rooftop exists, maybe was built prior to one of the enactment of the code, it may not be code compliant to the current code, but hasn't been changed since it was built. So it's existing in the compliant condition that it was built under the code it was built under. And ordinary repairs or maintenance are being done to it, such as re-roofing, parapet repair, facade repair, and like-for-like replacement of equipment. The code will not be triggered. And like-for-like replacement of equipment means exactly the same equipment. Not a slight upgrade, not a slightly different model, but it looks the same. If it is different in any way, it's considered an upgrade or a change, and therefore that would trigger the code, and now you must comply with the new requirements and bring your building either into full compliance or get a variance. Next slide. What does require a variance application? Any non-compliance, proposed or existing on the rooftop. It doesn't matter if it's someone else's work. If it's existing and it's non-compliant on that rooftop, it's going to need a variance when you're doing work on it. Plus, any proposed work. New equipment such as cell sites, solar arrays, vertical enlargements of the building, green roofs, blue roofs, new building construction, cantilevers, any work that would affect that rooftop triggers the requirement to either be fully compliant, or if there is a non-compliance existing or proposed, has to get a variance for it. Next slide. So how do you file? Apply through FDNY Business Portal. Here's the link right here. You're going to just go sign up, create an account if you don't already have one. Be careful where you go and how you file for this. Do not just select fire code variance. That will not go to the rooftop unit. It will cause a delay in your application. Your application will have to be denied, kicked back out. Then you'll have to resubmit it under the correct thing. Be sure you're careful how you do it. Go under design and installation, select technology management application, and finally select rooftop variants. Next slide, please. When you file, the application fee is $420. There is no fee for resubmissions. These are variances. There is going to inherently be some back and forth. We know it. You should expect there to be some back and forth between us because these are non-code compliant conditions. It's not going to be perfect. We're going to want to work with you a bit on getting it to where we need it, so we don't charge as long as you refile within 6 months of any deficiency issued. You're going to be required to file, with the filing, you're going to be required to provide the TM5 application, 11x17 plans with original signed and sealed signature from the design professional, a narrative explaining the scope of work, photographs of the current condition of the rooftop, and any and all other relevant documentations from other city agencies. All documents must be in PDF format. Next slide. This is just a quick example of the TM5, just so you have an idea of what it looks like. Next slide. Your plans should be laid out somewhat similarly to this. You want to make it easy for you want to provide enough information that the plan examiner gets the full understanding of what's going on your rooftop, but don't make it impossible to read. Make it clear, concise, and obvious what you're doing, what exists. Make sure you show the entirety of the rooftop, not only the area work is being proposed. Label all the existing building features, label all the proposed work as proposed, label any existing work as existing, label all the apparatus accessible exposures, including parking lots, label them with their names. If it's along a street, give us the street names. We need to be able to orient ourselves when we're looking at these buildings because we're going to look them up. We're going to look them on Google Maps. We're going to try and get a feel for what's going on around it. We want to understand what we're looking at. Be sure you show the areas that you're demonstrating compliance to the code, and then also clearly indicate the areas that are not in compliance with the code. Clearly state and call out any mitigations for non-compliances that you're providing. If you have large cable trays that are blocking the clear path, call out that you're putting a step over there to provide a path over them. Make it clear to us. Don't overload us with unnecessary information, but make it very clear what's on your rooftop, where the clear paths are, where are the clearances, and what you're installing, what exists, and what are your mitigations. Make sure you leave some room for us to put our stamp for approval, and be sure the plans are stamped and signed by a design professional. Next slide. This is just the unit contact information. If you have questions or concerns, the best thing to do is always email through FDNY Business Support. They'll properly track your question, give you a reference number, and send it over to my unit. For me, usually it'll come directly to me actually, and for us to review and get back to you. If you do not hear back from us, that the importance of FDNY Business Support and getting that reference number is that you can then recontact them, give them your reference number for your question, and they'll essentially come to me and bother me and tell me that I need to get the answer to you soon. So it's important, go through them, and you can always email us and get an answer. Next slide. I believe that's it actually, right? Yes. So thank you for your attention. I know it was a lot. And I'm going to hand it over to Catherine Oseni. Apologize if I got that wrong, from Con Edison.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay, great. Hi, everyone. Catherine Oseni, specialist within distribution planning at Con Ed. And today I'm going to talk about our hosting capacity maps. Next slide, please. So for those of you who may not be as familiar with our maps or mapping tool or even what hosting capacity is, I figured I'd start with just a little introduction and a brief definition of what it is. So hosting capacity is defined as the amount of distributed energy resources, or DER, that could be accommodated onto the grid without adversely impacting power quality or reliability, in addition to whatever it can accommodate without requiring infrastructure upgrades. So that being said, the main objectives of the maps that we provide are to increase the transparency of where within the Con Edison territory there is available hosting capacity. We want to make sure we provide developers, contractors, customers, or even just people that are curious to look at the data and see what we have available as in terms of the mapping tool, into potential locations for these DERs and sites where they can interconnect private generation. And all in all, it's to help everyone understand how and where the installations can impact the distribution system at a first glance. So even before any applications are submitted, it just gives an overall view of what the current state is in terms of capacity. To access this map, you can go to our website. It's publicly available. You don't need to register or create an account or anything, so anyone can view it at any time. And next slide, please. Just for a little additional information, within the Joint Utilities of New York, we're join them with the effort for the hosting capacity maps. So with stakeholder engagement, general roadmaps for hosting capacity, any stakeholder updates as well. So that can be found on the Joint Utilities website. On the left, you can see all of the utilities that participate in the joint utilities, and they have their own links and information for utility-specific hosting capacity tools and information. Next slide, please. Okay, so to start off, just an overview of what the portal looks like. This is at the least granular view. Just wanted to give you a quick image of the maps that we do have. So we have a PV hosting capacity map for both our non-network or overhead and our network or underground systems. We have a storage hosting capacity map for our non-network system. We have electrification capacity, and we have a non-wireless solutions map. Next slide, please. Great. So first, we're going to talk a little bit about the PV hosting capacity and what we provide. So specifically for the PV use case, we provide two different maps. One for our network, or like I said, underground system, which you can see on the left side of the screen, and another for our non-network or overhead system, which is on the right side of the screen. As you can see from the screenshots, they're at different levels of data. So we'll start with network PV. We perform the hosting capacity analysis at the main and service plate level of information, and it's aggregated by aggregating the hosting capacity of the structures within the plate. So if you see the larger squares, that is the aggregate of all the smaller squares, basically is what you're looking at. This layer shows the capacity at the structure level, which is the smaller squares, and that represents hosting capacity values at our secondary grid. The view is adjustable if you zoom in and out. So this is the most granular view that you're going to see. So if you scroll out of the map, you'll start to see just the larger squares. And then obviously if you scroll in, you'll get more of the granular information. Okay, so on the other side for overhead, our non-network PV map performs the hosting capacity analysis at the nodal level, utilizing ratings for feeders. So nodes are the smallest unit of measurement for mapping, and you can see the feeders being represented by the lines on the right side. The maximum capacity generally represents the value at the feeder head, and the minimum capacity is going to be at the feeder tail. Both maps utilize worst case scenarios for hosting capacity based on summer peak load. So just at a glance, that's the overall differences between those two maps. Next slide, please. Great. So here we have our storage hosting capacity map. This is on our non-network side. So the non-network map utilizes also modeling for the analysis at the nodal level. So same as the PV non-network map, utilizing the ratings for each feeder. Same as the PV map, the maximum and minimum discharging value are for every section of the feeder. So you'll see both charging and discharging values if you select a feeder anywhere on the map. This also utilizes a worst case scenario for hosting capacity values based on the summer peak load. So on the slide, you can see it's a little more obvious here within the map that you have all the feeders in that blue to purple scale. And then there's a grayed out section within Manhattan, Brooklyn. So that just represents our network side. So that's why you don't see any feeders there. That's part of our network system. And then for every map, you can see there's a legend. It gives you the capacity range. Like I said, this one provides both charging and discharging values. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the newest map. It used to be the EV charging map or electric vehicle charging map, but it is now the electrification map. So the difference now is that in addition to the EV charging, we now provide a visualization of hosting capacity for heat electrification. So none of the information has been removed. It's just an addition. So if you can see here, you'll see both lines and circles or squares. The lines are the feeders, same as the other maps. And then the circles and squares are transformers. So I'll get into a little bit of that. But you can see in the legend that there are different types of transformers, 460 volts, 208 volts. And like I said, you'll get the summer ratings or the electric vehicle side through the feeders. Next slide, please. Okay, so a little more into the methodology of this map. So as I said before, the transformer capacity that was visualized earlier is for the underground or network system, and the feeder level is for the overhead. Both the transformer and feeder level electrification capacity for both winter and summer. So what that means, the summer ratings are used for electric vehicle charging values. The winter ratings, in combination with summer, determine the available capacity for building electrification. So what you could do when you go to the map, you can toggle between the winter view and the summer view, depending on which use case you're looking for. Next slide, please. So here's an example of that. On the left side, you'll see the summer load values, and on the right side, you'll see the winter load values. So within the layer list, like I said, they're just little check boxes, and you can turn on summer or winter. This is what it looks like at a feeder. If you click anywhere in the feeder, we provide substation rating, circuit voltage, peak load, summer load capacity, or winter load capacity. And then on the bottom, you'll see a refresh date. So every time we update the map, that date changes, so you know the last time all the data has been updated. Next slide, please. Okay, and this is the transformer level capacity. So same concept, you have a summer and a winter view, just to give you a sense of what that looks like. So on the left is an example of a 208 volt transformer, and on the right it's 460. So we provide structure number, main and service plate identification, voltage, and then the capacity range for either transformer, depending on which view you have on. Next slide, please. And this is just a quick view of what's on our introduction tab of the map. So if you want any additional resources, we provide some really good links. We have an FAQ document on our website, including just more information about the hosting capacity platform in general, the distributed system platform, how to apply for private generation if you're looking to send in an application, and also the integrated planning guidance document that's created by the joint utilities. That's linked on their website as well, but it's also on our introduction tab. And then if any additional resources or questions, you reach out to dgexpert@coned.com, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. This I added in case anyone wanted to talk about a little more about the specific methodology of that particular map. And it just kind of goes through the layer list and the legends. So, but I covered a little bit before, but basically, you have two of these views for two different use cases. So that's how you would read that. Right. And I think that's the last slide. All right. Perfect. Okay, so then I'll hand it off to the next presentation. Thank you so much.
Sounds good. Thanks, Catherine. And this is Luke Forster from NYSERDA, here to speak a little bit about what's going on in the PV world, particularly with New York Sun. Before I dive in, I just want to thank the CUNY team and the Con Edison team for having me here today and for hosting such an excellent event year after year. By way of introduction, I'm Luke Forster. I'm here at NYSERDA on the DER team, Distributed Energy Resources, which just means I support solar as well as energy storage. I've been at NYSERDA about 12 and a half years, and I worked for a private sector solar developer for a few years before that. So let's change the slide, and I'll tell you what I'll be talking about today. First, I've got a bit of a retrospective, looking back at some industry trends from 2024. And additionally, I'll be speaking a little bit about the news in terms of New York Sun program updates and changes. Next slide. So just putting everything in a little bit of context here, distributed solar in New York State is a great story. It started off slow, it's grown year after year after year after year, thanks in large part to the efforts of developers like those on the call, installers, the utilities, and of course, others, many stakeholders. So just looking over the last decade, our compound annual growth rate for New York solar industry has been 31% a year on average. I'd be hard pressed to find anything else that grows steadily at 31% a year. So this table here is showing years through 2023. And let's flip to the next slide. And you'll see 2024 was, of course, New York State's biggest year yet for installing distributed solar, with well over a gigawatt, actually over 1,200 megawatts DC of solar installed in 2024. Of course, that's a combination of residential, small commercial, and commercial industrial scale, and community solar projects as well. This does not include, large scale utility scale projects. But again, NYSERDA and the state of New York are super proud of the growth of the industry as well as all the jobs that it supported over the years. And we're excited that it's going to keep on continuing to deploy. Let's move on to the next slide. So I'm going to take that number and dice it up a few different ways. I'll show it to you broken out by market segment and broken out by utility. But right now I'm showing you statewide solar built annually by project category. I took these numbers from the utility interconnection inventory, and you'll see the blue bars are what we call commercial industrial scale. That's inclusive of community solar. The yellow bar in the middle is the medium-sized projects, what we call non-residential or small commercial, generally projects up to 750 kilowatts. In the green bar is residential, single-family residential solar. So pointing out a few trends here, the blue bar has shown the most growth over the past few years. That's predominantly driven by community solar installed upstate. We've had many dozens of multi-megawatt projects come online over the past few years, each one supporting hundreds of community solar off-takers. Residential still trucking along. We did see some contraction between 2023 and 2024. I'll share some notes on that on a later slide, but you'll see that residential is still a very meaningful slice of the pie. We've been hovering around 200 megawatts per year for the past 3 years. Small commercial or non-residential remains a challenging market, a challenging market segment. On one hand, it's getting the same VEDR revenue as the megawatt scale projects. On the other hand, it doesn't benefit from quite the same economy of scale that the larger projects do. Next slide, please. So here's the 2024 deployment sliced up amongst the different utilities. They're all labeled on the pie chart here. You can see the lion's share of development for the year came from National Grid and NYSEG upstate. Again, that's predominantly megawatt scale community solar projects. And we've had meaningful contributions from the other utilities as well. Con Edison contributed about 122 megawatts last year. Again, that's megawatts DC, not AC, or about 1/10 of the overall state deployment for solar. Each utility had a mix of residential, small commercial, and commercial industrial, with residential really being well represented by each utility. Next slide, please. And here's a deeper dive into what was built in Con Edison over the last 5 years. I'm referring to Con Edison territory as a whole, so the 5 boroughs as well as Westchester County. And you'll see again, it's broken out by market segment. The green is residential, projects up to 25 kilowatts. The orange is non-residential or small commercial, projects from 25 kilowatts up to 750 kilowatts. In the blue is commercial industrial scale. These are projects above 750 kilowatts. A few trends I want to point out. Residential's been going strong. There was a contraction from 2023 to 2024 in Con Ed territory as well as statewide. But it nonetheless remains a much more robust deployment rate than we saw in previous years. And also, both small commercial and commercial industrial contributed meaningfully and have grown over the past 5 years. Few notes I want to point out as well. Whereas we looked at the statewide trends, most of the megawatts came from larger projects. We just simply don't have that same amount of land and large available roof space down in the city. So it really remains a market for smaller projects. Residential is doing exceptionally well, thanks to both offsetting the highest net metered retail rate in the state. I believe it averaged around 34 cents a kilowatt hour last year. And the 30% property tax abatement benefit certainly contributes as well. I know that has a cap of, I think it's $62,500 per year. So that really benefits small to medium-sized projects. Projects on the larger end of the scale would see that capped out. In just double clicking a little bit on the larger commercial projects, there were a couple nice carport projects built last year in the megawatt scale range. So it was really heartening to see carports being built on a large scale. Let's move on to the next slide, please. Here's the 2024 Con Edison deployment broken out by county or borough. You'll see about a little over a quarter was built in Westchester. Bronx, Brooklyn, Queens, Staten Island, each saw strong deployment. Frankly, it comes down to where the roofs are. The boroughs that have more houses, more available roof space are seeing more development. Tiny sliver in Manhattan, that of course being a more difficult and costly space to develop in. Next slide, please. Here's some fun data. I know the line graph is a little bit busy, but I'll talk through it here. What I did is I took the median, the median price per watt over the past, 8 or 9 years, and I broke it out again by those same 3 market segments. Residential is the blue bar on top. Non-residential, AKA small commercial, is the orange bar. and commercial industrial scale is the green bar. So those of you that submit for NYSERDA applications, you know we always ask you, how big is the project? What's your total project cost? This is one thing we do with that developer reported project cost data. We take a look at it on a cost per watt basis, and we look for trends. Focusing on the residential, the blue line, you'll see it's hovered around, $4, $4.50 a watt for the foreseeable past. The cost of modules has come down, over that time. But as we all know, there's a lot more that goes into building and developing and selling and interconnecting a solar project than just the modules. A couple of things that have kept that price per watt at a relatively high level have been inflation across the board, increase in prices for balances of system components, high cost of capital. Many customers are doing loans or PPAs. That financing capital needs to come from somewhere, and that's costly. Customer acquisition costs are still very meaningful. I think we're north of 60 cents per watt for residential customer acquisition in the city these days. And of course, labor is tight and growing increasingly costly. I do want to point out that whereas that residential cost per watt number has remained largely flat over the past 8 years, it has fallen a bit more for upstate residential solar. That's routinely about 75 cents to $1 per watt lower than project development down in Con Ed territory. Might be a couple of reasons for that. Larger systems upstate because they can do residential ground mounts, they have larger roofs, and just simply the cost of doing business is of course higher in the city. That orange bar for non-residential, or line I should say, not bar, is a bit over the place. That really represents a large variety of projects. Some of those are 30 kilowatt roof mounts. Some of those are a couple hundred kilowatts. Some are on parking canopies, some are not. But just pointing out that they typically benefit from a little bit of an economy of scale compared to residential. So those costs are a bit lower. The green, finally, we have the commercial industrial projects. It's a relatively small sample size, maybe a dozen or so projects per year. So I wouldn't read too much into that spike in 2021. I think that's just a relic of having a relatively small number of projects being examined. But you do see that the megawatt scale projects are generally a lower cost per unit than residential or small commercial, but still generally, well north of $2 per watt. So I'm fascinated by this stuff. I love the numbers. But let's move on to the next slide. So I talked a little bit about year-end review numbers. I want to take a moment, spend a little time on this slide and talk about the news and what's coming up next. As we're aware, New York State has a goal to build out 10 gigawatts of distributed solar by 2023. Last year was a big milestone. We finally hit 6 gigawatts. We achieved that somewhere around August or September. And as of, I think, the end of January, we were at 6,692 megawatts built and complete. Again, a good healthy mix of residential, small commercial, and community solar there. There's another 3,000 megawatts or so currently in the NYSERDA pipeline. These are projects that already have awards from us. They have award letters and are under active development, if not construction. If you add together that 6,600 and 3,000, that gets us to about 9,764 megawatts. Or if we move the decimal place, that's about 97% of the 10 gigawatt goal. Recognized, there may be some attrition, some delays, but we're well on the path to get to 10 gigawatts by 2030. There's still a little bit of gas left in the tank, so to speak. We still have open megawatt blocks in the Con Ed non-residential. We, of course, have separate blocks for small, medium, and large projects. There is also some additional capacity that hasn't been posted to the dashboard yet. So there's a bit more than what you just see posted. When NYSERDA built out our budget for the 10 gigawatt program, many years ago, we assumed that the ITC would be stepping down to 10% at the time because that was the current tax code. As a result, because the ITC was extended to 30%, we're currently running a surplus somewhere in the neighborhood of $350 million for the program. NYSERDA filed a petition with Public Service Commission and Department of Public Service last year, essentially asking for permission to take that surplus on the budget and use it to support additional PV projects beyond 10 gigawatts. That petition is currently before the Public Service Commission. And if they act on it, that could support additional megawatts, probably over a gigawatt of solar. That funding will likely be exclusively for community solar projects with LMI off-takers. So stay tuned for updates on that. Additionally, New York State received an award for about $250 million last year through the federal EPA Solar for All grant program. We worked with a few awardees, a few co-applicants and co-awardees, and we're excited to roll those programs out. This funding could support LMI, residential, multifamily, and community solar. Caveat that these are federal funds. There's currently some uncertainty around the accessibility of those funds, but our team is very closely and very actively working to make sure we can use that funding. Next slide, please. Just shifting to the residential space, NYSERDA posted the final megawatt block for Con Edison residential solar. This was the final bit of funding and megawatt capacity that we're authorized to spend per the 10 gigawatt order. We added 18 megawatts at 15 cents a watt. This was last month, around February 13th. As of today, about 14.5 megawatts remain of that. Best guess is that could last approximately about 3 more months. So the big question is what happens after that residential block closes and that last 14 megawatts of capacity is allocated? Well, NYSERDA is not leaving the space entirely. We're still here. We're going to maintain the affordable solar incentive. That's 40 cents a watt available for income eligible households in Con Ed territory. So we will continue offering and maintaining that incentive. We've still got Green Jobs, Green New York financing. That's available for the foreseeable future. And we're still working out the details on this, but NYSERDA will maintain the quality solar installer designation. As a reminder, for those who aren't very familiar with it, it's a program whereby NYSERDA recognizes installers who consistently perform well on inspections of the installations that we perform. We give them an additional designation that they can use in their marketing work. So we intend to maintain that QSI designation. So please stay tuned and continue to read those emails that we periodically send out. Okay, my last slide, statewide solar for all. I want to do a quick plug for that. This program is now live. It was authorized last year. It's essentially an offering for community solar and storage. It's a way for developers and project owners to no longer have to worry about customer acquisition, customer management, and customer invoicing. The way it works is the utility company, Con Edison in this case, allocate a portion of the CDG project's bill credits directly to a pool of income eligible households. That reduces costs for the developer and project owner across the board. And the project owner receives a direct monthly payment from the utility for a certain portion of the value stack revenue. So it's designed to be a very streamlined program that removes a few moving parts while ensuring that a meaningful portion of the project revenue, the bill credits, go to income eligible households. The utilities are accepting project enrollments now. Don't enroll through Central Hudson's application. Use Con Edison's portal instead. I may have recycled this slide. And NYSERDA continues to offer a 20 cents per watt incentive for projects going through statewide Solar for All. This incentive is available for projects that didn't already get market transition credit, community credit, or community adder. That does it for me. I'm going to wrap up here. I think we're about on time, on schedule, and let's open it up for some Q&A.
All right. Thank you very much, Luke, and to the entire list of panelists here from the Solar Updates on Incentives, Permitting, and Codes. It's amazing how far we've come. Any of you in the audience that have been around for the last 19 years when we started doing this, it's absolutely, Luke, you're probably there on the other side of the fence, working for a private installer, and it's just absolutely amazing. So once again, our ombudsman has selected the questions that you, the attendees have put in the chat. And so and again, if they're not answered, and even when they are answered, we're going to collect those and we're going to post those up on the New York Solar Map a week or so after the webinar. So I'd now like to toss it over to Emily Sweeney to moderate the Q&A portion for all the panelists in this section. Thank you, Emily.
Hi, thanks, Lori. And thank you to all of our panelists. You guys really did a deep dive on a lot of very important information. So we do have several questions. I would invite all of the presenters to join us on camera here if you're still available. I think the first couple questions we have are related to the electric code, right? The new electric code we have coming up. So our partners at Department of Buildings. The first one should be pretty simple. When does the new electric code actually go into effect, or where can folks find more information, right, as to the applicability of that code?
The new electric code is coming into effect soon.
Okay.
That's all I have about the timing of that.
Okay, so we can go ahead and send that one. I'm sure there's stuff that's published on that, right? So we can answer that one after,
Yes.
After the fact here. No problem. It's good to know though that it's coming up, right? Long overdue.
Yes, it is. It has been a while.
Great. All right. So this next one, I have a feeling as well may require some follow-up, but let's throw it out here. I think honestly, NYSERDA has a little bit of experience with this as well, perhaps. So the question is, now that New York City Department of Buildings is moving to a version of the 2020 NEC, right? Industry has kind of learned that it will be a number of welcome updates and changes. However, they were highlighting that there are some, I guess, kind of known clarifications or issues that were clarified in future versions of code. One thing that they are specifically highlighting here is 690.12 was worded as to the actual types of structures affected by the term buildings, right? This is in relation to rapid shutdown requirements. I guess there was a question of if you anticipate any guidance or technical bulletins to address rapid shutdowns for solar systems and how that's going to be addressed in the new electric code. Has that come up at all yet? Oh, Luke, I see your mouth moving.
Yeah, great question. I'd love to take that back to my colleagues, Chris and Rick. If the person who had that question, has any more details, I'd love to, email my colleagues and get some thoughts on that. NYSERDA doesn't set code, enforce code, really interpret code. We like to be a helpful resource. We do our own inspections, so I can check with our inspection teams and see what they've heard there. But this also may be a question for DOB.
I would say any anticipated technical bulletins, I don't know any specific things that are in the works on that. I was able to find on our website confirmation that the new electrical code is supposed to take effect in December 2025.
Awesome. Great. Thank you. That's helpful. Great. Thank you. Yeah, I know there's always kind of been a little bit of that, right? Like we know that folks that have that are getting NYSERDA incentives do end up having to comply, right, with NYSERDA requirements. So I think that'll be something interesting. We see how that plays out, and our ombudsman team here would be happy to help support that conversation, right, to make sure that there is understanding between the AHJs and industry as to what those rapid shutdown requirements are. So I think that's a good flag from industry here and something we can certainly all follow up on.
Yeah, and it's been a while since I personally cracked a code book, but I think that's been a requirement upstate for a number of years. So I think there's a good amount of understanding that can be leveraged and built on.
Awesome. Okay. Another question we had was, folks were hoping to better understand exactly what happens once a professional certification job is submitted. It was brought up, right, that there's kind of a QA phase. I guess folks are wondering, what is that different than the audit, or do you have any insight, I guess, into the process there that might help folks understand what really happens once it gets submitted for professional certification?
Sure. So professionally certified filings that are submitted to the building department get reviewed by the professional certification team, which is a different unit than I'm in. So their specific tasks, I do not actually know what they are checking for very specifically, but I do know they check for general completeness. The point of the professional certification is that the professional registered design professional is certifying that everything that they have drawn is perfectly compliant with code, and we don't have to worry about all of the details. And so the quality assurance check, QA check, is checking for general completeness, that if this type of document was needed, they have submitted that type of document. Do the drawings have a seal? There's quite a few other checks that they do. I do not know the specifics because I'm not in that unit. In terms of the audit, right? So once that job gets approved by the QA team, and the job is approved, and then you can go forward with pulling your permits. Then there's a random audit. So your job may get audited. If in fact there was something that was not compliant, but you've already built it, you're going to have to unbuild it and rebuild it in the compliant way. If it gets audited and you can't resolve the audit in a way that complies with what you've already drawn, that's the risk of the audit of the professional certification. Is you've got to really do your due diligence, make sure everything's really compliant, because if it is audited and we find that what you drew doesn't in fact comply, then you've got to change everything, whether it's built or not. So that's why that path is the professional certification path versus a standard plan exam, where you have a chance to review it with the examiner and double check some of your compliance issues and make sure things are all compliant before you get into the permitting phase.
Awesome. Okay. I think, yeah, that was a helpful explanation there. I think sometimes we have folks who've been involved in filing these systems for so long. I think we all know, right, that there was that switch over to DOB Now, as you guys detailed, about a year and a half ago. And I think sometimes just understanding what's changed a little bit just in the process is helpful. So thanks for elaborating on that. All right. There was another thing here. This is for Department of Buildings and FDNY. I guess clarifying something that was in the FDNY presentation that relates to DOB filing, right? So we were just looking for some clarification that projects with qualifying encroachments under 512.22, I guess, right? I think, John, you had presented that those projects, or I guess the question is, can those projects be filed professional certification with Department of Buildings? Or was there, did we see something there that they require plan examination review?
They require plan examination because it's a qualifying encroachment. You know, we want to ensure that it meets that requirement.
Right.
Okay.
There, to follow up on that, there is, if that's something that the applicants are trying to decide if the system is going to allow them to do it or not, that's something that's in the drawing level. So when you go to submit, if you're trying to choose professional certification or a standard plan exam, you as the professional are the one who needs to know that you have a qualifying encroachment and therefore you need to be doing the standard plan exam. The system, the website will let you submit professional certification, but then that's the case where you might get audited and then it might not work out. And so that's why you're supposed to go, you as the professional are supposed to know that that application type is not supposed to go to professional certification. It's not going to get caught by the system because it doesn't look at the drawing level information for professional certification.
That's a really important point. I'm glad we touched on that, right? Because there's certain things that systems will stop you from doing, but then there are others, obviously, that's why we always talk about needing the qualified professionals involved in this, right? And you guys spent some time during your presentation with DOB talking about all those different licensures and folks involved in the process. So that's helpful clarification. Thank you. We just received a question in the last few minutes. I'm going to read
Emily,
it as
this will have to be the last question.
Okay, no problem. So there was a question about special electricians and licensed electricians in the New York City Code, if this is something that we have to address later. I know you guys are in plan exam, not necessarily electrical, but they were saying it seems to indicate that solar work can only be done by a special electrician or licensed electrician. Is that something we can address quickly, or is that something we should probably follow up with?
A licensed electrician, certainly. I'm not certain about special electrician. That is not something I'm familiar with.
Okay, so why don't we have the person who asked that question, if you want to put in a little bit more context and we can try to get it answered after the fact, just make sure we're trying to answer your question fully. But thank you everyone for participating in our solar panel today. Lots of great information was covered, really appreciate it. And I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Ron Reisman, who's going to talk about some solar initiatives that we have in New York City. Thank you.
Thanks, Emily. Yeah, the next segment of our workshop is going to deal with a couple of programs here in New York City that may offer some business opportunities to members of the solar industry who are on this webinar. Just by way of background, when I first joined CUNY about 8 years ago, my first assignment right out of the box was to support the New York City Housing Authority in its efforts to install 25 megawatts of solar on its rooftops by the year 2025. I will admit now that I was a little skeptical back then of them reaching their goal, and maybe even became a little more skeptical when that goal was raised to 30 megawatts by 2026. But that may be on me for underestimating the talent and determination of the staff at NYCHA, one of whom you'll hear from in a little while, to get the job done. NYCHA is well on its way to achieving that goal. And it's not just about the megawatts. It's about creating a program called Access Solar that emphasizes community involvement and empowerment and engagement, provides job training and employment opportunities for NYCHA residents, and offers clean, lower cost electricity for low and moderate income customers. I've never seen a program that I've been prouder to be associated with. We're also going to talk about a new initiative being launched by the city called Public Solar NYC. It's designed to reduce barriers for city residents on the lower end of the economic scale and increase access to solar for people who aren't adequately being served by the current market. Public Solar NYC is an excellent example of federal, state, and city collaboration with the EPA, NYSERDA, and the Mayor's Office of Climate and Environmental Justice, and the Office of the Comptroller, all working together with the solar industry in a public-private partnership. So let's start this segment out with Public Solar NYC, and I will introduce Isha Patel from the Mayor's Office of Climate and Environmental Justice. So go ahead and take it away, Isha.
Thanks so much, Ron. I'm just gonna request control of the slides, if that's okay. But yeah, hi everyone. My name is Isha Patel. I'm a senior policy advisor at the New York City Mayor's Office of Climate and Environmental Justice. My background is primarily in urban planning and economic development, and I've been working with the city for about 6 years now. My work at MOCEJ focuses both on clean energy and adaptation, and a big part of it is managing the development of this program, Public Solar NYC, which is the topic of focus today. And as Ron mentioned, this is an initiative of both the city and our office in particular, as well as the New York City Comptroller's office. So we're really excited about that collaboration as well. All right, so just quickly, hoping to talk to you all today about a few things. One, the need for a program like this, talk about some of the challenges we're trying to address. Second, just give you an overview of the program as a whole and what it's trying to accomplish, more about the program structure, and then what's going on now, what will be going on in the next 6 months to a year or so, and then looking forward to your questions. All right, so first, the need for public solar. There are really two key challenges that this program is responding to. Sorry. I don't know how to go back. Ron, do you mind going back a couple slides?
No, I'll take over.
Okay, thank you.
Here, let's start. Okay, I'm going to advance. Tell me when you want me to stop.
All right, one more. All right, perfect. Thank you. All right, so the first piece is kind of at a macro level, and this is about the limited uptake of solar resources in New York City specifically. And so while the state has a pretty strong ecosystem of installers, financiers, operators of residential solar, really as a result of various programs and incentives at the state level, what we're seeing is that the benefits haven't quite flowed proportionally to New York City. And offering a few stats here to that end. So for example, if we look at NYSERDA's Green Jobs, Green New York program, which provides financing and installation and other services to homeowners and building owners and small businesses throughout the state, we see that New York City only accounts for about 4% of the loans that they've issued, despite obviously making up a large chunk of the state's population and having quite a carbon intensive grid. Secondly, Green Jobs, Green New York has an affordable solar residential adder, which specifically supports LMI residents. And what we're seeing is that only 1 in 7 projects that took advantage of that were located in the city. And then finally, New York City projects that did take advantage of the Green Jobs, Green New York solar loan had a credit score of an average credit score of 761, which is quite high and is 40 points higher than the average credit score statewide and well above what is typically required to get a solar loan. So what that tells us really is that there's a gap in solar access and that many people who should be benefiting from solar are not. And this is a particularly salient problem for the city because we know that low-income households and other disadvantaged communities disproportionately experience negative impacts of climate change. And we also know that low-income homeowners can really benefit from the savings that come with rooftop solar. Next slide, please, Ron. Thank you. So the second piece is a little bit more micro scale and kind of builds on what I was just speaking to. But we know that there are also persistent and unique barriers to solar adoption for low-income New York City residents. First one, as listed here, is limited access to upfront capital, which remains a challenge. And between the various incentives that exist, much of the capital cost can be covered, but it still requires you to put up money to front or access a bridge loan, and that can be a limitation. And to that end, there is both a real risk and a perceived risk of predatory lending products. Many people just don't trust solar financing or understand how it works. Creditworthiness is also a challenge to receiving financing. Status as property renters. Obviously, if you don't own your home, you can't just decide to install solar and access the benefits. And then finally, there's limited financing available for building enabling upgrades. And so in many cases, there might be a need for a roof replacement or electrical work before solar can be installed. And because these types of repairs are not typically covered by existing financing options, this can be cost prohibitive and time consuming and kind of deter people from moving forward with solar. So one more slide, great. So the overarching objective of public solar in New York City is to create a model that helps to overcome these barriers, particularly for low income residents in New York City. And more specifically, the program seeks to increase access to solar for New York City residents that are not adequately served by the current market. Also to serve as a centralized one-stop shop for a holistic set of services for 1 to 4 family solar installations. We also are looking to effectively deliver the program using federal Solar for All funds, which I will speak to a bit later, but also set up the program for longer term financial stability beyond the kind of 5-year grant period that funding offers. Fourth, the program seeks to deliver 20% household savings to participants. This is in line with the requirements of the grant. And then finally, the goal is to generate good quality green jobs in residential solar across New York City. So in order to achieve these goals, we have 3 components to the program. The first is a leasing program for 1 to 4 family homes. In this case, we would have a special purpose entity that will subsidize solar installation and offer affordable solar panel leases to 1 to 4 family homeowners. So the idea is the homeowners are not necessarily buying the solar panels, the entity is buying the solar panels and the homeowners are leasing them and, in return getting the benefits of reduced energy bills. So like I said, public solar would cover the upfront solar installation costs and then offer that affordable long-term lease that would facilitate the savings over time. The second component is community solar. This would be for multifamily and commercial buildings. And the idea is the special purpose entity that I'd mentioned previously would create this and offer affordable subscriptions to low-income participants. So the entity would handle the installation in partnership with participating building owners and would effectively be leasing the rooftops of multifamily or commercial buildings. And those building owners would receive that lease payment. Participants or subscribers to the community solar would pay a subscription fee and then get credits on their electricity bill, as is typical. And then again, this would, the subscribers would have to, would be receiving a 20% savings overall between the affordable subscription fee and the savings from the energy cost. Finally, we have a program for solar enabling upgrades. And in this case, the special purpose entity would provide grants for these upgrades. Again, we're talking about roof repairs, electrical work, et cetera. Public Solar, the entity, would also provide the construction management for this work. And there's no obligation to participants, but the idea is that one, this program is unlocked once a solar feasibility assessment is conducted and concludes that it's necessary for these upgrades to occur. And two, assuming the household wants to move forward with solar installation on the roof. Awesome. So a little bit more detail about program structure. So first, like I said, the funding for this program comes from EPA's Solar for All program. The city submitted a joint application with NYSERDA to fund a set of state and city solar programs. The funding awarded to public solar will be used to purchase the panels, do the solar upgrades, and also procure vendors to implement these solar projects. The way the funding would flow is from EPA through NYSERDA through the City of New York to this special purpose entity that I've been talking about. And there would be a sub-recipient agreement that sort of manages that flow of funds from the city to the special purpose entity. The special purpose entity would be the one launching and operating the program and be the ones purchasing the solar panels, doing the upgrades, and procuring the vendors. Next slide, please. Just to quickly address the obvious, federal funding has obviously been a question mark in recent times, and at this point it is looking a little bit more positive, but just wanted to say we are continuing to monitor this situation, and in any case, MOCEJ is very committed to the vision for this program, and we're generally continuing to work towards implementation. So a little bit more detail about the different tasks and roles that we envision to be part of this program. So we have Public Solar NYC on the top. This is the special purpose entity. That special purpose entity will be created by sort of a pre-identified subgrantee that is sort of alluded to on the previous slide. The entity would be responsible for project management, for technical support, and overall coordination. They, again, will also be purchasing the solar panels. Then in green, we have the different types of vendors that we anticipate will be required to deliver the program. So first in that list is a customer outreach vendor who will be responsible for marketing and customer acquisition, in addition to customer support throughout the full customer journey. This is a super important role. We've heard this is one of the biggest challenges to delivering a program like this. We then have roofing and electrical contractors and solar installers who will be responsible for designing the scope of work informed by solar feasibility assessment, executing on that scope of work, and then maintaining the solar panels. And then finally, we will need asset managers for lease operations and post-lease ownership of the panels if participants choose to sell them back. So this slide is really just summarizing the different components of the work that I just talked through. I'll just reiterate that we will need strong partners to implement this program, given that there really is no single entity that can do it all. So we'll need multiple strong partners. And I hope that you all can stay in the loop as the work progresses. And then another quick note on the more technical side, we are not currently certain if Davis-Bacon applies to this program, which requires contractors to pay a prevailing wage for public works projects. But I do want to emphasize that the city is committed to promoting high labor standards for contractors engaged in this work, regardless of whether it applies. All right, so then what now? So the city, in partnership with the Comptroller's Office, like I said, is continuing to advance program design. We are expecting to launch the program late this year. And in terms of what's ongoing, I guess the first one is actually something that just passed, but we recently issued a request for information to inform the final program design. If you did not see that request for information and do have feedback that you want to contribute, I think it's still on our website. We still welcome feedback. You're welcome to email me at the address listed below. And really that effort was to, again, get feedback on how the program should be designed, what are the best structures and mechanisms to have in place, et cetera. And then what is forthcoming is, once the program is designed and everything is teed up, we will be working to incorporate the special purpose entity and, launch with kind of RFPs issued to select vendors that will support this program. And that is it. I think questions will come afterwards, but that concludes my portion of this session, and I'll hand over the mic to Annette Ramirez Valenzuela to discuss Access Solar.
Thanks, Isha. I'm actually going to jump in instead of Annette, but Katie Bergio, Deputy Director of Sustainability Programs at NYCHA. Our team focuses on addressing climate hazards at our properties and installing sustainable infrastructure, and it includes solar for our Access Solar program. So thanks for those really kind words, Ron. We're really excited to talk about this program at this workshop. So the Accelerating Empowered Community Shared Solar, or Access Solar initiative, was launched by NYCHA in 2017. It aligns with both the city's 80 by 50 roadmap and the NYCHA Sustainability Agenda. We initially published one in 2016, and we have a refresh in 2021, going from our 25 to 30 megawatt goal that reflects the authority's long-term climate and equity commitments. Access Solar directly supports two critical goals in our 2021 sustainability agenda, which is reducing greenhouse gas emissions from power generation and expanding inclusive access to green economy opportunities for NYCHA residents. Access Solar is designed to catalyze clean energy deployment across public housing rooftops, and it enables local community shared solar projects that benefit low to moderate income households in the city. Go to the next slide. Or sorry, yeah. Over the past 5 years, NYCHA has advanced a suite of sustainability initiatives, and two of our core efforts directly tied to the Access Solar program. Their expansion of the community shared solar program, leveraging our rooftops to deploy solar energy systems, and the Clean Energy Academy, which is a workforce development platform that trains NYCHA residents for jobs in the clean energy sector. Access Solar supports the scaling of solar in public housing and reinforces equity as a core tenet of climate action. And the success of our last solicitation in 2023 really illustrated how targeted solar initiatives can simultaneously address the city's climate goals while including and being inclusive of workforce development. After nearly 5 years of implementation, one key lesson stands out is that scalability is achievable, especially with our partnerships. And the Access Solar program really does leverage these partnerships, and we think it stands out for its collaborative framework. It unites expertise from our public housing and urban planning sectors, solar developers and technical service providers, and nonprofits, workforce agencies, and community-based organizations. Access Solar's success has been made possible through the convergence of 3 key factors. One is incentives at all levels of government that you've heard today. The federal, state, and city programs have been instrumental in closing the funding gap for solar infrastructure. 2, a mature and mission-aligned market. The city now hosts a robust ecosystem of experienced solar installers, nonprofit partners, and local organizations that are ready to support implementation. And 3, NYCHA's available rooftop footprint. The scale and geographic distribution of our buildings provide a unique platform for widespread deployment of shared solar systems. And we really feel like the partnership and all of these key factors have been essential to scaling impact and keeping climate, equity, and workforce goals aligned. As of this month, March 2025, NYCHA has made significant progress towards our 30 megawatt by 2026 target for our Access Solar program. We have 19 megawatts committed across 26 developments and over 400 rooftops leveraged for solar installations. Access Solar is directly building pathways into the clean energy economy for 118 residents who have been trained in solar installation and related skills, and 66 residents hires who are committed through program partners. And that supports over 2,000 LMI subscribers who are actively benefiting from reduced energy costs and access to clean power. I'll just note that these numbers don't include solar capacity or impact from our PACT or Public Housing Preservation Trust partners, and those numbers do get us closer to our 30 by 2026 megawatt goal. I'll give a quick overview of how Access Solar works at NYCHA. Our first step is that we evaluate our portfolio to identify developments that are suitable for solar PV installation. Once the potential sites are selected, we release a public solicitation to attract qualified project teams. The public solicitation ensures that there's transparent and competitive access to NYCHA's rooftop real estate for clean energy development. Our second step is that developer teams, who are often a mix of solar companies, nonprofits, and workforce partners, submit proposals. The teams are evaluated based on their technical capabilities, the financing strategies, community engagement plans, and workforce commitments. Then once we have our evaluated and selected teams, the selected teams take on the full project lifecycle responsibility of the system. They're financing, designing, constructing, owning, and operating the systems. They're also tasked with delivering direct benefits to NYCHA residents and New Yorkers, such as training, jobs, and access to the affordable solar subscriptions. Once the systems are installed, they begin generating the clean energy, power is returned to the grid, and supporting the city's broader decarbonization goals. Another key factor that once the system is active is that the teams can compensate our NYCHA as the site host through the competitive lease payments. They'll fulfill the workforce development goals, and they'll fulfill the financial commitments from the installation. So looking ahead at the future of NYCHA and solar at NYCHA, we are really focusing on continuing to scale while ensuring it becomes a standard feature of public housing to maximize the long-term benefits of our residents and communities. So that looks like mainstreaming, which in this context, that means that we're ensuring solar-ready design becomes standard practice across NYCHA developments. So we're embedding solar readiness into our capital planning and our roof designs. We want to make sure that we're empowering our communities. Access Solar isn't just about energy systems for us, it's about creating pathways for long-term economic empowerment of NYCHA residents and communities. And we want to make sure that our future efforts would deepen resident engagement by growing training, inputs, and community engagement on the renewable energy sector. And we want to think about long-term vision. Our scalability will require standardization, and our extensive rooftop portfolio presents an opportunity for alignment and commitment to best practices in solar deployment that we can share with other public housing authorities and landlords in the city. This is really only achieved in working in close partnership with our solar installers, incorporating our feedback from our community, thanking our partners when we can, and just giving awareness to upcoming new solicitations for our Access Solar program. We'll have one out in the next month or so, as well as a new sustainability agenda coming out in 2026, where we'll be reinforcing and updating our solar commitment goals. So just wanted to thank you all for your time, and I'll hand it back to Ron for Q&A.
Ron, if you're talking, you're on mute.
Maybe we lost Ron?
No, you didn't lose me. It's just that after 5 years of being on Zoom, I still haven't figured out how to hit the unmute button. I was going to say that we're a little bit tight on time, so I think we may only be able to take 1 or 2 questions. But one of the big ones out there that some of the installers and developers and our audience are asking is how can we get involved both in Public Solar NYC and in the NYCHA Access Solar program?
Sure, I can start. So yeah, like I said, I think Public Solar will need some really strong partners to get the program off the ground. I think the main way to get involved is by responding to a future RFP that will be coming out to procure vendors that will support the implementation of the projects. Additionally, if you have feedback or thoughts on the program design, I welcome you to email me. We're happy to meet. We're happy to get your written feedback. So yeah, I'd say those two pathways.
And for NYCHA's Access Solar program, we do have a new solicitation that we will be publicizing in the next month or so. So we hope to have many applicants for that new solicitation. We also, I think, will be collecting feedback from our community of installers and organizations that have participated in the previous years to inform our new sustainability agenda commitment for 2026. So that is another way to get feedback and get involved in Access Solar.
Okay, thanks. One more question, and this one's for Isha. The question is, how does Public Solar NYC fit into the larger landscape of solar assistance programs?
Sure. Yes, it is complicated and also not complicated. So I think public solar in some ways can work with existing programs. It can be an outlet to funnel potential customers that maybe come through other programs but might not be the best fit. It also works in reverse. We're also really interested in thinking about how to kind of layer different incentives and financial assistance. And so we'll be looking into how that works, whether we can sort of work with other programs in that way. And then I think it's also unique in some other ways. Like I said, we're offering this end-to-end support for kind of private LMI households and other disadvantaged communities. So hopefully trying to kind of lower the barrier to entry and providing that support throughout. And, in terms of lowering the barrier to entry, we really hope that public ownership of the panels and the support for the solar enabling upgrades can kind of decrease upfront capital cost, make it easier for homeowners to go forward with solar. And we're also really proud that the program can benefit both homeowners and renters. And so really trying to create a one-stop shop for any of the eligible communities that want to move forward with solar.
Thanks, Isha. We've unfortunately reached the end of our time slot. There are some other questions here. So what we're going to do is we're going to forward those to Katie and Isha and get their responses and then post them on their website. So I'm going to turn things over now to our ombudsman, Emily and Daniela, who will tell you a little bit about what they've been up to.
Sure. Thanks, Ron. We have, for the last few minutes of our event today, Emily and I would like to walk through our both, I guess, a review of our latest documents, as well as a preview of two forthcoming updates of our solar and energy storage permitting guides, which are excited about sharing. Let me just get my document up here. There are four that we want to walk through. I'm going to do the first two pretty quickly. The first is our New York City Energy Storage Zoning Guide. What is available right now is our second edition, which was largely a compilation of the zoning amendments that were adopted through the City of Yes zoning for a carbon neutrality amendment. But we do have a third edition coming soon that will reflect the more recent City of Yes zoning amendments. The second document that I'll also go through pretty quickly is a one-pager that provides guidance on filing options for alt-CO energy storage projects that would like to file for the property tax abatement. And then we'll do a little bit of a deeper dive through the upcoming energy storage and solar permitting guides. So the first document that we want to walk through is the zoning guide, as mentioned. This document captures zoning amendments that were adopted through the City of Yes for carbon neutrality amendment. And it does reflect just those unique zoning requirements that pertain to energy storage systems. It's not a comprehensive treatment of zoning requirements across the board. So it's uniquely focused on just those provisions that apply to energy storage systems. And it's really intended to give users just high-level guidance on how zoning has changed over the last few years, and how additional areas, both ground mount as well as rooftops, have opened up for energy storage installations. The reason we're pointing this out, although this guide is almost a year old, it was released after last year's solar and storage installer workshop. So we just wanted to flag it that this is a guidance document that is available. It's a fairly brief guide. Excuse this rapid scrolling through the pages, but it's a brief 6-page guide that just is intended for high-level guidance. And I'm going to move on to the energy storage PTA application guidance. This is, again, for specifically to Alt-CO job filings. Energy storage projects tend to require Alt-CO filings when they are large and front-of-meter systems, especially when they are standalone, the primary use on a lot. And there is this process until the DOB Now platform is able to combine the energy storage work type with the Alt-CO job filing. This is an alternative methodology that can be used to add the PTA filing to those Alt-CO job filings. That applies, there's a pathway that can use for PTA filings for projects that are already in the review queue, as well as for new energy storage PTA project filings. And I'm going to move on to the energy storage permitting and interconnection guide. This is the one that we're the most excited about. This has been an update that's been in the works for a long time, and we really needed to cast a wide net in order to capture a lot that has changed in the energy storage regulatory framework for New York City. When this guide was originally published, the first version of this was released in 2018. That was before a national standard had even been released. That was the first version of NFPA 855 for energy storage systems. So this document was really first of its kind, and paved the way for all the kind of was a trigger for all the subsequent regulatory additions, enhancements, improvements that have been adopted in the city. So the new guide, a couple of highlights that I wanted to point out to kind of give a little bit of a preview, and tee it up for folks. The document has been expanded pretty significantly. It still has the same structure as the older version of the guide in terms of the first section being composed of the cross-agency overview. This is just the high-level kind of bird's eye view across all three entities that do the approvals and permits for energy storage projects. It still has this section still contains the flow charts that give more of a visual and a chronology of the steps in the approvals and permitting across all three of the AHJs. But we have included a section here on large energy storage systems specific to additional siting and land use approvals that might apply to projects depending on a whole variety of factors that are typically site specific. And then the second half of the guide, or really the second 2/3 of the guide is comprised of the agency-specific in-depth permitting processes. And that is broken out by agency. The first section is the Department of Buildings. The second section is the fire department, and the third section is the Con Edison utility interconnection section. But we've expanded each AHJ's sections as well to provide individual drilled down detailed tables for each of the types of approvals that might apply or that do apply across the board to energy storage projects. So you'll see there's a separate tables within the DOB section for the specific to the construction approval permit process, also specific to the OTCR approval process, and specific to the electrical permit application process. And then in the fire department section, there are now 3 separate tables as well. One dedicated to the certificate of approval application process, even if the certificate of approval or the COA is not typically part of the developer or installer application process. This is a step that would happen earlier in the life cycle, and it's usually undertaken by the manufacturer or a representative of the manufacturer, product integrator. But with this information is just really key and important for really everybody to know. And then we have a table that covers, of course, the technology management process. So that's the primary approval that has to happen for large energy storage projects, and some can sometimes be applicable otherwise. And then we also included a table that covers the certificate of fitness process, since that's a requirement that is, while it's not unique only to energy storage projects, it's not something that is widely known among solar installers. So we felt that this also is a key component of every energy storage installation. So that level of detail is important to round out the picture here. We'll go to take a minute to look at the expanded flowcharts. I'm skipping over a little bit here. You'll see that there's a simplified overview that just gives a really high level snapshot of just the approvals and permits that apply by agency, with a few caveats pointing out where size of the system or other characteristics might be a little bit different. And the flowcharts have been, make sure that I can see my screen okay. The flowcharts have been expanded with more detail that shows the interdependencies between different steps within the review and approvals process. So for example, you can see the relationship between the OTCR conditional acceptance letter, which is a required component before you are able to receive the DOB plan approval. So by showing more of those interdependencies, it just gives a better picture of what to expect in terms of the overall development kind of flow of steps. And with that, there's a lot more that I could show, but I'm gonna hand that off to Emily just to give her a few minutes to walk through the updated solar permitting process guide.
Thanks, Daniela. Yeah, lots of changes going on, right? Okay, let me see. I'm going to try to take over here. Okay. So what we're taking a look at here is the latest version of the New York City Solar Permitting Process Guide. We just heard from many of the AHJs, right, that are involved in permitting these installations, as well as creating the regulations, whether you need to file with them or not, right? Regarding, say, fire code, right? So we detail here all of the approvals and process necessary. There have been key changes to the solar permitting process since the last updated guide. Primarily, we're talking about now filing within DOB now. I think most folks on this call are likely familiar with that process at this point. It has been a requirement since, I believe, a year ago, November, right? So we're about a year and a half in at this point. But there are still some questions that come up. So this is a great guide for anyone that might be newer to the solar permitting process in New York City, or maybe you're familiar with the process, but just have not done a lot within DOB now, right? So just going to scroll through here pretty quickly. Similar to Daniela, I guess I could say, thankfully, there's less approvals and steps involved, right, in permitting solar at this point. It is a different technology, right? And so there are, depending on your project specifics, there may be a number of approvals that are required, but it is largely more simplified process than what's currently required for energy storage installations, especially larger energy storage installations. We start here, or I guess I'll go ahead and say that this is to supplement, right, some of those AHJ guidance documents. They have some great resources. Department of Buildings, FDNY, and others have these step-by-step guides or information on how to interpret their code, right? That we are not superseding here at all, but just trying to create supplemental guidance documents to help bring this information together and help installers clearly navigate these processes. So it starts here with some of the licensing requirements and responsibilities that we heard Department of Buildings present on earlier today. And then it really gets into kind of step by step what's needed in order to get these jobs filed. So as we heard, right, you really need that applicant of record, that qualified RA or PE in New York State in order to file these applications. And sometimes, depending on your building, right, you may need an asbestos survey. And then all the information gets added into DOB now. There was a couple call outs, right, related to standard plan review or plan examination, right, versus professional certification. So there's a little bit more detail here regarding the differences there and when one choice might be more applicable than the other. Then we get into a little bit further of those tabs. If you had been more familiar with the e-filing system, as we heard today, most of the information that was previously submitted on forms or through forms, right, has been integrated into tabs in DOB now. So getting into a little bit more of the detail of what information needs to be included in that filing. Then we're talking a little bit about the plans that need to be filed with your application, as well as some specifics on fire code compliance and energy conservation code compliance. And finally, a little bit on the electrical permit application as well. There's just several call outs here and a lot of information that I think is, as I said, really helpful for folks who either are newer to filing in New York City or maybe less familiar with filing in DOB now. And so this guide was really created as a way to supplement some of the existing material out there. And we think will be of great use to those of you filing in New York City. And I guess I'll go ahead and finish this here by saying thank you to those of you, the stakeholders involved in filing in New York City who did offer feedback and on all of our guides here, right? I know Daniela and I both reached out to key folks that we've been in contact with and really appreciate your expertise in trying to make sure that we're making these guides as useful as possible. So I'll go ahead and end and say, when you see these guides, right, when they are uploaded, we would love additional feedback, right? If there's anything that you see that's either unclear or you have further questions on, you're probably not the only one with those questions, right? So we'd love to either work with you to try to get your questions answered or try to make sure that we're creating supplemental documentation that further answers those questions. So thank you for your ongoing feedback. And I will turn it over to Ron to finish things today.
Thanks, Emily. So this concludes the 2025 New York City Solar and Storage Installers Workshop. I know it's been a long day, but just asking your indulgence to quickly wrap this up with a few observations and thanks. This has been the most successful workshop in the decade plus that Sustainable CUNY and Con Edison have co-presented this event. We had more presenters, a broader range of topics, more information, and more attendees than any of our previous workshops. And I think that speaks volumes to the success of solar and storage in New York City and the bright promise that it holds for the city's future. It also speaks to the enormous contributions that the solar and storage industry makes to New York's economy and to the continued growth that it promises. On behalf of Sustainable CUNY, we'd like to thank our partners at Con Edison. In addition to the speakers you heard from today, we'd also like to give a shout out to Julio Tardaguila, who coordinated the utilities efforts from behind the scenes. And speaking of behind the scenes, we also want to give a shout out to the CUNY webinars staff, John Jenna, Michael Mueller, and Imani Perkins, for providing the technical expertise to bring this webinar to you. We'd like to thank our speakers from the FDNY, Department of Buildings, NYSERDA, NYCHA, and the Mayor's Office of Climate and Environmental Justice for their valuable participation. And last but certainly not least, the staff here at Sustainable CUNY, Tria Case, Lori Riley, Emily Sweeney, Daniela Leifer, and Lisa Purchase for working tirelessly to put this workshop together and who worked tirelessly throughout the year to make the city a better place through the advancement of solar and storage. On June 18th, we'll be co-hosting the 2025 New York City Solar and Storage Summit with NYCHA. This is an in-person event at John Jay College that attracts hundreds of solar and storage industry professionals, government and community leaders, academics, and others for a full day of speakers, panel discussions, and other activities. You can register on our website, nysolarmap.com, and we hope to see you there. So thanks again for participating in this year's workshop, and we hope to see you back here again next year.
Thanks, Ron.